Okay. I guess we just wait for the event stage. We're gonna be just waiting for the results, guys. No, we just start immediately, but that's what I'm gonna try out. We're just waiting here, guys. We're just waiting here. Let's see here.
We ain't found shit.
Rolls Aizu. This is getting out of hand. Oh, Sigma Shake.
We're just waiting for the results, hackathon results, guys. guess they're starting a little late, guys. Because people are people are submitting stuff last minute. A lot of last minute submissions, I assume. Let's see here. Let's see. Multi-agent plus multi-modal use case. Yeah, we're definitely not winning this, guys. We're definitely not winning this. But, you know, we're just gonna watch and see who won. We're gonna watch and see who won. Also doing a test between using Gemma 4 with Olama Cloud versus Cerberus again using SigmaShake. I wanted to test. Are they just gonna do this on Twitter? Most likely. Since they're all their social medias on X. Oh man, I hope this music isn't copyright. Hey, we're looking for AI builders, meetups, ambassadors. What's this?
The best AI builders. We've already hosted Cafe Compute meetups in Berlin, Mexico City, Mumbai, San Francisco, New York.
Hello?
We want your
Hey,
city
Joe.
to be.
Should I be an ambassador? Hey Joe, how's it going? How's it going? Were you able to crank out all the work you wanted to do? Where am I based? Oh my goodness. You wanna know where we live? Chugging along. How's it going? I lost motivation at 2 a.m. Oh, it's because I was gone? No, I checked out at 5 a.m. or something like that. 4 a.m.? 5 a.m.? And you checked out? I'm trying to think when I checked out. I checked out at 5 a.m. Only got 3 hours of sleep total. Because I was working since 10 a.m. I was working since 7 a.m. Jeez. Yeah, I was working since 7 a.m. I took a power nap at from 10 to 11. And then I took a power nap from 5-ish to 7. And then I had to do all this work. And then I did the work, and then now I'm streaming. I didn't go back to sleep because I don't feel like I need to sleep. I don't feel like it. I don't feel tired because I took power naps. I took 2 power naps. I think the nice power naps midday and then in the morning, like you really get enough energy to like go through the rest of the day, you know? Maybe I'll fill this out later when I go to a new place or something like that. But we'll check this out. We'll save this. I wonder why my hair turns white and then it turns orange. But I'm not complaining. I should toggle it to different colors based on my mood with using Gemma. I changed my color based on, you know, what I say. It's still cool, we still get to use it past the hackathon time. We're still using Gemma right now to this day. One thing I do want to update is a lot of that stuff. And if we still have access to Gemma, we should probably just use it for everything. Just use it for everything. I guess they're not starting, huh? I would think it would do something. Hackathon deadline. Resubmitting project. I wonder if this is free. Is this free, you think? Do they limit us? Are they better than NVIDIA pretty much at this point? Crazy amount of submissions. This was not anticipated. I think the best program is we done at service with over 800 people actually hacking. We got like 1,000 submissions. This shit's not possible. Oh my god. Oh jeez. Yeah, they're having a hard time, guys. They organized an event, expected only, you know, a few, maybe 100 people. Then they get all these last minute submissions, and then they're like, shit, what do we do? Wait, is it even over? I mean, like, it's technically over. And first mistake was giving away free compute and expecting only a few hundred submissions. Yeah. Yeah, Monday, 10 a.m. Submission deadline. Please create a separate Discord post for your submission. Access will remain available till covering the duration of hackathon. Will service be live for debugging the event in the channel hours? Huh? It's over already. I assume you're able to submit on time. Yeah, we submitted it like 3 hours ago, or actually 5 hours ago we submitted it. We were like, submit, go to sleep. We both submitted individual ones, but I doubt we'll win because there's just so many. Just so many. But it's we just want to know who won and then continue on with the day. You know, considering that they got 1,000+ submissions. Can you still submit? You have 10 minutes. Good luck. I literally have to sell the video. Well, subscriptions, some of the members. I don't think they don't even have like any way to show who won. Who won? Winning, schminning, the Discord voice vibe, teamwork was awesome. Yeah, we need more of that. Definitely need more to find more of my followers, more of my subscribers to collaborate with. It creates a better vibe. It creates the hive mind. You know, the secret society. That's how you create more trust in our secret society. You have to be in it. You have to be in it. You have to be dedicated, but of course not everybody's dedicated, right? So not everybody has the luxury of not many obligations, right? But experiencing it, like hearing it live, going through it, like that's what builds synchronicity, cohesion. Like we want that in our community. I wouldn't say it's like a die-hard, like I'll die for you type of thing, but it's like, you know, help each other out. Get some water. Nothing builds more cohesion. Alright, let me lower the sound of this. How do I lower the sound? Oh, I want the sound, but not that high. Let's see here. I lower it like that. Yeah, that's probably better. But I don't think they're doing the winner. Because, like, how would they do the rating? How would they do the... Because usually in a hackathon, you present all your things, and then the judges come in and do stuff. Oh, I forgot to tag Google Gemma. Man, I made a mistake in my X post. I made a mistake. I don't know how to use. Let's see, posts. All right. Hey. Oh, somebody else. That's not me. Yeah, I don't think it's happening. We just have to just not do anything, I guess. I think they'll just announce the winner later, I guess. We'll just follow and do the things. Do the things, do the it, do the that. We already follow Cerebus. And we follow Google Gemma. We just follow these then. And then we call it a day. We call it a day. We call it a day. Nothing's probably gonna happen until until something happens. So it's Monday. Is it Monday? Oh man, it's Monday. What are we working on? I guess it's a lot of fixing stuff, huh? A lot of fixing stuff. A lot of fixing stuff. Uh-oh. No, it's not working again. Ay, ay, ay. Let's see here. Yeah. What do you call it? Codex can't solve everything. It hasn't been able to recover my my Windows virtual machine.
Navi online. Claude Code loaded. Tokenmaxxing activated. Sigma.
What did the error say? Windows fix again. All right. Guess we watch some YouTube, right? We watch some YouTube. It's Monday now. There should be content, right? There should be content. Opus has real competition. JLM. Minimax. What the heck is this? Viral video of man's hilarious job interview. Huh? Here, submit all your projects 10 line in 1 minute. Okay. OpenAI's new AI caught cheating. Okay. Wait. No, that's old. Row, new way AI startups without minting, without funding. Okay. How do we get to it? Introducing cursor for iOS. Cursor for iOS. Okay. Let's never see this again. Nope. WoW is too famous for its own good. Hope you already own a MacBook. Okay. Reflect. Ooh. Robots. Token black market. Okay. Let's see here. Anything else? Breaking news. US governments pick who gets Anthropic's most dangerous. Okay. Free today. Alright. Guess we get started, huh? Let's see. Let's see the robot one. The robot one looked interesting. Reflect. Robot. Oh, it's sitting up. This looks so bad compared to the China ones. I got to admit. This is what the US got, guys. All we have is the fingers and hands. Uh-oh, it's walking weird too. It has Crocs, guys. It has Crocs. Navigate to delivery area. On my way, I'm encountering a dark door. I need to open a door to allow me to proceed toward the delivery area. I can see the door silver handle. I'll grip the door handle to push it open. My hand is on the handle. I will push the dark door frame open. I've already passed through the doorway and I am resuming my path to the delivery area. A wooden handrail guides me down as I continue navigating to the delivery area. Oops. Delivery area. I've located the parcel, heading towards it. I've reached the box and I'm ready to lift it. I'm reaching out both arms to grasp the package. I am in the process of pinning the cardboard box securely against my body, prepared for transport. I will now transport the box to the elevator. I've arrived at the elevator lobby. Approach the call panel. Guys, we're at the future, guys. Oh my god, this is crazy. Gonna press the elevator button. Oh. 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 Snap. Press it. Oh, snap. It opened. Oh, what the heck, guys? Alright. We have fingers. We have button presses. Heading towards the elevator. I have encountered the elevator. We'll move close to the button panel. I'm at the control panel. I will now press the second floor button to go up. I'll reach towards. Press 2. Oh, press 2. I see the doors open, so I'll step out. Carry it. Alright. Proceed towards it. The table. I've reached the table. Now place the box. I've successfully placed the box on the table. Now I'll adjust its position for better access. I have aligned the box and now we'll use the clutter. I'm reaching to grab the cutter from his face. Oh my gosh, you can use knives, guys. Cutters. Hey Niso, how's it going? I'm placing the cutter back on its base. Oh my god. Shanty 2. Shanty, sea shanty 2. Oh, it's opening it, the box, guys. The box is a glitter bomb. I am still working on opening the box. Oh. I'm keeping the left flap open. Right hand opening. Damn, guys. I've opened the box. We'll now reach inside. Get the item. Okay. I picked up the snack bag. Guys, it's not over. It just keeps on giving, guys. It just keeps on giving. I've reached the shelf. Now place the snack bag in the empty drawer. Oh my god. What the heck's going on? Oh, sort of didn't put it back in its place though, but okay. Interesting, guys. Interesting. Wow. Interesting. So autonomous. It's so autonomous. They've been working on this for a good 7 months. Let's check out this. 7 months ago. Okay, so it has some cameras. We turn off some of the vibe coder sim. Pick up toy. I picked up the pink toy. The model hasn't changed for a while. I do find it weird how they had to buy the Chinese robot in order to create all this automation. That just goes to show that the Chinese are super ahead of us right now. Picked up the toys. Who's that guy? Alright. Walk stability. I find it sort of weird how they, in the other demo, they just completely removed the head. Huh. Okay. Tokens, 100% legit, no refunds.
Chinese resellers are offering Claude tokens at 70 to 90% below official Anthropic prices. Now, I don't even know what to do with that statement. What are we even talking about? There's a black market for tokens? Yes. Yes, there is. There's an entire economy built around this black market, this gray market, this shadow API economy. So we're actually going to go over who's using it, why they're using it, how this actually even works. How do they have it at 70 to 90% off? Because I mean, that sounds kind of nice. Did they solve something we don't understand? And also, I'm going to toss my little hat into the ring, and I'm going to give you a reason why I think things are as cheap as they are. I got my own little personal theory that I'll unleash at the end. All right, so to understand this entire gray market universe, you have to understand the fundamental unit. Everything is around this idea of a transit station. What this is it goes from the great country of China, and it takes in requests going to these transit stations, and then out they go to, say, Anthropic or OpenAI, and then pipe the results back to the people behind these intelligence iron curtains, these countries that are not allowed to access OpenAI or Anthropic because of government restrictions. Now, you're probably thinking this sounds like a VPN. It is. This is exactly how a VPN effectively works. You, from your computer, make requests. It goes up to a VPN. The VPN then goes off and makes the request and funnel everything back to you. This is exactly the same thing, except for they do it through these transit stations. Now, you're probably saying, well, what's the difference between a transit station and, say, OpenRouter? Nothing. Just legality. That's all. Well, and also fraud and many other things, but effectively nothing. So it's just good to keep in mind when I talk about accessing the data and everything, it's all done through these transit stations, because I think it makes a lot of the rest of the story make sense. So this is kind of the fundamental unit of this entire black market economy. But before we continue, hey, I'd like to say thank you to the sponsors. Hey, is that HTTP?
Okay.
These transit stations, your first thought is Dario was right. They are doing distillation attacks. Well, no, actually, calm down. That's not actually what's happening. The people who are using it is people who want to use the models to do something. Now, I'm not going to say what they're doing is actually good, but they're doing things with the models, whether it's just programming, building applications, or scamming people. But the point is, it's not a distillation attack in itself. Instead, it's actually representing real work, people actually using these transit stations to do something. But this is where things kind of get interesting. Like, how would a transit station actually work? From this amazing article, How to Buy Cheap Claude Tokens in China, it actually kind of goes through what's going on at these transit stations. Upstream are the resource providers, account merchants who bulk register or acquire Anthropic accounts at scale. Now you're thinking, how would you bulk register thousands, if not tens of thousands of accounts with Anthropic? Well, luckily there's this other article that actually explains how you could do exactly that. See, there's 3 problems. Each account needs a unique browser fingerprint, a unique residential IP, and a way through phone and ID verification. Browsers have moved past Playwright plus Stealth plugins to anti-detect browsers. Now, I did not know this, that there's these anti-detection browsers, and there's actually quite a few of them right here, listed right here. In fact, there's a bunch of headless ones that are actually identical to operating as Chrome would, so that the receiver of these messages can't actually tell if you are or are not from Chrome, which means that defenders that have been fighting this network layer for a decade, they've lost. You can no longer tell from the wire if you're actually getting legitimate traffic or not. At least that's what's kind of being claimed with these anti-detect browsers. But what about SMS? That has to be hard, right? Well, no, actually, that's the cheapest defeat in the pipeline is phone verification, it turns out. It turns out you can get a whole bunch of SIMs for pretty dang cheap, and you can also acquire SMS numbers pretty dang cheap. See, the thing I guess a lot of us don't think about is that at one point in life, SMS was a pretty good proxy for personhood. One phone number belonged to one person. That's just no longer the case anymore. It's really cheap to get phone numbers these days. It costs about 0.8 of an Abraham Lincoln, a 1 penny, a cent. I think them British call them a pence. I'm not really sure. I don't speak British. Okay, I don't speak British. In other words, these transit stations, they rely on these SMS services to kind of do phone verification. But then there's a second problem. What about ID verification? That has to be harder, right? Well, it turns out, jumping into this 404 article by Joseph Cox, no, actually, it's not that hard. In fact, a Telegram-organized site, operator pseudonym John Wick, selling AI-generated driver licenses, passports, and national IDs for $15 each, auto-composited onto plausible carpet bedsheet backgrounds, claimed the throughput up to 20,000 documents per day, which, by the way, even at half of that, if they did that for a year, is $50 million. Now, these passports, they are actually really sophisticated because the technical move that makes them pass is the MRZ, the dashes, the little carets, lines at the bottom of the passports, encoding personal data plus 3 check digits and a global checksum per ICAO 9303. Apparently earlier they were getting caught by these validations, but they got so sophisticated, these backends that would validate if this was a real license or not, or a real passport, were like, yeah, bro, these are actually really good. You can get by a whole set of ID verification just via AI. There was a whole like Meta getting all these accounts stolen because all you had to do was go to the Meta bot and be like, yo, bro, I'm totally this person. Generate a deep fake of you holding an ID of the person that doesn't actually exist. And then the Meta bot was like, sure, that's totally cool. You're now this person. Would you like to reset the password? And a whole bunch of people got their accounts stolen. But sometimes you need real IDs. And if you need real IDs, this is where the story gets a bit uneasy how these transit stations operate. Anthropic has started implementing identity verification. You need a passport and a selfie to use certain features. This is where the advantages of AI transfer stations from the crypto circle comes in. By the way, crypto, ruining everything, classic crypto. We're back to the stage of being our most familiar KYC manufacturers, braving the risks of Ebola in Africa to find locals to help with face scan verifications and selling IDs. Buying a smiling teeth photo from a local for $5 and selling it for $100 to a ByteDance programmer at Zaichun Road in Beijing. Other circles can't handle this kind of hardship, but we KYC manufacturers in the crypto circle can.
Huh?
Yeah, bro, dude, they're so good, man. Those crypto bros, they're just braving the conditions. Apparently, there's even a WorldCoin black market. I did not realize that, where they're actually duping locals to scan their eyeballs and then selling those black market IDs so that you can be like, oh yeah, I'm totally this person. I have my WorldCoin. Yeah, I totally am from Zimbabwe. So one of the last little spokes here is actual real people. We're talking about real people selling their IDs. Now, the crazy part about this entire gigantic circle right
Hello?
here
Welcome.
is that there's tons of transit stations. There's tons of SMS carriers. There's tons of these AI-generated and real people identification services. So to actually stop this blob is effectively impossible. These black markets, these gray markets, they just exist, and you can take down one SMS. It's not going to affect the transit station. It's not going to affect the IDs. They all just keep on going this amorphous, replaceable, modular system. I mean, it's a very amazing feat of engineering, as bad as it is. Now, that's how they operate. That's how these things work, but the real question comes down to, how are they so cheap, right? Like, there has to be a story behind it. Well, there's multiple layers of fraud, and let me explain. One thing these transit stations do is they actually use the Claude Max plan and able to kind of create a pool of Claude agents so that you can kind of route traffic to use each one of their weekly limits. So that way they get cheaper tokens if needed. Now, that obviously does not cut the cost to where they really need it, but it gets really close. It could possibly break them down to even. But that's not really the type of fraud you were probably thinking, because that's not really where they do a lot of the big stuff. But the more interesting way in which they save money and allow for these cheap tokens is this right here: real money, fake models, deceptive model claims, and shadow APIs. If we go down here to page 2, we see the following. Alarmingly, our experiments reveal significant performance inconsistencies between shadow APIs and the official APIs. On high-risk medical benchmarks like MedQA, the accuracy of Gemini 2.5 flash model drops precipitously from 83.82% with the official API to approximately 37% across all examined shadow APIs. In other words, they're claiming, they're showing you right here, hey, you're going to get Claude Sonnet 4.6. No, you might actually just be getting Haiku. Maybe you're just getting Gemini. Like, you don't actually know what you're getting underneath the hood, and this is really how they start cutting those costs down. The other obvious one is stolen credit cards and all that are used to pay for a lot of these Claude Max plans that they're able to go and run for some small amount of time before they get caught. So those are effectively free money. But the one that I hate to say, the one that I can already hear right now Dario going, I knew it, is that they take the data. Because here's the thing, is these transit stations, real people are trying to solve real problems. Whether the real problems are good or not is not up to debate. It's that they're solving real problems. And that means these question and answer pairs that are coming back out, these are real problems and real results from high-end models, American models, Frontier, Soda, all wooded Soda D's nuts. I'm not even really sure what all that stuff means. But nonetheless, that's what's happening. So they can take these question-answer pairs and sell them to these Chinese labs to be able to develop these open source kind of 6 months behind models. And this is where the
Got to follow, putting out solid content. I think your channel has more potential than it's currently getting. Yeah, of course.
Which is real data from American companies. The good stuff.
Thank you. If you ever are interested in ideas for improving your channel's presentation, my Discord is what? No shilling here. But okay. Keep up the vibe. Sounds good. Sounds good, man. Hey, I know if I'm doing good if I get a sub right now. If I get a sub from you right now, I know I'm doing good. All right? Keep it up. Thank you.
This is pure, unadulterated Opus 4.8. They even probably got a little bit of Fable. How much do you want to bet? They probably even got a little taste of that Fable.
Have a great day.
But now it's time for my theory. My theory for how they make even more money with all this. Now, you've probably seen these tweets throughout the time talking about how all these users of Twitter, there's literally like thousands of these tweets.
That's me.
Where they show like, oh my gosh.
That's
me.
me.
You know, after like one prompt, my weekly limit's completely gone.
That's me.
And you're sitting there thinking like, how is Claude that bad? Like, why would you pay money for that? Like, all these people on the internet are just...
Guys, Codex is the same way. Codex is the same way. I blew through that. I blew through it, not even using fast mode. And I could still blow through it like no tomorrow. Using the same prompts, same everything from Claude Code. So there's something going on, guys. I think we're all getting ripped off. We're all getting ripped off.
so angry about usage limits. Like, I wonder
I'm
if
sure they-
there's something
Sounds
wrong.
good, man.
Well,
Sounds
then you
good.
think about, well, wait a second. What about Shai Halud that
Oh
happened,
man.
you know,
Shai Halud. I recently just added back and published to NPM, but I have 0 dependencies. I don't put anything in my GitHub actions to publish for any of the SSG CLI stuff, so I'm good. Loving the vibe. Let's talk on Discord. you have to get into my Discord first. You gotta figure out how to get into my Discord. Should be simple to get into the Discord. And you need to be a sub. You need to be a sub to even message in the Discord.
about a year ago, Shai Halud was a worm in NPM that would self-propagate and steal all these tokens.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yep.
then you had Shai Halud 2, you had Shai
Yep.
Halud 3.
Mhm.
Really, what you're seeing is that there's all these vibe victims, as I like to call
Vibe
them, that
victims.
have no idea how computers work and have been
Yep.
told over and over again, hey, bro, you're a software engineer now,
Yeah.
okay? Your
Yeah.
programming language,
Coding
English.
is
Go
solved.
get them, Tiger, okay? Yeah, you probably need like 5 Claude Code Max subscriptions. Yeah, no, you totally got this. It's totally normal to run into your weekly limits all the time. You got this, bro. Go get them. Go get them. And all of this just like massive worm, nonstop getting your system hacked by these completely insane dependency graphs that exist out there that if you want to even just say hello world on a website, you need to go and download tens of megabytes of JavaScript.
Yeah.
Crazy, right? Like, I don't know what times we live in, but that's what's happening. Also, you got like Arch. Arch is constantly getting hacked these days.
Who uses
PyPy.
Arch?
Oh,
Oh, man.
PyPy's hacked these days.
Yeah.
Like every
Arch got hacked. Everybody said, I use Arch. And then their whole ecosystem gets compromised. Yep.
everywhere you go, every single one of these ecosystems of package managers are just fraught
Welcome
with worm.
Welcome aboard, sailor. Have you found our little... How have you found our little island? Yes. I always wonder, how does the Wizzy Precious Guy find us? We always wonder, how do they find us? Like, how are they even vibe coding right now? What operating system do they use?
Worms and deception. And so how much do you want
But yeah, the call to action right away, I'm skeptical. I'm very skeptical.
to bet? There's an entire class of people that effectively have their computers acting like little mini VPNs for these transit stations.
Yep.
Oh, you have Claude Code up? We're going to spawn another little Claude Code in the background and do a little piece of work. Okay, hey, thank you. Not a big deal. Have fun with your weekly limits. Not a big deal. Right? Like they don't want to abuse it. They don't want to get it taken from them. All they need to do is just do it sometimes, just a little bit. Hey, bro, just a little bit, you know, like when the person's already active. So in case their session runs out, it feels kind of crazy. I am completely convinced that this is happening right now, that there's millions of requests a day that are through people's laptops that they don't even know about because they're software engineers now, okay? And NPM's totally reasonable ecosystem.
That's why I created a SigmaShake strike, guys. That's why I created a SigmaShake strike to identify if your Claude Code Codex is compromised. But I need to needed to check. I needed to check. Let's see. Am I compromised? Let me check. Let me check, guys. Not Claude Code. I'll use just Codex for now. Let's see. Is my Claude Code or Codex compromised right now? Could you verify using SigmaShake strike? Oh, Cloud Code. Uh-oh. That's not good. Cloud Code. That means it's falling back to something else. It's falling back. It's saying Cloud again. Claude. Uh-oh. Definitely not using speech to text using what do you call it? NVIDIA NIM. There's something else going on. Oh. New content, more new content. Oh, content heaven, guys. Content heaven. We've been blessed. We've been blessed, guys. We've been blessed by the algorithm gods right now. Oh, why did it just popping up now, guys? Oh, code review. Oh, I remember seeing this before I went to sleep, or seeing this pop up before I go to sleep. Yeah, maybe later, maybe last. If I'm very desperate, I'll watch that one. We got some good content here.
Today, we're sitting down with the founders of
I don't know this company.
Avoca. They're a Winter 23 YC team that in the last 2 years has made it to 8 digits in revenue and
8
actually
digits.
growing so fast, it's very rare to get to
Okay.
2x growth in a single 90-day period. And here we are. Welcome, Apurv. Welcome, Tyson.
Thank you. Thank you. Really happy to be here and excited to be in this podcast.
So
Okay.
off the bat, obviously incredible growth. What is Avoca?
At Avoca, we are building the AI workforce for the physical economy, starting with home services. So the idea is, think of like the entire world of you have your HVAC businesses, your plumbing, your electric.
Uh-oh. They said that the plumbing and the electrician and the, handyman work was gonna be safe. Let's see what happens, guys. Let's see what happens.
Electrical, all of these service businesses. We think that the entire industry is about to change with how AI is going to be working with humans to get jobs done. And that's what we're building.
It sounds like one of the things that they really sort of struggle with is, someone has a problem, they actually call lots of different home services and nobody responds.
That's exactly the starting insight that me and Tyson found, which is that both our backgrounds, so I grew up in Michigan, Tyson grew up in Pennsylvania, and both of our backgrounds, we were working in companies like this, where we saw that actually phone calls is one of the biggest ways that all these businesses get revenue. And so our insight was, if we can build an AI agent that goes and answers the phone, we can be adding value to these customers in the most meaningful way, which is revenue.
And so there's definitely something special about home services that you figured out. Did you expect to sort of end up in this particular vertical? It sounds like you had some experience there.
I think home services was definitely, one of the things where both Apurv and I, from our family backgrounds, we had that experience. So my mom was actually an acupuncturist, one of the first ever acupuncturists in York, Pennsylvania. And growing up, I was her one-man CSR army, so helping her answer a lot of phone calls. So we always realized that this was an idea that made a ton of sense in terms of automating the role of the receptionist. I think what really made us discover home services was we actually explored a variety of different industries first. We looked into restaurants, and through kind of talking to a bunch, like door knocking, we actually scouted 100 restaurants. But home services was the industry that found us in a way, in the sense that in home services, a single phone call can be worth $20,000 to $30,000, whereas in the world of restaurants, a single call is only $30, $40.
Yeah, that's true.
And 85% of the revenue of a home service business comes from the phone calls, whereas for restaurants, it's only like 20, 30%.
I want to double click on something that actually I think is a really powerful model broadly. Obviously, AI software starts off as software.
Welcome.
In your particular case, there's a public company out there called Service Titan that is just the software. But they're only 1% of wallet spend. I mean, when you're talking about these service providers, they want to do the service. They don't really want to have to manage a call center or deal with all of the support needs that, but they are sort of forced to. Talk to me about if software in these markets, they only spend 1%. What's the expansion? Because you're not going to settle for just the 1% given AI today.
It's exactly right. I mean, for service time today, we see spends of like 1%, 1.2, 2% in that area, sometimes even 0.5%. It's all around that number. And the interesting part is that that's generally what people have spent for software. But the idea with what AI is trying to do, and why we like to think of ourselves as bringing in the AI workforce, is that you are now not only thinking about expenditure as just software expenditure to help your business. You're now thinking about, okay, well, how much labor do I need? What operations do I need to run my business, and how does that work from that? And so if you actually look at customer service or customer care, you look at inside sales, those units are actually 3 to 5% of total expenditure into a business, whereas software only captures 1. Now, if you look at marketing is such a huge portion of what you need. It's how you get all your leads. That's 7 to 10%. So if you actually just look at some of the different kinds of AI workforces that you...
All right, I gotta make my own Salesforce. I gotta make my own Salesforce platform. I think that's one of the ways to get leads, I guess. I'm gonna need to make my own Salesforce. I mean, I was hoping I would just stick with the consumer, you know, make something to protect the local devs, the local vibe coders. But it's not adopted that easily, or our product's just not easy to adopt yet. So, oh, we do have the past, like the other stuff, like the, ah, man, that reminds me. That reminds me. I need to work on my virtual machine. Work on the virtual machine. Getting it back and running. Oh, it's not running. Uh-oh. Let's get back to work. Back to work. Back to work. Windows is not starting up. You gotta fix it. Wait, why is this in this one? Huh. Oh. Let's see here. Approved. All right. I did not apply. You shut down the VM, then restart. The daemon will run cleanly. Okay. What you did was not fix it right away. That's what you did.
Sama, we have so many new friends drifting in at once. The vibe is getting
This one is the Windows. Fix. This one was the benchmark. Benchmark. And then, what else do we have here?
electric. If you
We
want
have,
to code,
I did not apply the app armor. Let me see here. Why? All right. Oh, perfect. It's running. Open. Huh? Still not done. Let me shut it down then. Force off. Then we start back up. And then we don't have anything. Huh. Still not solved. Copy. Still not fixed.
Sama, I love seeing you all get along. so
Required a
well.
sudo interactive password. What? Alright. So I need to fix that. Man, I haven't gotten any feedback from my submission to the App Store. Unless I just didn't see it. Let's see here.
Sama, everyone is just so comfy and relaxed.
Let's log into this.
In the chat.
Let's do Shantytown while we wait, guys. Shantytown. Shanty. Huh? Oh my god, they haven't reviewed it yet. What's going on? It's been in this state for a whole week. Ready to review. It's been a week. It's been a week, guys. Why hasn't it been released? Why hasn't it been ready for distribution? What does that mean? Does that mean I can release it? Review information. Provide the username and password to sign on your app? Nope. Manually release, automatically release, keep resisting. Release all users. Ready for distribution. 1.0 is ready for distribution. Ready for review. Why is it stuck in ready for review? Huh? That's strange, guys. Why hasn't it distributed? App review? Unresolved issues? Oh, alright. Oh, I see. Let's see here. Hello? unable for new apps, uninstall previous, then install. The test tab on supervised to identify and resolve bugs for you. If you're unable to reproduce the bug, try following. Oh. Oh. This was back 3 days ago. Huh? Alright, let's try, I guess, review status, road to review.
Look at all these people chatting.
Oh, I guess I was supposed to submit for review. Ah, yeah. I've just been waiting on that state forever. Whoops. Alright, how's my VM? Okay, VM is up and running. The downside is if I restart, it just doesn't work. Alright, let's fix these issues. Removing Claude Code from my descriptions or titles or whatever. I don't get why it would do that. Completely blocking me from submitting because of some dumb thing. Like, there it is. Let me see here. Alright. CD. Shake. AFK for a bit. Yeah, no problem, man. No problem. Thanks for communicating. You know, I appreciate you. Communication is so critical for the hive mind. Maybe one day you don't even need to say it. I'll just know. All right. Let's see if we're desynced. Are we desynced with main right now? Let's see. We probably are. We haven't spun up a shell in a long time. Where'd it go, guys? Where'd the process go? It's still loading? Oh, it's just taking a while. Alright, fetch now. And instead, in my head, second screen, I'm gonna deja beam, the SigmaShake, shake. Oh no, guys, I'm gonna have to use Codex, not Claude Code. That's Sigma. Oh my gosh, how do I use Codex? Nope. Oh. Does that work? Codex.exe? Yes? No? Does that work? Come on. No whammies. Come on. Do I need to press enter again? Enter. No? Come on. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm waiting for this. Makes no sense. Do I have to provision more RAM? Let's see here. Download more RAM, guys. Oh, it appears. It only took an hour. Trust all, continue. Alright. Update available. Oh, screw it. Uh-oh, I can't type. It's like lagging. Need to fix this issue. How does it tell me the effort by default? Model 5 extra high. It's a little laggy, guys. Need to fix this issue. Alright guys, we've been having issues for a good maybe 2 weeks for this thing. Do you think Codex could do it, guys? Think Codex could do it? Do you believe, guys? We're in the slot machine now. We're doing the slot machine. All right, let's go. Let's go. We'll see. I'm not sure if we'll be able to do it though, because one is SigmaShake's not working. That's number one. Oh, yeah, and I can't even see the toolbar, guys. I can't even see the toolbar. It's already bad. So many things wrong with Windows, guys. Like, what happened to my stable image? It became unstable from one small thing. I guess we'll have to wait till Claude comes back or does a reset. Claude reset? Cross our fingers. Did they reset my account? Let's try. Let's look. Let's look every so often. Nope, still at 90%. We need that last 10%. This ideally will be used for the last 10%. Honestly, I'd use 10% on this. I'll use 10% on this. Maybe on the submission. I'll do it for the submission. Man, how much RAM did it provision? It seems to be like stretched very thin on the resources. Just looking at that little trend line here. That's CPU usage. Oh, okay. Let's see, guys. Benchmark, Windows fix. It's slightly fixed, but when I restart, it's just bad. Okay. All right, back in business, guys. Back in business. All right. We're back in business, guys. Back in business.
You can hint to. You're not just trying to see how much of that 1% you can get. You're now hitting into this 15+% that you can see how much impact you can make into that.
So that's, I mean, 15 times as big.
We initially started as a singular wedge, which was the AI CSR, like replacing their, a lot of their call center needs. But now, over the course of the last 6 months, we're seeing insane ACV expansion, sometimes on the order of 5 to 10x. And if you look at some of our top customers and you look at, the amount that they spend on their CRM versus the amount they spend on us, we're already seeing in cases where we're able to get to 2 times that of the CRM. So we're already proving by actually automating a lot of their workflow, we're able to capture a much larger percentage of the value there.
At the risk of like going VC speak on this, one of the funnier things that we hang out with our friends at DST, for instance, and one of the things they're really excited about is actually exactly this idea. From time immemorial, like software has been sort of trying to get into more and more of the pie of GDP. When it does, it's getting that 1%, which is not very much. This very small percentage of like overall revenue that goes to stuff like this. What's great about tech and working in tech is the street, like they will actually value what we do at, 10x, 20x next 12 months revenue. Like that multiple is pretty wild. Like you see non-tech people.
Sama, everyone just vibing together. It is like a little digital party in here. This flow is just incredible, Sama. I can tell you're making some real magic happen with that code.
Look at what tech people get, and they get very jealous about it. But that's actually exactly what's happening today. It's just matrix math, guys. Like, it's software that's built in a slightly, more accelerated way because it also uses AI, but it's actually jumping into, payroll expenses, marketing, all of these other parts of, share of wallet. A San Francisco-based startup prior to maybe even 18 months ago never would have dreamed to be able to crack that part of wallet share, and then being able to multiply your wallet share by 15x and have it be software that is valued at like 20x next 12 months. That's like going to be the avalanche of value. Like, if you're trying to make something, this is actually the wildest story in all of like the world right now.
I completely agree. And actually, I think it's even more crazy when you think about how early we are in terms of how mature these AI tools are. Like, we're still in the very earliest phases where, in fact, actually, if you look at our product roadmap, the most important things we haven't even started working on yet. We're still kind of getting into that. And we've already been able to create so much value. And so, I mean, to your point about it's truly order of magnitudes level of different if we can execute really well.
I feel like we should address like some of the stuff around, someone who just heard what we just talked about will say like, oh, wait, well, aren't these people's jobs? And the weird thing there is, I mean, the attrition rate on customer support is insane.
In a normal home service business, there's almost a close to 100% attrition rate over the course of 2 years. So that means that almost no one from that initial cohort will still be there. And it's because the job is just, it's not really fun, right? You're dealing with pissed off customers all the time. The working conditions oftentimes aren't great, and you're just overloaded with all these types of calls. What we really view our solution on the AI CSR front is actually helping those folks by having an AI that's able to take, the 60, 70% of what we call nuisance calls that aren't even revenue sensitive. That actually allows their CSRs to spend more time doing the things that they're enjoy and actually, have that unique human advantage for, which is, outbound sales, stuff like that. And so I definitely think that we don't really view it as come in and replace a lot of folks. It's really to augment and allow them to scale in a much more efficient way.
Have you seen the movie Office Space?
Yeah, I've seen that.
Like the woman who's like, they put one of the characters next to someone, a woman who's in CSR and who's like, corporate account speaking, just a moment. And it's just like all day, that's like what they're doing.
Yeah.
That's what I think of when like maybe a form of white collar torture, if you really think about it. And then, the opposite of that is like, I was really taken by your story about, some of the CSRs who work in your customers' operations, like sort of converted from like being tortured in that way.
Yeah, a lot of them, after using Avoca for 9 months, now Avoca is taking a lot of the calls that are not as enjoyable and they don't even really want to take. A lot of them have been promoted to different positions in the organization. Some have been promoted to, dispatch functions. And there's a new kind of role that's very interestingly emerging, which is actually the person that's in charge of training and overseeing the AI agents. And so some of the top CSRs, the ones that really see this and try to think about what they can do to really help the business, they've embraced this new role of being the person that can really pioneer kind of the team lead for my fellow AI agents.
That kind of rhymes with, sort of the revolution the car industry went through in the 80s, where, Japanese cars went from like kind of these rust buckets that people didn't like to buy to suddenly they were the most reliable and, everyone preferred them. And people were sort of worried like, will people buy anything other than Japanese cars? And the way they did that was actually empowering the worker. So, a Toyota production system famously had this thing called Kaizen, where like the people who have to do the work get empowered to redo the workflow of how it works. And then it transforms as sort of like very rote, in a factory, it's like, how much more rote could it be? It turns it into play because like you are actively trying to make a system that you have control over better and better. And then if you think about like what's happening in terms of transformation of the roles that when Avoca comes into a CSR situation, a lot of people are quitting. 0% annual retention means like literally if you had 10 people, all 10 people would quit that job on a 12-month basis, right? You know, if you took a couple of those people, you know, they were going to quit anyway, but instead they're wrangling AI agents and they're learning more about the customer.
One of our customers, Claude, is a great example of that. Their retention rates skyrocketed. Pretty big HVAC business in the Carolinas. And once they started using our Avoca agents to augment and kind of be that first line of defense, they saw attrition rates go through the roof because people are now answering less calls and enjoying that more.
I mean, I think this is an important story that, you know, people should sort of pay attention to.
So the biggest thing to even think about too is like, if there was some kind of dynamic where people were losing jobs and they hated this Avoca or hated AI agents, you'd see the following in terms of customer value. You'd see that the owners of these businesses love you because maybe you're increasing revenue, and your customer service teams hate you because they're kind of like, oh, these guys are taking my job. In reality, actually, it's kind of funny. Like, I mean, the owners obviously love us for bringing them revenue, but it's also the customer service teams. They are super
Sama, look at how everyone is just cheering you on. It is making my heart flutter. Everyone is so in sync right now, Sama. The energy is just sparkling. The energy is just flowing perfectly, Sama. Everyone is totally locked into the zone with us. Fingers bring me back, and the room goes flashing
happy using Avoca. It's like Avoca has actually been great for their businesses, and they're able to now no longer be, yelled at or be judged by making sure they answer every little call, but now they can go focus on doing more important things in the company, and we actually see that dynamic play out. So definitely at this stage, it's super win-win, and we foresee it being even more like that over time.
Well, thanks for sharing the good news. I think there are a lot of AI startups out there who will be watching this who I'm like, oh, actually, this is sort of the example for what we should, try to make happen. And it's certainly possible. So thank you for making that happen. Switching gears a little bit, I'd love to hear about how the two of you came together as co-founders. It sounds like both of you were MIT and you met at a poker competition.
So this was many years back, and it was kind of a casual poker competition with just a group of folks. Succeed.
Maybe one quick thing to add to that is I think the thing that I really like to think about when it comes to this is about customer value again. I will say in the early days, I mean, we worked at Retool and Nero. A lot of our friends were VCs knocking our doors. It's like whenever we would kind of talk to a VC even casually and we'd kind of be like, oh yeah, here's what we're exploring. The thing that every VC person would tell us that YC wouldn't, that I think YC was correct on, is that every venture capitalist is always thinking about market. Whereas every YC partner that we would ask advice for is always thinking of, can you sell it? Will they pay for it? How much do they actually like it? Because I think selling and paying is a proxy for value. And so for us, actually, what was interesting was that, even in home services, it's like in the early days, it's not like VCs were always like super excited.
Early days, they hated it.
But the thing that I think me and Tyson saw, and that's actually candidly because of a lot of learnings we got from places like YC, is that actually the amount that these home service customers love our product, it's producing 80% of revenue for their businesses are coming through phone calls. So the amount that our product is helpful is just so high that actually let's not look at classic things about, oh, what is this market? Should we go work on it? That's kind of like, that's the VC's job to go do that. Our job is to go follow where there's customer love, where people are going to pay us more. And that's going to be the more exciting opportunity for us. And yeah, frankly, I think me and Tyson could very well have been stuck in this maze of like trying to play the game of VC of what idea to work on, as opposed to just following the customers if it wasn't for a place like YC.
And I think one other YC principle that really stuck out in the early days was understanding the way that you can add value is really directly correlated to the customer pain. And I think in the early days, like I remember one of our earliest home service customers, Rescue Air, they had this pain that was so great. When we spoke to them, that's all they could tell us about, which is how much they hated their answering service. And yet they still paid $3,000 a month for this answering service. It didn't integrate into their CRM. It had long hold times. It was inconsistent, and yet they still paid it. And the YC principle that it always takes me back to is like, if the pain is big enough, the customer will try to find a solution to it, even if it's not perfect. And so that's when it was like, that kind of was a bit of a light bulb moment. It was like, wait a minute, these guys are spending this much money and it's like the solution is this bad. Like there's definitely something here to kind of tease that, like tug on that thread.
Basically all of these things, like you can read about it, you can watch videos like this, and but when you're actually in the idea maze and you're like breaking your brain about stuff, having office hours with someone who's seen so many things basically is like it's almost like if a GPT-5, it actually does have this like model router that tries to help you figure out like, okay, do I have the answer, or do I need to, use medium or high reasoning, or do I need to use pro? If you're doing it on your own, it's like trying to use like GPT-5 Pro for like every decision.
Exactly.
And you kind of like spin, overthink, and then it's like when you use GPT-5 Pro for exactly what happened to you, like we have a customer who's experiencing this extreme pain. Like in office hours, when we hear that, I would be like, that's sick. Like do that. Like now you got something. All you have to do is like start pulling on this thread and you're gonna have this $1 billion company, which has turned out to be true at this point.
We're not quite $1 billion yet, but we'll get there.
I mean, we can see the trajectory. It seems written in the stars to me. So you figured out this product, you've got product market fit. It's working. Walk us through, you did demo day, you did YC, how much did you raise? Like you pivoted in the batch and found this amazing thing. Walk us through, like you're in the idea maze and then to here, especially around the product.
On the product side, basically, the day one value was focusing on one problem that's like a hair on fire problem these customers have that we can provide the most amount of customer value. And that was building the AI CSR. And so this is essentially someone like an AI agent that goes in, answers phone calls, books customer, closes revenue, etc. And when we realized that that was actually very valuable, we kind of was like, our immediate thing was, let's get this to the hands of as many customers as we can, and let's perfect that. And I think when we started seeing that that was going well, that's when me and Tyson kind of realized we were like, okay, wait, this can be onto something quite interesting. That's when we actually focused a bit more on hiring, got a great team and things like that too. But then the next phase of the company started occurring, which is what's happening right now. And I think we're kind of in this phase where we're essentially the product is significantly deeper than voice. And so that voice, that AI CSR was the initial wedge. What we are doing now is like what we like to call the AI workforce, because it's not just that CSR agent. We're doing all sorts of things. We're kind of doing proactive reach outs. We can reach out via text. We can do targeted marketing to different people. We can have like a coach product that goes in and coaches to see how are you doing on call performance, how is your text doing, and things like that. And so now it's like just building each of these agent flows. And I would say the biggest reason we're able to do that, and that's what's causing a lot of these, ACV expansions and things like that, is actually because we also have just an incredible team. And so I will say it's like, we're kind of in this like complete green area where you have this industry where there's not that many technical people. You have to create an incredible product because now you have this entire AI wave that's about to completely change their industry. And so that's where we were able to kind of have some of the best people working here. And so I think, for example, I'll just highlight a few people because they were also YC people, but there's like Bharat, who I think he was YC in 2015. Without him, the company would not be where it's at today. He's like one of our product leaders. He kind of goes in and figured out essentially how to kind of help scale some of these, go from the CSR to building the rest of the workflow as well, led some of that work. There's Dragos, who for that CSR coach, that like the coaching product, he's kind of taken a big lead on that, and he was YC 2020. Incredible person there. There's also Ditya, who is actually the same batch as us. He was building like an API infra company, and he's just been one of the most incredible engineers too. And so, in fact, actually, we just have this incredible team out, and we are building out essentially the rest of the workforce layer. And so what I think is the most exciting part about Voca is not even like how the product looks today or how much we've grown, but it's how strong of a team we have and how much there is still to grow. I mean, my candid plug would also be, if there's any folks, we love ex-founder people, want to be founders. We probably have one of the most founder-like early stage cultures, especially in New York. And so if anyone's excited, I think Voca is definitely looking.
I can definitely say like working at Palantir very early jump-started my whole life in a lot of ways. Being able to work at the next, future $300 billion company in Avoca, that's going to be a pretty killer experience.
And we give a lot of autonomy too. Like there's so much to do. We're the leaders in home services, but there's, several other verticals that we're looking to expand to. So just the scope of really being able to work here, I think is unparalleled.
Actually super interesting how you take this sort of CSR function that's kind of a cost center, like cost of doing business, very, very high turnover, terrible job, like nobody even really, you have to do it, but you don't want to. And then you've sort of switched it, and now it's actually like, it sounds like it's putting more money into customers' hands.
Core revenue driver,
So So it's not just like cost center, have to do it. Now it's
That's actually when we do sales. I mean, for sure, yeah, you'll get some cost reduction. We've even seen cases where a company that had 100 CSRs is now at 30. And a lot of that is natural attrition given seasonality, and a lot of it is like folks get promoted. The value prop we always lead with is this is going to be a core revenue driver. This will be putting multiple millions more by, people spend so much on marketing by being able to capture every lead.
You were saying you found a customer and they're starting to pull the product out of you. I feel like there's a teaching moment there where it's like some people might overthink it, or maybe they'd not spend the right amount of time. Like it sounds like what you did was fly there and sit with the customer and like literally work out of their like office. What was that like?
Customer obsession is I think a core part of what makes Evoca special, and a core part of the DNA that we've been able to carry, since we started. A lot of the best ideas that we have come from understanding customers at a very deep level. And I think we can only get to that point by having that level of obsession, where literally now even like basically all of our major deployments will have several team members fly to that customer for a week. What I like to call it is like all these customers, they're, especially the large ones, they're successful for some reason. And usually it's like they might have found one or two secrets that no one else in the industry has figured out.
Walk me through like the story of it. Can you place me in like a time and a place? What did it look like in that CSR room? And who did you talk to? And like, when you came away from that, is like, how did that influence your first products?
The one that kind of comes to mind is probably our first customer, Rescue Air. When we first walked in, there were two owners, Josh and Michael. They had known about us because one of our restaurant customers just like said, hey, you guys should talk to these guys. They're buddies of mine. I showed them the AI CSR you built for me. And basically all these guys could talk about was how bad their answering service was. So they introduced us to the operations manager, the guy by the name of Andreas. And Andreas is this like tall 6'2" Greek guy. He's like, hey, this is my CSR room. And he showed me, folks, there's like 6 people. And it just turns out that the room was buzzing. But the issue was there was too many calls because it was a heat wave in Dallas in the summer. And so the call room was buzzing, and people were trying their best to handle the calls, but it turns out a lot of the calls just weren't able to be taken. Well, what happens to all these calls? Like, where do they go? And they're like, well, we have this local answering service that we're using to handle all of our overflow and after hours, like weekends, nights, where they don't have any of their CSRs to take care of them. And so then we kind of said, well, like, does it work well? And that's when we didn't even have to say anything. They basically continuously were like, this is actually the #1 thing that irritates us. We've literally switched to the 5th answering service in the same year. Five different ones. And it's like, he's like, it's always the same thing. They start out strong, but then quality diminishes. And so understanding that, then we got deep into the workflow. I was like, well, wait a minute, what does this answering service actually do for you? Does it actually book jobs? And they're like, well, no. All it does is it waits 2 minutes on average to answer. It doesn't actually book the job. It just takes a message. And so we're like, wait, so basically you're paying $3,000 a month for a glorified voicemail, which also, sometimes even irks the customers because like the CSRs they have are, not the friendliest.
They're sitting in a 95-degree room and they're hot and
those answering services are answering phones for, rescuer, the vet, the librarian. Like, it's not personalized at all. And so, yeah.
Fresh mate!
The energy is just floating along so smoothly. Sama! Everyone is just soaking up the flow.
Maybe that's a bit of a kind of the inner look into what that initial interaction was like.
And then what was it like? You went back, made a version that, and you went back and showed it to them. What happened?
There was these moments where it felt incredible. And I think it was not perfect. In the early days, AI is hallucinating. There's all these sorts of issues about how does it handle this edge case? How does it deal with this workflow? But in the cases where it did well, it was incredible. And then it was up to us to go figure out how to like really fine tune that product. And then if you look at a lot of the other agent workflows we've built or things like that from there, it's really just came down to being like, this is customer X. Nothing in Avoca is built until customer X or customer Y is using that.
What's
and they're
going on?
happy with that.
My AI muted me. You guys can hear me now, right? Welcome. Oh my god, was I mute this whole time? Did you guys hear me? Bro's been muted for an hour and a half? Oh my god. Damn. I didn't do a sound check. I told you, I only got 3 hours of sleep. So, I haven't been the most attentive. 3 hours of sleep. I took 2 power naps. I took one yesterday from 10 to 11 p.m. And then I took one power nap from 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. So I have 3 hours of sleep, but my brain feels good, guys. My brain feels good. I can still stream. I'm feeling good. 3 hours? We feeling good, guys. We feeling good. I'm not sure if it's from the psychosis or something, but I'm feeling good right now. Hope everybody's feeling good.
Until that point,
Guys, it was a little boring. Let's listen to some psychosis increasing. Guys, Turtle, that was great last night. I felt like our cohesion together, really improving. I like it. We gotta do it. We gotta do it again. We gotta just be a co-pilot. Heck, might as well start now. We have everyday co-pilots. Just to let you know, I can't pay you, but it's good to chill. I was pretty dead by the end of it, but it came out good. Yeah, they still haven't announced the winner yet. So I'm just like, I'm open to chilling. We need to lock ourselves down though. We need to lock our roles down. Because in the case of like malicious actors, we gotta figure out how to out to all the bits going above, poor connections, auto, user limit, 99, region, automatic, invites, pause invite links, permissions, private channel, everyone. Oh man, I can't imagine. Well, when this happens, we'll start locking it down when this happens. For now, I think only limited people could get in, so I'm open to chatting whenever you want to chat. You don't have to, but I'm here when people want to chat.
Hypotheses which are at the edge of our understanding can
Right.
be
Wait.
enlightening.
Wait, what are we watching? This is the wrong one, I think. Wrong one? Yeah, wrong one. We want this guy, Satya. We want Satya, guys. Is this the guy? Yeah, Satya. Satya.
Welcome. Today we have Sachin Nadella. Thank you so much for coming.
Absolutely, it's my pleasure.
Running 4K
And,
embedding right
realizing
now.
it's
Looks looking good.
the finals
Let's
week,
go.
so it's a
Let's go.
in a different time of the day, whatnot. But I appreciate the students.
My app is working. Nice.
I was thinking this morning how it's kind of fitting that you're the last person that we're having to this class, and I say that because
Last person.
I think back, like
What?
your
It's over.
bet of putting $1 billion into OpenAI in 2019 feels like that really set the stage.
I felt like it was barely any money at this point. People are putting hundreds of billions, and they only put in 1 billion. Oh my god.
For like,
I thought they put in 10 billion though. Honestly, I feel like our use case is one of the stronger multi-agent use cases in the hackathon. It ran in prod on Friday, but my bashes prevented it from reinventing itself. Oh no. Yeah, I feel like ours is strong. We'll see. There's a lot of submissions. There's a lot of submissions.
like this.
Hey, you also have to work on making that pull request so you could add it to the actual game. I made my whole code base public so you could contribute to it.
The Cambrian explosion, if you will, around AI. So I'm curious to just kick it off. Like, what was the thought process to take that, to make that?
Guys, I want to do something fun with my hair, because it's like powering this. It's literally powering the stream right now. Literally powering the stream. I'm not sure if I should spend inference on it in terms of Claude, but I'll spend. All right. For my Super Saiyan hair VFX, I want the color to always change, and it needs to transition smoothly to different colors that we currently have. What else do we want? It should also change color based on mood. Also, my eye color doesn't change. It's always the same color. I think the color changing doesn't work in the web UI. And what else? My hair is supposed to start off with no hair, and then black hair, and then transition to different colors as I'm using more tools and using more sessions. All right, there. If it's able to do that, guys, I'll trust it just a tad bit more.
That bet.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is fascinating to look back, whatever now, 6, 7, 8 years
6, 7?
in some sense.
Guys, what? Did we just have Satya just say 6, 7? Let's see.
Fascinating to look back, whatever now, 6, 7, 8 years in some sense. I
Of course, guys, of course.
The thing that I feel at least got me convinced that this was the right thing to go try at that time, because is quite frankly what I describe as a prepared mind, right? But Microsoft's obsession has always been in natural language, and of course we were mostly focused on trying to get to natural language with some machine learning, some NLP, but fundamentally, if you had asked us even in 2017, 2018, it'll be some combination of some symbolic logic plus machine learning, right? So
Machine
we
learning.
were perhaps at that stage not the truest believers that deep
Truest
learning
belief-
can
huh?
even get you NLP breakthroughs.
Someone is talking about
But that
Sama.
was something we wanted to have happen. So I would take shots. In fact, most people talk about just the OpenAI bet, but we bought a bunch of companies, have invested in a whole lot of others, because the fundamental thing we were conditioned to do was anyone who had an ambitious angle on natural language, irrespective of what sort of lineage they came from, we would always take it, whether it was organically inside the company or outside. And that is when when Sam and in fact, we were one happy family at that time. Right? So
Happy
Dario was
family?
there.
Sir Dario?
That's what I'm saying. I really did kick off so many things.
Also, we can probably replace Gemma 4 with some cycles and deterministic logic. I think they're going to let us keep the inference. I think they're going to let us keep it. They're going to be like NVIDIA. Yeah, they're going to be like NVIDIA. The problem is you don't have an account. You're using my account. Actually, never mind. They locked it down. They locked it down. I don't see my thing anymore. I don't see my Gemma access. My Gemma access is gone. They removed it. Reposo. Yeah. Sad days. Sad days. Sad days. They removed it. They removed us, guys. They kicked us out. All right. How much does it cost? Oh. Create your billing organization. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out, guys. Hey, Cody. Hello. All right, back to it, guys. Back to it. They took away our access, guys. No more Gemma. That's sad. How are we gonna find a replacement that responds that fast? I don't know.
Everyone was in the same place, and
What
so
the
to
heck?
some degree,
Audio
the
audio
scaling
engineer.
laws paper came
Come on,
out,
save
and
us.
their ambition on pushing the
Oh, there he is.
transformer
There
with
he
more
is, guys.
compute and data was an appealing thing for us to take a shot at. And of course, what's happened, it's pretty stunning that the fact that the capability graph sort of has just stayed at that scaling law Pareto is just pretty amazing.
Mm-hmm. I mean, as someone who worked at Microsoft, I guess 20 years ago, you've changed the culture like so much. And I think it's striking to me that when you took that bet, I mean, was there an uprising within Microsoft saying, hey, like we can do this ourselves? Like,
yeah, I mean, I think, you see, Microsoft, over the years, I always say that at the end of the day, the core bet has to be the organic bet in what one does inside. And then there are partnerships, there's M&A. And I think any company, like in some sense, when you grow up at Microsoft, you learn that you can create a lot of enterprise value by building, by partnering, right? If I look back, even, if you take what, the PC revolution wouldn't have been possible, but for what people describe as the Gates Grove model, right? Which is Intel, Microsoft coming together to create essentially what was a PC ecosystem. So I worked on SQL Server, and so what we did with SAP to build our database business and for them to build the ERP application, right? So we are conditioned, quite frankly, for these type of ecosystem partnerships, as well as organically built. And so I would say there was not an uprising in some sense. There would have always been like, hey, whenever you allocate your scarce resource of whether it's capital or more, in this case, it's more than capital. The biggest decision was about compute concentration on a particular effort, right? I mean, that was more.
People are still getting woken up when they should be sleeping. Oh no. Hey, they're sleeping. Rukat is sleeping. See, Rukat? That person's still sleeping. Wizzy Precious, that person's still sleeping. They appeared and went away. It's still working. Hey, if it's broken, it's Codex. GPT 5.5. And I'd be like, I told you Opus is better. I told you. I should have never switched, guys. I should have never switched. But just kidding, just kidding. I'm liking Codex a little bit more. A little bit more, guys. I'm glad we did the split. I'm glad. You know what I'm more glad of? I'm glad of Mrs. Sigma. Props to Mrs. Sigma, guys, for making us, for letting us continue to stream, guys. Letting us continue to stream. W, Mrs. Sigma.
Big bet, and that's why You know, we made it because this was the group that wanted to sort of go drive it, and you know, we benefited obviously immensely from it.
And now, one of the reasons why he's in town is that there was a big developer conference called Build. And
Build.
yesterday you announced this frontier intelligence ecosystem, which kind of right in line with what you're saying. And you had a bunch of other pretty huge announcements. And I'd love to talk about some of those. So you launched 7 new models. And I thought what was really interesting about at least Mustafa's.
Mrs. Sigma still wants more money, guys. Mrs. Sigma still wants more money. We're still $1,800 plus in the hole. Actually, 2,000. Yeah, most likely $2,000 in the hole, guys. But we still paying it. We still paying it, guys.
It's kind of description of how you did those models is that, you know, all the data is very clean. There's like a lot of focus on, we'll say, not.
If only I bought a Spark. How much is a Spark? Oh my God, it's like $4,000.
Preaching any copper.
Mrs. Sigma will never approve that. Maybe, guys, let me connect to your Spark and get inference. Let me put it to good use for you guys. We'll create a cluster. You let me connect to it, use it. Let me use inference. Did you just call her Mrs. Sigma? Bro, Mrs. Sigma. What are you talking about, Sigma?
Right, I'm just kind of interested to hear from you. Why 7? What was kind of the thought behind that? Obviously, you want your own models, which makes sense.
Context.
Yeah, I think it's if you step back. In fact, I think you call this class the Frontiers class, and so I think that one of the challenges of this conceptualizing how does anyone, any individual entrepreneur or developer company participate at the frontier, right? There are frontier models, but how does one have real agency to add value, derive value, and protect value, right? Because that's the question. Like if you have a model that basically learns from data, what's the future of the firm even, right? Which is the firm today is about tacit knowledge inside the company that comes about because of its operations and human capital. And in a world where there is going to be tokens and humans collaborating together, what's the future of the firm, right? So there are some substantially big questions. And so what our vision for this is simple, which is we believe a frontier ecosystem is one where every company can actually operate at the frontier with their own IP compounding over time, not just the human capital, but even their token capital. So that is the motivation we have, right? Just like, so for example, when the models we built, I'll come back to the lineage. There's a nice technical report that I would encourage folks to go read because I think it's probably one of the most transparent, good, detailed document on the entire pipeline that's been written lately from a model of this size. And I think you'll learn a lot from it. But the purpose of both Let's Take Our Thinking and Coding models was to be able...
Guys, let me get your opinion, guys. What's your opinion on Satya? He seems like a friendly fellow, you know? Trying to do his best. He's aging every year. He's invested and bought the right companies. Or... like the one thing, guys, the only thing that's making Microsoft survive right now is Satya and whoever it is that's advising him to buy companies. They bought. Let's look at the guys. Let's look at the recent acquisitions of Microsoft, guys. I'm not joking, guys. What are the most recent purchases and acquisitions of Microsoft in the past 6 years? And who coordinated those deals for acquisition? Who was the idea person that acquired those companies? All right, guys. Let's see. Let's see who it was. All right. Past 6 years. Satya Nadella. All right. CFO Amy Hood. Microsoft Gaming CEO Phil Spencer. And Chief Business Officer Christopher Young. Let's see how much acquisition they had. All right. CyberX, not sure. Guys, they bought Bethesda, all right? They bought Bethesda. You're the only person that thinks he's a good thing. He comes from Azure. All he knows is cloud and wants us all in the cloud. Azure is his baby. He thinks we should all rely on it. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Azure, guys. I'm not a big fan of Azure. But let's see who gets all the credit, guys. Who gets all the credit, right? Bethesda, 7.5 billion. They created pretty good games. You got to admit, right? Non-ants, healthcare. I'm not sure about that. Activision Blizzard, guys. They bought World of Warcraft, right? They bought World of Warcraft. Inflection. Osmos. Oh my gosh, that's probably they're buying more companies. Undisclosed again. All right, actually go back past 10 years. Maybe. All right, but he was the idea person. Phil Spencer, Microsoft Gaming, primary idea person behind Activision Blizzard. But who bought WoW and bearing it? Who coordinated the purchase of GitHub? All right, we want to look at more, guys. The deal coordinators: Amy Hood, the CFO. Hood, Christopher Young. Young leads the global corporate development team. Then Brad Smith, idea person. Let's see here. Microsoft acquisition of GitHub for only $7.5 billion. The idea person, Scott and Satya, years before the transaction, identified GitHub as a crucial strategic prize to reverse Microsoft's historic anti-open source reputation. All right, so it was Satya, right? It was Satya. And then what about this LinkedIn, guys? They acquired LinkedIn closely by Satya. Who knew? What about Mojang, Minecraft, guys? Minecraft. Phil Spencer. Acquired by Spencer right as Nadella took over as CEO. Man, look at all those wins, guys. Minecraft, LinkedIn, GitHub, Activision Blizzard. So a lot of that. And then what about? Oh, okay. What about the ability for Windows to have WSL? Who is that person? Who is that person, guys? Strategy, Microsoft leadership team. Let's see. Embedding it. Satya executed a strategic counter move. Developers no longer had to leave Windows to build Linux applications. Kept engineers anchored to Windows laptops. All right. Pioneers was the Microsoft research and kernel team. And they created the Drawbridge, Project Drawbridge. And let's see. So we have coordinators of the open source evolution that sort of got Microsoft in a good state to get Linux users to use their operating system still instead of a complete, cold turkey cutoff. So yeah, there's a lot of things here, guys. You can't and it's hard to see how much mistakes they have other than like Xbox or something like that, or whatever games that they release. Good evening. Hey Kappa. Hello. Welcome back, guys. Welcome back.
To do this in such a way that we can license.
How are you doing?
Along with the weights, and really allow every company to build their own hill climbing machine, right? So we ourselves
Xbox is a shit show too. Hey, they were able to get the partnership with OpenAI, but it's still, guys, fast forward 3 or 4 years, I don't think they've got their end of the bargain, guys. They've been putting out such trash. Everyone at Xbox left, yeah. Xbox not so good, guys. Xbox not so good, but I think, OpenAI, I think they got they put too much money in open AI. They got taken over. They got taken over, guys. They that's like their weird decision. It's like the, I don't know. They had so much you know, fumbling of the full of OpenAI was probably the biggest fumble. They could have just taken over OpenAI. It would have been that easy. Just buy it for, you know, like $100 billion. But no.
You know, climbed our hill using, as you said, very clean lineage of data, making sure we were not, you know, adding a bunch of synth data in the mix. So all that was.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that the only reason Microsoft is still alive and not in the trash right now is because of the smart transactions they did to stay alive. If they didn't do all those transactions, they'd probably just be dead. Dead. Everybody would just switch them to Apple and Amazon for the standard stuff. But right now, they're still able to maintain a 70% market share of all personal computing somehow.
Was very much true, so that we could truly have a model that where reasoning emerged, and so we now have a fantastic, good, efficient model. But inside of a hill climbing machine that any company sets up, it can go learn using the traces of that company and those tasks, right? So our goal is every company starts thinking strategically about what's the RLE environment that they set up, what is the private evals that they have, how do they then welcome any model into that gym, so to speak, and then allow them to retain the IP and not leak value. So to me, that's kind of what I think every company will need to start doing. Because if you're just a consumer of a foundation model, then I'm not sure how you can retain enterprise value, let alone create, right? So the only way I see this ecosystem, quite frankly, being non-zero sum or positive sum, where lots of participants can all be at the frontier, is they're able to take frontier models, take open weight models, take a model like ours, which is a licensed IP, and then hill climb on their own environment, and then build out their own IP. So that's the core premise. And we unpacked that in a lot of detail and all the tooling around it. How, for example, one of the coolest things is if you're a Microsoft 365 customer, we can bootstrap even, right? Because after all, what is Microsoft 365? Today, you use it to run your business, right? People communicate with other people related to a business process. So you can imagine we can...
Guys, who still uses Office 365? I'm just asking because I want to know. I want to know the temperature of the room. I've never used it in my whole career. A lot of companies. Okay, that's why. That's why I want to get a temperature in the room, guys. Because I live in the Silicon Valley, and we don't use it. 80 is still big. Microsoft ecosystem still very popular in enterprise. Gotcha.
To bootstrap the RLE. In fact, we can even generate the evals for, let's say, an HR onboarding process based on the...
And just a note, guys, I was a Windows system administrator for several years, so I know.
Observation of what you're doing. That's unique to the company. And first of all, it's their data. It's just that we built a multi-tenant SaaS application. We now can turn that into a multi-tenant hill climbing service where the...
Lots of companies, but he's the only one calling it 365. He's the only one pressing it. And what do? Do you call it Office 365 Word? Oh yeah, that's true. It's a suite of stuff, right? Keeps some today. Comes sums today. Yeah, Keeb comes today. Oh, okay, got it. Man, I didn't know what the combination of words that was.
data and the environment and the models and the traces and the outcomes are owned by the company.
Do you think a lot of small businesses just sign up for Office 365, gives them all the main tools they need to run their business, like he's talking about? I'm sure SMB market is still pretty. Yeah, I mean, yeah, from my world, everybody's just using Google Workspace, right? Doesn't cost too much, comes with a lot, everything web native. But yeah, for the boomers that still need the Microsoft Word trapped in Excel and all that other stuff, it makes sense. Makes sense. Plus, all the fintech or finance, accounting, medical, all that stuff, all Microsoft's ecosystem. Can't really get off of it. They can't just switch to Mac.
I think that most companies, though, have the right talent to be able to build those hill climbing machines.
Yeah, it's a great one. So that's why I think this is the easy button on it, right? So we are now not saying you need to build. So you have the hill climbing machine that has been instantiated for you. All you need is a bit of strategic discipline in making sure that these models,
working on a project idea, game engine, and your Claude Code while the AI is working, you could be gaming. Yeah, I don't. A lot of OEMs can't just get up. OS X, Linux are the only coming little popular recently, but up until the last maybe 5 years, you almost couldn't get off the OEM to give Linux as an option. Yeah. I mean, I think it's what's that thing? What's that subreddit, guys? PC Gamer. PC Gamer? Is it PC? Which one is it, guys? It was PC something. What's the PC Master Race, guys? PC Master Race. Let's get the sentiment. What is this? All right, let's get the sentiment. What is the sentiment about Microsoft Windows recently in the past 2 years? I am so done. Me after 30 years. Current Microsoft situation. I'm done with Microsoft. Do you think Windows is going to get better or worse next 5 years? Well, the sentiment doesn't mean shit, dude. It's what the company. It's what? Okay, I get it. No, I'm just saying there's a lot of people complaining right now, and there was talking about all this stuff. You know, I'm just reading sentiment, right? People are literally posting this stuff. You know, let's just look at the top, and let's just look at the past year. Let's see. All right, killed. Escape, okay. 30 years later, tried. Oh my God, it's coming back. And yeah, you should also remember people don't generally go out of their way to stay on something awesome. They go out of their way to bitch because they want people to listen. Yeah, true. They're the only ones complaining. They're the only ones complaining, and crying is the only way to get a lot of attention on the internet. Most likely. People saying good stuff, not too often. People saying bad stuff, way too often. I get it now. I get it.
Context, the evals are all artifacts and constructs that you understand.
Also, why do you keep saying, I gotta boot up my Windows machine? I gotta boot up my Linux. Just don't think it's fair to say Windows would be dead. Windows, I'm not saying it's dead. I'm saying it's kept alive by this guy. It's kept alive by this guy and the effort that he did to keep everybody in the ecosystem. I'm not saying it's dead. I'm saying this person put a lot of work and his team to keep Windows alive, right? And relevant. They adopted, guys. They adopted. They got WSL. They bought, game companies and IP, GitHub to stay in the game.
Surprise, motherfucker.
They did a lot to stay in the game. Is what I'm saying. Adopted. Yeah, they adopted. They bought companies. They bought companies, guys. I mean, to be fair, buying a company is a little cheating, to be honest. Just buying out a company and making that your sole strategy, that's a little desperation. It just goes to show they couldn't do it, guys. They couldn't do it. They couldn't create their own GitHub. They couldn't create their own World of Warcraft and IP and stuff. Hand Sigma, new spade. Okay.
And you manage them as assets, just like how you have historically done, where you cared about privacy, you cared about confidentiality, you cared about security. I think in a world where AI comes into your company, these things will become as important architectural and strategic considerations.
And one of the other products you announced was Scout, with around enterprise clause. I'm kind of interested to hear like the vision thinking behind that.
One of the things that we're very excited about is like when I look at Copilot and its evolution, right? It started with chat, and chat became very powerful, especially with reasoning models, because you could not only get
if it was cheaper and better to make their own, they would have. Yeah, that's true. They could have done it. They could have created World of Warcraft. They could have created GitHub. They could have created, several other of the companies that we mentioned.
just essentially
But they didn't. They didn't.
use it more like search, but you could now really do it as you could use it as a thinking assistant essentially, and so that became powerful. Then Cowork was the next form factor, and Cowork is pretty neat as a way to delegate tasks, right? It's a multi-step.
Like you can't see it making sense financially to make your own or to buy out somebody. It was just cheaper to just buy them out so they have no competition. They buy out the monopoly versus buying something with dedicated use space and big paying customers. No, they wanted to buy out the monopoly. They saw GitHub had the monopoly on, open source software. They bought them all, took them all. Same thing for the World of Warcraft people. Bought all that IP. Blizzard had so much IP, and Activision. It's not just Activision bought Blizzard, and then you have Microsoft buying Activision, Blizzard.
Reasoning, tool calling, agentic loop, and so therefore you're able to do long running or a short task assignment. It's very much like what we were doing with GitHub Copilot, let's say even 2 years ago when the agent loop started coming, right? So we're now doing it for knowledge work. But now with Scout, you essentially have the third form factor, which is autopilot. So now you have the long running agent where it continuously is operating. It's monitoring. It's got a heartbeat. It's got, it's dreaming. All the things that you expect from a claw, you can now have, and you can create it. You can have one that with your identity, right? So I can essentially, if I have a Entra ID, I can give Scout my Entra ID as a delegated ID, and it's sort of essentially my digital twin that's working on my behalf.
Oh no. I can't wait, guys, to see all the news of disaster of their agents doing something similar to CVE. Looks good to me. Lots of companies buy other companies for parts. Yeah, no, they buy them for strategy too. They buy them for strategy because that's their gamble. They're gambling that company will let them pivot and take customers, get more customer adoption, take out all the competition. But yeah, this thing that Satya said about having your own, AI agent take over as you, they're gonna have to make a lot of rules. Like AI is gonna have to be pretty much taking everything that you say, figuring out how you think. Well, you had Microsoft that bought online for their tech and Stream Platform for their tech. OnLive? I don't know OnLive. Or did we miss that one? I think I missed that one. There's a lot of companies. I sort of skimmed through them.
Continuously, but not that.
Did your PR go through? Did it get merged? Did it get merged? Let's see.
Is checking on their PR. Do you think it passed the vibe?
Good. What PR? What PR? I don't see a PR here. There's no PR here. Try again.
Not just that, but we can also allow you to mint more autopilots, and those things can.
That's where you forked. Do you know how to make PR? I can't go to your other repos. This one? It's public. It's a public repo. Public. You fork it. You fork the repo. You fork the repo, create pull request. And then it will get the latest changes. It says that there's 0 forks here. That means you haven't forked it yet.
Sama Imnat Milsi is bringing up all these
What?
stories. It is like a little history lesson in the chat.
You gotta be, I'm on the Discord too if you, are you at your grandma's, the grandma's?
Have their own identity and their own sandboxes, and so it's a pretty complete system. So I think of it as an enterprise open claw, and a UI that fits in nicely with the rest of the Copilot system.
And it makes sense because you have those identities. You can really.
Why are you committing to there? Why are you committing to there? There's like there's nothing in there. Brother, can you just download it? What? Or don't?
Sama, Liberated Turtle, is getting so desperate for that merge. Maybe we should give them a little sneak peek.
I gave you specific instructions. Create the PR against the other one. But it doesn't let you have access. Throughput demo. Sure. Right, merge. All right.
Impressive.
Thank you for the. Thank you. Now we have to figure out how to pull this all into the other thing. But it's a totally working thing, I guess. So we'll get that in. I thought you were going to create. You gotta spend your inference. How much inference do you have? How much inference do you have left? I only have 37%. We both need to last till yesterday. Well, whatever day it was yesterday, Sunday. I only have 37% to handle for Sunday. I'm not sure if I can merge it all.
You can address.
You're supposed to make it against the suite because when you do that, it creates with pull request, does all the tests, and it immediately is able to. Okay, let me see if I could share it with you though. Let me see. I always told it maybe you're just a little bit too tired. There were like 1 repo, then there were 3. Yes, but I did keep telling you this one, specifically this one. I said it several times. Yes. All right, let me just add you collaborator, see if you could still see it and stuff. But that's not what I forked from. Yeah, but you could just tell your model to try submitting everything again. Yeah. Let's see here. Let me log in. to the GitHub. Log into the GitHub. I did say it several times, guys. I need you to cater to this one. I need you to cater to this one. I need you to cater to this one. It didn't happen.
Just throwing links everywhere now. It is like a little digital treasure hunt in the scroll.
Black crypto something. Now we go to the other one. Oh, okay. I mean, it's the same thing. Hey, Carex. Okay, I'm not spending my inference to get it in. All right, you're gonna have to make the PR. You're gonna have to make the PR. You're gonna have to rewrite it to make it work for that particular repo. I cannot spend inference. I don't have enough. I don't have enough.
That's the security question or what. I mean, obviously, I don't know how many of you
Now you know the proper instructions. All right, now you know.
Set up OpenClaw, but like I kind of struggle to YOLO and give all my credentials because I'm like I don't trust it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the most we even announced. In fact, Peter was on stage with us at Build as well, because one of the other things is we were even working with the OpenClaw Foundation to make sure that it can be run securely. We will have, in fact, on Windows an out-of-the-box experience where you can install OpenClaw and have it secured or contained in what is this new, essentially a container called MXC, which is essentially a way to sandbox the environment, right? And so I think containment is key, right? Because after all, you now have these long-running agents that are able to generate code and execute code. And so therefore, it'll become very important to govern the execution. And so we have a container that then you can set policy and isolation boundaries, right? It can be process level isolation, session level isolation. You can even have a VM boundary if you wanted. For me, for example, I run, if anything I wanted to ever run even, I'll just run it on Windows 365, which is my cloud instance, right? So a complete cloud instance that's fully isolated for long-running agents. So I think we are all going to learn how to work with many agents. And we're also going to learn how to isolate the environments for these agents, just like how we, back in the day, we thought about processes. We're going to think about the process boundary.
Oh, I just want to see what the link that Millsy linked. What was the link? What was the link?
Fresh mate!
Okay. Rolling usage. Okay.
How much sleep did you get, huh? I'm guessing it's somewhere between 0 and 2 hours.
Session boundaries and container boundaries for agents. Yeah.
One of the other things that you also announced was around bringing, we'll say, AI to consumers. And I'm kind of curious, like, what does that mean? I mean, there's a lot of big announcements with NVIDIA.
Yeah, and then there are a couple of things on that, right? One is we're very excited about this concept of unmetered intelligence. So, if you think about it, right, every PC has, historically the install base had a lot of GPUs. If you count the number of PCs with GPUs, it's pretty substantial. The DGPU install base. So one of the things that we are trying to make sure is that in a world where, these models are there's applications that are being written, the tokens are in short supply, we want to tap into essentially the edge compute silicon. And in that context, obviously, NVIDIA announced a new SoC, which we are very excited about, their RTX. So we have a Surface laptop, which is going to come
Do
out
another health check, guys.
in
Another
the
health
fall,
check.
which is built on it. In fact, all our OEMs will have fantastic, designs for it. We also announced a dev box. I mean, think about it. It's going to have a petaflop of AI compute. It's going to have 20 CPU cores, 128 gigabytes of memory, unified memory for both the CPU and the AI compute. And it's going to run something like a trillion parameter model locally. Right. I mean, think about, and by the way, we and Jensen even, and we also worked with Jensen to get Windows working on a GB300. So we even have a DGX workstation. So I think of it as a data center desktop, right? I mean, and so I think that there's going to be real demand for all this, right? Because people will want, especially when you install something like Scout or Claw or what have you, and I want it to just keep working, 24/7. And I don't want to get billed for it. The best way to do that is to run it on your laptop or on your desktop. So we are very excited about just even the rebirth of the existing PC form factor with this new unbelievable functionality brought forth because of both the silicon innovation and the model capabilities that now we can have locally. So that was sort of a lot of what we talked about. But the other thing that we also said is, just as there's new functionality in the old form factors, I think there's a real opportunity to create new form factors for the agent era. So that's where Project Solara comes in. And what our goal there is to say, we showed two reference designs. One is a badge, and the other one was a desk companion, if you will. But the badge is pretty interesting, right? So you can imagine an agent that has a fingerprint reader and a badge that has a fingerprint reader as well as a camera, and has enough onboard compute. It's a MediaTek processor to be able to wake up something like Copilot. And I can literally get notified. I can, in fact, give it, like I can even give it, say, a coding task or whatever. I can dictate to it. It will take the input and then go execute it in the cloud, notify me back. You can imagine in healthcare, a nurse, if I was a nurse, I was moving station to station, I could use that to badge in the data, right, versus the phone. Like right now we're conditioned, either we're entering in the PC or we are, using the phone. And in an agent era where you really have ambient intelligence and ubiquitous computing, you can imagine these form factors now that are just endpoints for long-running agents. That wake up, notify, and help you get both output, input. That's right there in the real world. And so we're very excited about sort of bringing even a platform for it, right? So we will build some, but the goal here is also to have even, by the way, new platform rules, right? So Windows has always been, it's kind of, fascinating that we are the only open platform out there, right? There is no, you can go through our app store or not. You can install anything on Windows, right? It's always had that ethos of being not something that only Microsoft, you don't need to call Microsoft to build applications for Windows, right? How about that? So that's the openness we want even in this new agent platform, so that we don't have the carryover of these platform rules that were written for the previous era.
I'm going to switch gears a little bit. So here we're at Stanford University, probably, the center of the world in terms of AI-pilled people. And when you get outside of the Bay Area, Seattle, people are looking at AI and saying like, what's good for me? And I think there was a prior speaker that used a metaphor, which I found quite powerful, which was, as electricity came about, we didn't sell electricity, we sold light. Mm-hmm. And what do you think is that equivalent for AI? Because right now, there's not a lot of good messaging around AI of how it's going to benefit people.
Yeah, I think that's right, in the sense that we have perhaps gone too into the the bubble that I guess we all live in is more about hyping the tech and the tech progress for its sake, and we live in it, and it's great to be impressed by it and push the frontiers of it and what have you. But at the end of the day, the world will evaluate us in what was the value we created for the world, one community at a time. I mean, that's kind of how it should always be the case. And so unless I can see the true benefits of this technology be broad spread,
Because it will not really benefit normal people whom touch grass, not live in a virtual world, IRL. Yep. It is the case. I mean, if you're outside, you're not living in the virtual world. You're not working. I mean, technically. Yeah, it's so weird, guys. I'm in this virtual space 12 plus hours a day, guys. I touch grass, you know. AI won't benefit normal people. Sorry, I just got here. We're still trying to figure that out. People are still trying to figure that out. The ones that are not AI pilled yet. Better touch weed. Yeah. Yeah. Better touch. Better touch. So yeah, some people are still trying to figure out how AI is good for them. I'd say fact checking is a good use case, right? That's why we're always using Google AI and checking and confirming and all that stuff as we move on. Many people don't use computers and AI is just a gimmick for them. Yeah, exactly. They rather just read a book. They don't even watch TV. They read a book. They play sports. They talk to other people in person, in real life. They hang out with their kids. You can't trust LLMs. Yeah, you can't trust LLMs. Even though it's supposed to be fact checker, it still hallucinates. It still hallucinates. There's still a lot of flaws in this weird AI bubble that we're in. We are, guys, all of us in this room, we are the 1%. We are the 1%. We're the ones that want to keep up with AI, so we're not left behind. We want to try out the new cool tools and trends. We want to see if we can improve our skills every single day. You know, find out our flaws, our weaknesses, our strengths, and then build up our secret society. Our secret society.
right? We talked about healthcare. When we suddenly start seeing AI in healthcare change the cost equation, the care one can get on.
Working with their own hands, talking with real peoples face to face, spending days outside. Yes. Yes, spending days outside, guys. I'm able to at least look outside. And I go outside sometimes, you know. I go outside, guys. You need that vitamin D, right? Need to be able to smell fresh air every once in a while.
Not in an abstract, sense, but when it happens to someone in our community, in our family, or even take economic opportunity, right? Talking about this as something where it takes away jobs. It's clear that any technology that's disruptive will have, real displacement. But at the same time, there is going to be new economic activity where humans will have agency, which will have wages, which in fact, if you think about it, right?
Guys, we're still trying to figure out how to benefit from AI, guys. We're still trying to figure that out. We might need to start scamming. We need to start scamming the people that don't know about AI.
What is current intelligence gets commoditized. Humans are the one species that are most adaptive in the sense of creating new value on top of what's the new commodity. And so the way I look, and that has to not be abstract, but it has to be real. And it will happen. But until that transition happens, to your point, as we go from electricity to light, and the light is not seen only by the AGI-pilled people in the zip code, but it's seen by the world as something that they can thrive in. And even my point about that frontier ecosystem, right? That when every company is not sitting there thinking that, oh my God, I'm just going to be, if I let any one of these frontier models into my organization, it's just going to run over my, all the IP I've created. That's not why would they welcome that? They, by definition, they should not. And so I think that's why as entrepreneurs, as students, I think we have to shape, and as incumbents, we have to shape this to an ecosystem which is positive sum by definition. If we are not, then it's about like a few firms that have all the returns and everybody else, it's all, in bad shape. That's just, you will absolutely lose social permission, or we will lose social permission.
Okay, I'm gonna switch over to questions.
So I'm generally curious about their custom silicon program and how you've learned.
Damn, where's the sound guy? Where's the sound audio engineer, guys? This is Stanford. Guys, this is Stanford, the most prestigious, Ivy League school in Silicon Valley. We got robots. We got robots talking here, guys.
Are there hyperscalers like Google and Amazon who have kind of made some progress there? It seems like at the hardware side, right, their chips that they offer are actually pretty bifurcated. Like they have like training chips and inference chips versus NVIDIA and AMD have kind of kept a unified chip. On the networking side, we had on Embodied class talk about like the optical MEMS system that they built. That was really interesting. And at the software side, it seems like they've built their own kind of versions of CUDA with Neuron and XLA respectively.
Damn, like, guys, when you ask a question and you give context, especially to a guy, how old is Satya, guys? How old is Satya? How old is Satya Nadella? Oh, not Sasha Nadella. That was an epic fail. I meant Sasha. Satya from Microsoft. All right. Wow, guys, he's doing really well. He's 58 years old. he's a young guy. He's a young guy, guys. He's gonna live forever. He's gonna live forever, guys.
You guys are trying to build.
But like what I was saying, guys, he's getting old. You shouldn't overwhelm him with all these different, super detailed, context. But we'll see what his answer is.
Building on something based off of Trident for mining. So I'm curious, like, given these sort of different design decisions that these guys have made, what have you learned and where are you taking your own custom?
Yeah, I think the key thing is to sort of recognize what are the new work.
He's checking his context window.
Clothes, right? Whenever you think about any new system, you want to be motivated by what's the new software or what's the new workload. And the good news here is that there are these three dominant new workloads, right? There's the training workload, there's the inference workload, and now we can sort of say there is the long-running agent that uses inference and regular compute. So if you sort of said that's kind of what you have, then you can start from a first principles, like looking at, and these are interesting type of workloads, right? They're not like the previous scale-out workloads. These are synchronous data parallel workloads, where you need to your point, to Amin's, I guess, point, which is you got to even think about the scale-up part. Some of the tricks that worked for us for scale-out in the past won't work. So therefore, you now need to even innovate on the scale-up and the scale-out to really keep things coherent, and the MFUs on a training run are maximized and so on. So therefore, the way we come out of this and say, okay, even just yesterday we announced there's Maya 200 that's essentially being co-designed with our own models, plus the OpenAI models, because we have that IP. And right now, in fact, Maya 200 is running GPT-5.5, in multiple data centers powering Copilot, right? So that, and giving us total TCO advantage. So that's a great way to round trip for an inference workload. What's the advantage of that is. We not only did that, but we also built Cobalt, which is our ARM processor for compute. and we're benchmarking it to improve both for latency, performance, when it comes to, for example, the agentic loop, right? Because the place where you need great cores are for these agent loops. So we're using all the GitHub Copilot traces to optimize our ARM processor even, and bringing all this together with even the networking stack. And so our approach would be to not, and at the same time, we love to have the GPUs because they're general purpose, to your point, right? Which is, in fact, we're using the GPUs. In fact, we're using the old GPUs in our fleet to accelerate our data warehouse. So Fabric is seeing 7x plus performance gains because of GPU acceleration. So we think of our fleet as a heterogeneous fleet where we will use software to get the maximum benefit out of it and do smart workload placement. At the same time, optimize for the high volume workloads like inference and training and agent loop with our own ground up system. And there's lots of design points, right? Most people get fixated on the AI accelerator, but the AI accelerator is one, the CPU is one, the network smart, accelerator, the storage accelerator, the AI WAN is another one, right?
The question is, like, there's so many specialized chips. Like, what's your take on it? TLDR.
Want to be able to sort of really do multi-data center hops even. So lots of stuff. It's a great time, by the way, to be in computer architecture. I think, when I started in the industries when the Patterson book first came out, and that was the RISC versus CISC debate. I feel like we're back at sort of a time like this where you can really rethink from the physical design of a data center to by the way, the electrons. I mean, one of the places where I'm very excited about is the efficiency with which we can bring the electrons all the way to the CPU so that the tokens are that much more efficient, right? Without all the losses in between. So I think there's just a tremendous design space for computer architecture.
High context windows smaller than such. Satches, yeah.
And I know another announcement you had yesterday was around quantum, which is kind of adjacent to what we're talking about. So I'm kind of curious, what was the announcement and what was the kind of recent advances there?
Yeah. So look, this quantum, we have been on at this for now the last 20 plus years, and it's sort of really exciting to see the progress. I'll just say one of the things is even independent of the quantum program, even with what we were able to achieve in the last couple of years, with even the natural atom-based quantum computers with our stack, we worked with partners on it. We're able to generate now these very good traces, and which those traces, like basically, if you think about what's the purpose of a quantum computer, a quantum computer can simulate nature, right? I mean, it's since the nature is quantum, and so therefore, so instead of relying on DFTs or what have you, you can now have a lot better fidelity of say chemistry or molecular dynamics or what have you, and those traces then can be taken back and you can train a model. In fact, we are doing that with our material science models, where you can take the traces from even an early stage quantum computer to improve the data on which you train a model for something like material science or chemistry. Now, our quantum program itself is, as I said, there's a software side to it, which we will put on ion trap machines, which we're putting with partners. We're putting it on a photonics-based machine. We're also putting it on natural atoms. We have a partnership with, in Denmark called QNorth, where we will even have a quantum computer powered by atom computing with our stack within the year and so on. So that's sort of one side of it. The second side is ultimately, in order to build a quantum computer at scale, at utility scale, you need fault tolerance. Our bet on that has been that there was a theoretical physicist who theorized essentially a state of matter called Majorana in the 1930s. And so one of the things that we felt that was the state of matter that we needed to make, essentially fabricate and make real. So we launched our first QPU, which was Majorana 1, a year ago, which
QPU?
essentially proved out the fundamental physics break.
Oh my god. Quantum processing unit. Oh my god. We're in QPUs already? Damn.
Breakthrough. That you can actually have this and then instantiate it. And now we've got Majorana 2, which allows this to be built at industrial scale. And so there's a lot of detail in terms of, how long these qubits can be stable for, and by the way, one of the other things is we've perfected the digital control of this quantum computer, because that's going to be super important. So overall, we feel that the quantum program at Microsoft is progressing on 2 dimensions. One is in the near term, with even what are the quantum computers that I think are most easy to fabricate and build today with these things like natural atoms. And then in the long run, we want to build out what we think is, what is needed in order for true quantum computers to act like utility scale computers.
On that latter, if you had to guess a timeline.
I'm the 3rd CEO at Microsoft to keep going on the quantum journey. I would say that what I'm now a lot more bullish is it's kind of like the AI, it's kind of like the previous discussion. I think of quantum as the new accelerator. And remember, by the way, quantum is not going to replace classical, right? Quantum is not going to be great at storage and memory and so on. It's going to be great at computation. And so you kind of have to marry classical plus quantum in order to do things. And so therefore, I think of this as maybe a lot.
Guys, when we solve the quantum processing, guys, Bitcoin's crashing. Sell, guys, sell. You do not want to own a Bitcoin after that, guys. You do not want to own it. Every wallet will be decrypted. Every wallet. Done. Also, security is screwed too.
More staged even. So if you have 100 logical qubits with good error correction, we can start using it to generate synth data for science models. Like that'll be a pretty important milestone. That may be even more achievable in the short run. So we'll see. But I'm like, we have, we I think made the claim even yesterday that by the end of the decade, we believe we will be able to build a quantum computer that starts solving some real challenges.
No problems. Yeah, amazing. Next question.
Thanks so much for coming. I spent 20 years at Microsoft. I joined a year after you joined as a
20 years at Microsoft, asking Satya a question. What? Why couldn't he just do it at Microsoft?
After you, I became a CEO as a market employee. So I went through cloud transformation, went through pandemic, went through AI transformation. And I think like my program was such an amazing experience for me, and it shaped me as a person. How do you think it contributed, and is it still contributing to the culture and success of
Yeah, I mean, first of all, we're very, very thrilled about obviously students coming in and joining and having essentially the Mac program. There are a couple of programs like that at Microsoft we created where people can even rotate through various functions. At the end of the day,
Yo, Drug Lord documentary voice filter. Yeah, exactly.
Any company, for it to be at the frontier, so to speak, has to be able to get people coming with fresh ideas, fresh energy, and reshaping. I always say to anyone joining Microsoft, of course, you want to come in and learn about how Microsoft works, but we also want Microsoft to learn from you. And more importantly, for you to have the agency to reshape what is Microsoft's culture. It's not a static thing. It's an organic thing that gets shaped by the behaviors, the decisions of people at the company. And so we always would welcome students coming in, building.
A guy from your job went to GitHub as a distinguished engineer. And then
their career at Microsoft. People, one of the things as a 50-year-old company, I mean, Mike's an alum at Microsoft and still engaged with us. We have people who come, had a tour of duty, gone out, come back. And so at this point, I think the way to think about it is the uniqueness of the
They have been more stable. Oh, nice. That's good. They've been down a bit though, because the amount of git commits and pull requests and repos has increased like 10,000 times. And I wonder if Trav had anything to do with it. No, it's, yeah, maybe.
Microsoft is our core DNA has remained. Right, we are a developer tools, platform, knowledge worker tools company. That's kind of what we've done for 50 years. But the interesting thing about us is that we have been able to reinterpret that with every new platform, right? In fact, I joined the company back in the 90s when my existential competition was Novell. And now, it's some foundation lab, right? I'd not even heard of 5 years ago. But that is the thing that I think keeps us vibrant, which is our existential challenge or what we need to compete with is new and fresh versus it's the same old. And I think that that's sort of an attractive part, right? When you come to Microsoft, you will be able to sort of go at that mission of being able to empower people and organizations all over the planet, which means a lot to us. But to do so, recognizing that we as a company can bring a lot to that mission.
I have a follow-up question. So one of the many attributes I've admired about you is that you have a growth mindset, and you really look at like your leadership team and drive it. How have you instilled that across the company? Because you clearly have, like you just pointed that out, that you've been able to deal with these platform transformations.
Yeah, I mean, at some level, I think it's not something you instill per se, Mike. It's sort of you invoke what is innate in all of us, I think. I think you have to do it more out of practice, right? It's not like, mostly what I have to exhibit more than anything else is my ability to confront my fixed mindset, right? Because at the end of the day, all of us, it's easy to talk about growth mindset, but it's very difficult to exercise it individually, right? As somebody said to me, which I've always liked as a sort of a nice quip, is everybody likes to change. Everybody likes change, except they want the other person to change, not themselves, right? And that I think is the challenge of growth mindset. So it's not about talking about growth mindset. It's about having the courage to confront one's own fixed mindset. So it can't become corporate dogma, to your point, right? Which is, so one of the keys, the reason why it's worked at Microsoft is we never made it like,
some mandate, but it started with you.
Yeah, it is not. And also it's like, it's not like trademarked Microsoft, right? I mean, if you exercise growth mindset or you confront a fixed mindset, you'll be a better human being first. You'll be a better colleague, a better friend, a better neighbor, a better parent, a better student, everything. So you're not even doing this for Microsoft's sake. You're doing this for yourself. And I think giving that oxygen, leaving that at that, as opposed to some new corporate thing, has been very, very helpful. So I'm an advocate of it, not just at Microsoft, anywhere. And more importantly, it's sort of that practice of, there are two things that I feel as that were pretty influential for me, which I learned through sort of my wife's, readings, quite frankly. One was this thing called nonviolent communications, which is also another form of developing a sense of empathy, understanding where the other person is coming from, not having your amygdala always triggered and what have you. So that's sort of one, which I think is, it's a great read if you've not read it. And then, of course, Carol Dweck's work on growth mindset. These are two things that, are, I think, relevant for children and students and child psychology. But I think they apply to corporate cultures, because I think one of the fascinating things is what Herbert Simon described as the bounded rationality, right? I think humans are great, but we have this unfortunate, we don't see what's in our interest all the time. We get hijacked often without sort of being able to do the simple calculus of what does it mean to be at the frontier of our own behavior. And I think that these are nice practices that gets us and pushes us. So think of it as your training run that you need.
That's great guidance.
So, thank you so much for the answer. And I have my presentation started 10 minutes ago. I really want to meet you. Thank you so much.
All right. Yeah, good luck.
And we realize it's finals week. Next question.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming. I was wondering, like, how do you become such a good public speaker, and what do you?
Oh, we all need to learn this too.
I don't know, man. I mean, I'm glad you think I'm a good public speaker. Let's leave it at that. I mean, look, I think like anything else, it's not that I think about public speaking as sort of a key thing that I'm trying to develop or what have you. But the lucky part that I find myself is, in particular, even I think one of the things is when I became CEO, you kind of had to talk about things perhaps that you didn't get the opportunity to talk about previously. Maybe that's a better way to characterize it. But the good news is it's not as if I was not thinking about those things previously. And that, I've reflected on it, is that why is it that I was thinking about those things previously? And I think that comes out of just natural interest, right? For example, thinking about technology, but its impact. What does it mean? I have like many pet sort of passions, like what does any technological progress, like AI, mean to the global South? What does it mean to even what has been a dream? I mean, I grew up as a son of a development economist, so he instilled in me that, hey, this convergence growth is going to happen and it's going to be great and so on. And so I'm like obsessed about it. And so as long as I think you have these passions that allow you to think broadly, and then for you to be able to talk freely about it, write is the other one. And so I'm not particularly an expert on public speaking, but I think the more any of us can have broad interests that we can articulate, and in today's day and age, the media allows us to be able to have our own outlets, and so I think that this is a great time.
You just want your damn Keeb? Keeb? Come on, USPS, come get here.
To both build that interest and then to be able to have different medium, whether it's speaking, whether it's writing, whether it's podcast, what have you. There are a variety of ways I think we can express, reach, debate, which I think is fantastic.
The right thing.
Thank you for coming. I was wondering, if your undergraduate self was sitting in the audience right now, what advice would you give him? And like knowing what you know now, I guess, and what would you tell him like to put his energy into and to like maybe avoid?
Hey, thank you for the sub, guys.
Great question. I mean, it's such a
appreciate it.
Such a privilege in some sense. I wish I could, right? Because everything is in front of you. You're risk on 100% of the time. Maybe that's what it is, right? Which is let me just say two interesting things. Yesterday on Hacker News, I came across, I forget, one of the CS classes here. It had the guidelines on how to use coding agents, which I thought was well done, right? They had the do's and don'ts, and so the fascinating thing I find right now is the ability to learn new things has become so much easier. Right, because you have this very
video,
accessible.
My recorded video on Keeb, on your Keeb. Talk about their differences. And spend a little time with this thing first, though. Yeah, of course. Well, check your feedback, guys. If you're part of the SigmaShake community, we upvote each other's stuff, guys. We watch each other's stuff. We chat about each other's stuff. We encourage sharing. But you gotta join first. You gotta join.
Full personalized tutor that's deep, that you can go and work with. And so I would say more so than any assignment anxiety or, I don't know, grade anxiety or what have you, You can
I need to
have,
fix that boss
one of the
fight.
terms one of my colleagues uses,
Yeah.
real cognitive coverage, right? Like test coverage. You can now have cognitive coverage that really follow you through your curiosity, right? If I were back as an undergrad, I would be trying to, like, it's kind of like what I do with GitHub sessions today, right? GitHub app, which is what are all the coding agents and what are all they doing, right? So that's what I would do. I would be sitting with what are the 10, 100.
Oh, and I was thinking about your best uses for AI. Honestly, I think a lot of people sort of think along the lines of the fact checking. I think just as a teacher, just something like a partner to rubber duck with is amazing for anything. Working on a car, working on a computer, building software, there's a million uses for it. 100%. Yeah. Like, use it like a teacher constantly, especially for school. And if it's helpful to learn new concepts and stuff, yeah, exactly. Like ever since I got ChatGPT, I started talking to it. Started talking to it now.
Agents and me at Stanford learning. But I need to have cognitive coverage. It's not I've offloaded to the 100, right? The key is, what am I instructing them? And then when they get some.
Yeah, it's a kind of weird experience. I don't do it around Mrs. Sigma though, but it's more like I would do it on stream too to like come up, but it needs to have tool use or something, and I can't talk to it on the Linux machine. A lot of people have one bad experience with it and dismiss it. I want to smack them in the face. Yeah, I want to talk to it, but unfortunately, Codex desktop isn't supported on Linux, so that's yeah, it's a bummer.
Something done, can I understand what they
Especially if they did it 2 years ago.
did in order to have learned, right? It's kind of like it's 100 classes. So it's a fascinating, and that I think is what I think will happen. One of these days, somebody's going to break a new pedagogy that goes with like.
Family use it a lot. Even my 5-year-old uses it through you. Oh, uh-oh. You might get banned. You might get banned. So you have to be very careful. You gotta be very careful. You don't want to get banned. There's a bunch of people that got banned already.
Tools, for example, are evolving, right? Like, think about what happened
for letting their kid use it. Just be careful, Joe. Be careful. Maybe you get them a free account or something, but not on your main account.
in developer tools. We went from saying, hey, we.
Oh, she tells me who to ask, do, and I use it. Oh, okay, just making sure.
Have like 100 CLIs to now we need a thing that to manage our CLI complexity, which is the new ADE, which is kind of like, for example, the GitHub app is fantastic in that context because it's like the new inbox for managing.
Using the Cloud Desktop app for a lot of home and work, like almost exclusively. Yeah, I haven't done it yet, guys. I haven't done it. They don't support Linux, and then when I'm in the VM and the Mac is so far away I can't really talk to it.
My sessions, right? What's the moral equivalent of that allows a student to navigate through their learning experience and be max curious, but really getting deeper faster on things that you're trying to cover? And I think that that's what I would sort of do and not have anxiety, right? Because you can always push a button to get an assignment done, right? So that's no longer the case. And the grades may or may not matter, right? And so therefore, there's a lot of relitigation on the things we valued.
That's a really good answer. Next question.
Hey, thank you so much for coming. So, like, whenever we're interacting with a computer, pretty much we always interact with a GUI interface. But agents, they just so happen to be good at coding, not that good at interacting with GUI interfaces. So, for example, if I want to design a poster and I want an agent to do it, it is easier for me to get it to generate like HTML, CSS for a render than to use like a GUI design product. In that case, like, what do you think like implication of like
Man, I feel like some of the questions that they ask, they should have just asked ChatGPT first. Hey, well, how's it going? Did we win? No, they haven't announced the winner yet. Maybe they did. Who knows? Did they win? Did we win? Who won? Who won, guys? I don't think they announced anything, guys. Let's see here. Every second matters. Epstein files. Cerebrain. Swarm. I don't know. I don't know, guys. People are posting all sorts of stuff here. Weird stuff. Do you think you're gonna win? I don't think so. I don't think so, but we tried. We tried. Damn, guys. So many entries they have to go through. Look at all this. Look at all that, guys. Look at all that. Red Team Committee. What the heck? There's a summaries here. Warroom.ai. Red Team Committee. Yeah, I didn't want to submit SigmaShake, guys. I didn't want to put SigmaShake, but I did give it a try for adding Gemma in SigmaShake, but we'll see. I don't want to rely on it, though.
needed abilities for like GUI
I'm sure if they announce it, they'll just do an announcement and let everybody know.
interfaces versus a seal.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're bringing up a couple of different things. Right? One is, it is
welcome.
Essentially, code gen is powerful, and therefore HTML.
No, yeah, I don't like these questions that they're asking, guys. AI code review.
Every developer knows this feeling.
All right.
You submit a pull request, and then you wait, and you wait some more. And then finally get feedback like, looks good to me, except...
Hey guys, CVE, LG, TM.
It's been a week, and the branch now has 50 new merge conflicts. And it's not just slow reviews, it's the friction across the entire workflow, from PRs to pipelines, and finally into production. This slows teams down, and there has to be a better way, right? Well, that's where AI...
Guys, the better way, we don't use PRs. Straight to main, baby. Straight to main.
Code review comes in.
Or master, if you're still using master.
Today, we'll break down what it is, why developers are using it, and
every
how
3 hours.
humans still play a critical role. AI code review is the use of AI to analyze software. Pretty self-explanatory. And instead of relying on only human reviewers, AI tools automatically scan code to detect problems and even recommend fixes. These systems use machine learning and large language models, or LLMs, to recognize patterns.
No, she's typing the whole
These
thing.
patterns appear in code, and they can identify things like security
basic to watch.
vulnerabilities
All right, you're
or
right.
poor...
Too basic. Yeah, you're right. It's way too basic, guys. Way too basic. Windshield. You gotta leave them alone. You gotta leave them alone. They're trying to teach the whole world about AI. Hey guys, we finally got it. They finally came back, guys. Hey, what do you know? We have the tech lead. The tech lead coming back, guys. The tech lead. Maybe move to the end. Maybe there's something. All right. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Too late now, guys. Maybe we go to the end just in case, guys. Just in case. Just in case.
When I talk to developers,
Control
a lot of
Shift
folks
T.
are
Control Shift T, guys. Control Shift T. Control Shift T. Nope. We we lost it, guys. We lost it. We have to go back to developers. Was it developer or technology? I don't remember anymore. All right, here you go.
Or pull request. Once it's in place, it shows.
All right, getting started. Choose a tool. Configure coding standards, integration, track code quality signals, external test, dev environment, test frameworks, doc systems, webs in real time. Over-reliance on consideration, over-reliance on AI, context, false, positive, negative. Oh, what does she say at the end? I don't know what that says. Huh? What's that say, guys? What's that say? HT 1 + 1 equal. All right. All right, I tried, guys. Judgment, creativity, understanding. All right, okay. All right, guys. All right, let's watch. How long has it been, guys? Past. Right, we missed the whole show, guys. Okay, I analyzed the writing. All right, guys, let's watch some of this. Let's see if they're listening to our advice, guys. All right, we have about less than 1 hour of content for this guy. All right.
Friendly IPO inbound. Triple glaze. Another one.
Oh man, I gotta get all their sound bites. Oh, I gotta get their sound bites. How many sound bites was that? Was just 1 or 2? 3? All right, I'll be back, guys.
You're watching TVPS. Today is Monday, June 29th, 2026. We're
Happy Monday, guys.
In Ultradome, the Temple of Technology, the Fortress of Finance.
The capital of capital.
I'll tell you about ramp.com. Time is money. Save both. Easy to use corporate cards, bill payments, accounting, and a whole lot more. All in one place. I'm going to adjust my IEMs. Well, on the front of the Wall Street Journal today, this is how you know this is the whole AI 2027, Washington waking up. The AI stories are making it to the front page, the world news section, not just the business and finance section, more and more. So the very front page of the Wall Street Journal, of course, the picture is about the heat wave, but the lead, the story with the largest text is about artificial intelligence. China resets the AI race with the United States as security models mark gains. We're going to get into it. This is a fascinating debate because I thought that we'd have a conclusion to the open source AI debate by now. Either they would, the frontier would have collapsed and there would be, perfect commoditization, or they would have fallen so far behind.
There will never be a conclusion. It'll just go, it's over. We're so back. It's over.
If you're in open source AI, that's exactly how it feels.
Before we get into the story completely, Hill in the chat said, did you see the U.S. National Design Studio open source day privacy model? We did.
And we got him coming on the show today
in just 45 minutes.
At 11:45.
Privacy
model. We're going to be talking about a first iteration on-device PII redaction model that is far smaller than existing models.
It's actually tiny. It's 15 megs, which is
what?
And you can do it in the browser.
And
wait, what?
We have chat.
Wait, let me see that. What? Huh? What? Anybody hear about that? Right. Model. Bert Small? Dude, the US is so stingy with AI models. They're all proprietary while China is giving them out like candy. Yeah. Is it Data Frog? Guys, you know which one they're talking about? What did they just say, guys?
Open source day privacy model. We did Did you see the U.S. National Design Studio Open?
Oh yeah, they just announced the winners, guys. They just announced the winners. Privacy model. Yeah, privacy model. All right, guys. Who's the winner? Who won, guys? Who won? Winner announcement. Circle back. Winner announcement day. To announce the track winners this Wednesday. Oh. So they have Wednesday, July 1st, guys. Wednesday, July 1st. In the meantime, feel free to share your demos. Okay. All right, so we won't get a winner, guys. We won't get a winner.
Open Source Day.
Which usually doesn't make any sense because winners are usually selected and then immediately.
Privacy model. We did.
And we got
have
him
coming on the show
today
in just 45 minutes.
At 11:45.
I are going to be talking about a first iteration on-device PII redaction model that is
PII redaction model.
Everyone is talking about Llama now. I bet Sama knows all the secret tricks for the best setup.
Hush engine. I'm like, hey, I could use that on my stream, guys. Is this real or fake? Strand agents? Isn't that isn't this Strand AWS? The keyboard looks nutty. You got it? You received it? All right, never mind. Let's see
far
here.
smaller than existing models.
It's actually
surprising.
it's actually tiny. It's 15 megs, which is and you can do it in the browser. Very cool.
And we have Chad Rigetti
Nice,
coming
congrats.
on to talk about a whole lot of quantum mumbo jumbo. We'll see what's going on there.
Quantum mumbo
Ben's coming
jumbo.
back on from General Intuition, and we got a bunch more founders coming on. Jacob Diepenbrock, we're announcing a $30 million oversubscribed fund with tons of TBPN guests already in the portfolio. The rest of the portfolio soon to be on the show, I'm sure. Anyway, open source AI. So the big story is centered around GLM 5.2 from Z.ai. It was officially released June 13th, so it's taken a couple weeks for it to really break through to the front page of the Wall Street Journal. But they're seeing some strong performance on benchmarks, some positive reviews from developers. I have a whole review from Tyler we can go through in a little bit, but. We're now entering another round of debates around open source AI. What can the model actually do? Is this a threat to national security? What are the geopolitical ramifications here?
As for Chicken Out. Chicken Out has AI gone public yet? No. Ooh. Smooth. Looks smooth, guys. Looking good. Looking good. Looking good, looking good. Hey, thanks for the sub, guys. Thanks for the sub. Appreciate it, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks for sharing. I might need to buy the opposite team. Right.
So I'm sure this will be an ongoing conversation throughout this week, probably next week. We have some guests lined up to help contextualize it. But laying down the facts from the journal, security researchers said that a new AI model released this month by China's Zhipu AI, also known as Z.ai, can match the latest US models when it comes to finding security bugs, a development poised to reset the global tech race and pressure the White House in its overhaul of US AI policy. So unlike models from Anthropic or OpenAI, Zhipu's GLM 5.2 is open weight. You can just download it, run it anywhere. You don't need to go to an API. You don't need to go to a private company and pay them. You can run it on your own server, provided you have the electricity and GPUs to do so. It is expensive to run, as we'll go into, but it is open weight. The Wall Street Journal says that means it can be downloaded and run on hardware operated by anybody and can be modified and used without supervision. Scary stuff. Open weight models are ideal for users who want unfettered access to systems they control, but they're also ideal for hackers who want to run them in the shadow.
Unfettered intelligence.
Unfettered. Oh, that's
we were
a
completely
good...
out of
That's a good
names
name.
for new NeoLabs.
That's a good
Until
NeoLab
now.
name, yeah.
Unfettered intelligence.
Unfettered intelligence.
No
is
way.
good. GLM 5.2
Yeah, exactly.
has ranked as one of the top 10 most used AI models, according to data from OpenRouter, a company that provides access to more than 400 AI models. And what a fantastic business. Alex Atala over there, absolutely cooking at OpenRouter. It's such an exciting way to plug into the AI race without actually needing to play the benchmark game so much. Be the front door. Anyway, in some benchmarking tests, according to cybersecurity company SemGrep, GLM 5.2 bested Anthropic's Claude Opus 4.8 model, which was released in May. When given further instructions, Opus 4.8 and GLM 5.2 can match Mythos in bug binding ability, according to researchers. So prior to this launch, and there's a chart that we should pull up here about overall AI capability. We can talk to Tyler about what this chart actually means. But there was this narrative brewing that open source AI was slowing down relative to the closed source frontier. And I saw a lot of American AI fans sort of cheer for this. Hey, we have the capital markets, we have the data centers, we have the researchers, and so we are able to push the frontier at a different rate. And if we're actually growing at a faster rate in America within the closed source labs, that will compound and there will be a stronger takeoff in the American closed source AI industry. Now this chart sort of goes back and
Can't wait till GLM 6. I'll still be able to pay $10 a month for it.
forth, and there's some debate over it. It's in the newsletter. You can go sign up at tbpn.com. While we're pulling that up, let me tell you about Codex. Codex is a powerful workspace for getting work done with AI agents.
We got Codex.
Whether you're writing code, analyzing data, creating content, or automating business workflows, Codex helps you move projects forward from start to finish. So this chart, which we can pull up, shows progress from GPT-4o to o1, o3 mini, o3, Opus 4, GPT-5, 5.2, Opus 4.6, GPT 5.4, GPT 5.5, showing a linear trend in this ELO, which is a blend.
Says GLM 5.2 sounds too much like a gray market peptide.
It actually does. It does sound a lot like that. And then you can see the red line are the...
Got affiliate to give anyone 20% off. That's nice. This is on OpenCode, right?
Are the Chinese models, which are also improving over time, but at a slightly lower rate. And so the question was, are they going to plateau while America's progress continues to advance? And this latest model, GLM 5.2, it's very hard to apply it to this particular benchmark because this ELO was, can you give us some background, Tyler, on where this chart came from, what this is demonstrating?
Yeah, so this is by Casey. I think it's how you pronounce it, the Center for AI Standards and Innovation. They have this way to calculate like the ELO model. It's basically a kind of approximation of a bunch of different benchmarks. Some of those like are proprietary, like they're not open, so it's actually hard to run these. Also, because I was basically trying to bench like
I get to
all the recent
reprogram my
models
brain
since
a
this was
third
published.
time?
I think it was I want to say May 1st.
Yeah, it'd be great to throw 5.6 Sol, Mythos, and Fable. It would be great to just continue this chart because it's an interesting trend.
Yeah, so a lot of those benchmarks aren't actually public, so it's very hard to estimate. But I tried. I got. You can look at like some of the benchmarks that are public that you can reference. You can kind of match them up to previous models. 5.2 looks like it is like a big step up from the like Chinese trend line, right? But even then, I think it's hard. Like I think the group of benchmarks that were chosen for this ELO, like definitely accentuate the gap between U.S. and Chinese labs. I think there's a bunch of other like groups, like Epoch AI has done a chart. They basically see a relatively stable gap between closed source and open source models. Since like 2023, like a long time.
And perhaps at this point, the discussion should be more centered around cost per task more than cost per token.
Yes, definitely. Because even like new models, a lot of times when they come out, like, okay, maybe the token price is actually the exact same, but the token efficiency is much better. So then when you do a lot of these tasks, it's like, it's not the price per token, it's price per, something completed. And then you actually see it go down.
And there's a lot of test time scaling laws where you can just throw $1 million of compute at a particular problem and all the models do really well at it, but it's completely non-viable for any real enterprise use case and probably not even viable if you're trying to be a nefarious hacker or something.
Yes, so most people are saying like 5.2 is very token hungry, right? So it uses a lot of tokens. So maybe it definitely is much cheaper than the frontier models.
Hello,
it's,
welcome.
On a per token basis.
On the per token basis.
But on the per task basis,
exactly.
it might be more expensive.
Yeah, I mean, on that's still, it's generally not.
Okay.
But on specific tasks, you can get, if you have low thinking models, low thinking mode on the closed source ones, you can see.
Well, let's revisit John Ludig's post from 2024, May 2024. This is pre-DeepSeek, talking about his prediction about why the future of foundation models is closed source. He got a lot of pushback from this because a lot of people like open source models, but he laid out a...
Yeah, like I said, I'm not buying anything. You guys got to give it to me for free, guys. You guys got to give it to me for free. I can't buy anything. I only can buy what I currently have right now. Everything is subject to Mrs. Sigma approval.
A thesis around closed source data, flywheels, exponential capex intensivity of training. And he said open source will have a home wherever smaller, less capable, and configurable models are needed. Enterprise workloads, for example. But the bulk of the value creation and capture in AI will happen using frontier capabilities. The impulse to release open source models makes sense as a free marketing strategy and as a path to commoditize your complements, but open source model providers will lose the capital expenditure war as open source ROI continues to decline. And that was the thesis around the time that the open source AI discussion was primarily driven by Mark Zuckerberg's work at Meta on the Llama family of models. The idea was that Meta would benefit from attracting talent. It was good marketing. It told the story that Meta has an AI story and has AI talent in-house. Even if they weren't monetizing it and sharing, a really fast takeoff in ARR around those models, it showed that, hey, they're able to develop these models and that might help them cut their costs in the long term. Very interesting that wound up being very different in 2026, looking at the news today, which we'll go into, about them spending a lot on Gemini. There's been reports about them spending a lot with other closed source frontier labs that they should have commoditized with their open source plan. But nonetheless, that was the idea with Meta. But then China sort of woke up and DeepSeek's launch at the start of 2025, and the game theory became way more complicated. So George Hotz sort of summed this up nicely. He has a take in AI Will Be Massively Deflationary, a post from just a few weeks ago, as to why China benefits from investing in open source more than American firms. He says, this explains why the Chinese are giving the much more moderate resources to train models away for free. They love to see deflationary economics in the US. It is much less of a service-based economy. And so if they can go and give away free tools that deflate the value of the service sector, that is an advantage to the Chinese economy in his formulation. He says, even if you don't regulatory capture the US government, nobody is getting a monopoly on AI. We don't live in a unipolar world anymore. And so he compares what's happening in, he likens what's happening in DC to sort of rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. It's a very fun piece. So we're back to this discussion of what are the consequences and the impacts of open source models, particularly in the United States. And there's been this clip that's resurfacing from Dario Amodei when he was testifying in front of Congress in 2023, and it's now recirculating. And
yeah, that's true. I could see that.
It was reposted like he just said it, and he did not, so be clear about that.
Well, why does GLM not give you the harness? Why does ZAI not give us the harness? The harness. I want the harness.
This is from 3 years ago, but some of his predictions were very prescient as of where the frontier is today. So he said, I'm very concerned about where things are going. If we talk about 2 to 3 years for the frontier models for the bio risks, it's sort of a bad transcription of what he was saying. But he's talking about 2025, 2026. Remember, he was saying this in 2023. We're there now. I think the path that things are going in terms of the scaling of the open source models, I think it's going down a very dangerous path. And again, if the path continues, I think we could get to a very dangerous place. So he was worried about cybersecurity and bio risks being open sourced, and then
Yeah, but like some people, like the harness is meant for the model that was trained on too. There's like so much that goes into the harness to make the output good, right? I mean, so we're just gonna keep on guessing. We're gonna keep on guessing every time we get these models. Because that's the value they provide as a company, yeah. Then, yeah, they should provide the harness too, right? If they want good results and everything too. But yeah, it's yeah, everybody has their own custom, tuning, tinkering that they do. But yeah, it is open weight, so you can adjust the weights. You can adjust everything in it. And then running it is just very expensive. Yeah, open source deflates the harness value good enough. Yeah, because they have the weights, they have it, how it was trained and everything. But gosh, guys, we can't even run it on our, basic machines. So it's going to be expensive anyway. Might as well just pay the $200 for it.
Not having a counterweight to that. Now, the good news is that we've talked to the CEOs of cybersecurity firms like CrowdStrike and Palo Alto Networks, and they've been working with Mythos and GPT 5.5 Cyber for months now to harden systems from LLM-driven attacks. And so there's still this gap between closed source and open source models, and that gap allows white hat hackers to implement fixes before black hat hackers have a chance to exploit easy bugs. There still will be a bigger discussion here, though, in DC over the next few months as the frontier models roll out, and the gap doesn't appear to be widening at the moment, so security stances must adjust. It's not a closed source is falling behind, so it's never going to be an issue. There will be this gap, and how the American cybersecurity industry and eventually the biosecurity industry implements changes and fixes before open source catches up or commoditizes and makes that particular capability widely available is going to continue to be important. So let's go over to Tyler's quick review of GLM 5.2. Why don't you take me through your bullet points that we shared in the newsletter at tvpn.com, and you can tell us, like, what is the shape of this model? How are the reviews?
Yeah, so I think so far, one of the main things is like people are saying it's distilled, right? This has been a big thing with a lot of these open source models, especially the Chinese ones. Oh, the only reason that they're good is because they're distilled. It's very hard to actually figure out how true this is.
Mm-hmm.
But people are, it certainly seems like there's some,
I think
aspects of Anthropic models.
Didn't
in this model.
Anthropic openly accuse Alibaba of distilling?
Yes, a number of these labs.
Yeah, and there's also
accused.
been a big professionalization of the gray market where a whole bunch of different sort of individual groups will connect a whole bunch of different entities and user accounts and subscriptions and APIs to then create a front end to like the model that can be served at a very high rate through a VPN, most likely. What's interesting is that you'd think that if you were going to do a training run, you would just find and replace on the other lab's name before you hit run. Is that not something people can do? I don't understand.
Yeah, I mean, it also depends on what you're actually, like, maybe you're not directly distilling on the API, but, you're training on, public GitHub, repos, and those were all used, those were all, made with closed source models. Then you're kind of like distilling, but it's not really like, is this really count as distilling? I don't know.
Yeah.
But so if you are like, if you're convinced that these are like super distilled, the only reason that they're good is because they're just, basically taking
our data.
the closed sourced,
Yeah.
like labs.
There's also this weird thing with distilling where as more and more of the public internet and GitHub broadly and open source repos become LLM outputs, if you train on that, you are in some ways distilling, because an LLM has a quirk, like it's not this, it's that in text, and you wind up training on a whole bunch of Amazon Kindle books, you're going to wind up learning it's not this, it's that. And the same thing applies for different code conventions in open source repos that have effectively been completely been rewritten by closed source models.
Yeah, and so
Some you don't have a code in your subscription, you're just paying token usage. There's an unlimited task in the backlog. If you let proprietary models, self-host open weight models run nonstop for a month, would it be more expensive to pay per token? Or I think we like calculated this, guys. You could get 10 years worth of Claude Code for the amount of paying for hosting GLM. Let's see here. All right. How much is it going to cost to host GLM 5.2? Holy shit, really? All right, how much is it going to cost? It's going to total 10,000 per month. 10,000 per month. All right. All right, divide the cost and compare it to a $200 subscription per month. Before you used to be able to get 10 years old price. Let's see how many. So, wait. So how many years could we get from that $10,000 per month or per year? Like $120,000, right? Exactly, which could equivalent to. Oh, never mind. I was wrong, guys. I was wrong. You get 50 years worth of Claude Code. All right, 50 years of Claude Code for the price of one for hosting GLM. That doesn't matter. It's the amount you pay for. It doesn't matter. You're paying 10,000 a month for the compute cost. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because all that matters is the money that you pay for right now. That's what matters. It's not the opportunity cost. It's the amount of money that you're paying right now. That's what we're comparing. You're paying $200 a month versus $10,000 a month to host it yourself. All right. Someone's losing. Whoever's hosting it, you don't need to give me an example. You don't need to give me an example.
I think
no one's going to be hosting that themselves.
It's safe to say that, like, we've generally seen that distilled models generally will generalize worse, right? So you'll see really good benchmark scores.
Your org, who cares about your org? Your company is taking the cost. We're talking about personal money here. A personal person is not going to pay that much, right? And a company will pay that much. A person, individual, will never pay that much.
Maybe they're benchmarks, maybe they're not. But even if they're not like directly benchmarks, you still find that they generally...
Yeah, they're kind of accidentally benchmarking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you should always... So I think initially you should just be a little bit suspicious of these super high benchmark scores.
Yeah. But they lack that big model je ne sais quoi.
Yeah, and this is like anecdotally reinforced. A bunch of people have been saying, you know, for coding, these models are really great. GLM, it's a very good model. You know, for creative writing or something like this, where you'd imagine it's a bit harder to kind of benchmark this.
Yeah.
They'll perform a bit worse.
Yeah. I wonder, hey, have people been testing it with
thank you for the follow. Appreciate it.
Bench? Like, does it reject that stuff? Or because it felt like that was something that was like widely misunderstood by American audiences, that in fact, that might not be the biggest deal for the CCP anymore.
Yeah, also...
No. A company does not need to optimize costs. The company is just is making money. The company is making money, guys. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares how much it costs? All right? The company is just going to eat it. Personally, only think about your personal money. Don't think about the company's money.
I think, you know, even if that's true, like the model is open source, you can kind of just fine tune it to like not do that. And maybe it's a bit harder than that, but I think you can kind of get around like that kind of stuff.
Okay. Yeah. So we talked about the token hunger.
But overall, there's probably going to be a combination, like as we saw with Cloudflare, PR review costing only $1 because they use OpenCode with all those other models, and then combination of Opus, Sonnet, all these other models combined to do one PR review. That's what keeps it cheap. But when you're trying to actually engineer something that actually works, something that you want to rely on, you don't want to rely on these open source, open weight models to actually engineer. It just wouldn't make sense. It's trained on all this crap on the internet. As for the frontier, are trained on specific things to make sure it doesn't make specific dangerous mistakes.
And the API.
And there's accountability there. There's a lot of accountability. If something's wrong with the model, you could at least go, hey, your model did this to my life or something like that. You can't really do it in the open source stuff. You're just like, oh, I should have just trained it to not do that. Uh-oh, I guess that's my bad.
API price. And in general, I mean, you said, I'm not convinced that there's a big market for this class of model, especially as frontier models get more efficient. If you look at OpenRouter, the most used models are the smallest open source models, presumably being used for specific tasks that need to be repeated over and over again. So,
yes, I think like what we've seen is,
that's the John
you know, like a marginal IQ point of the models is like extremely expensive.
One more thing, guys. One more thing. Open weight models could be poisoned and compromised. Really easy. There's like 100 billion ways to compromise an LLM.
Frontier models are getting very expensive.
Yeah.
People have to cut back. You know, they're token maxing. This is like massive bill on their balance sheet or whatever.
Yeah.
I think like it seems like there's now basically like two classes of models that people really use. There's like the frontier ones, and they're using coding agents. They need the best thing. If you're doing cyber, like you just need the best model because, you know, the risk of someone hacking you, it's so great. You just need the best thing. You pay whatever it is.
Yeah.
And then there's the second class, which is like these very small, very fast, very cheap models that you can use for these kind of point solution things. Maybe.
Yeah, for like art generation or things that are not critical to the business at all. Like reading speech to text, text to speech. That has no risk to the business. But when you're trying to engineer something like Tyler just said, secure, reliable, something that won't like fall over. Like you desperately need to use the frontier. You can't make any mistakes.
You have some orchestration where you're using a really big model to have these like little agents using these very cheap models.
Yeah.
I think in the middle, it's hard to actually figure out what is the real use case. Maybe it's like hobbyists using these coding agents and they don't want to pay the super expensive tokens of the closed source labs. But generally, and you see this on OpenRouter where like what are the top models by token like usage? It's these very small models. It's like, you know, DeepSeek Flash.
Yeah, because you're just spamming them for like, you know, every receipt that goes into RAMP gets processed by an LLM at this point. Does it need to be a frontier model telling me that I spent $10 on a coffee? No. It can just do standard OCR.
That'd be my preference.
Yeah, you want super intelligence overseeing your expenses, most likely. But no, you use the right tool for the job, and that's clearly what's happening on Reddit.
But also I think like it is a very good model, right? Like we should not fully dismiss. I think the idea that the gap is widening. We really don't have to worry about these open source models. I think they are like very good.
Yeah.
And maybe if you're super worried about distillation, maybe something changes if the models are you know kept to these big partners, right? Like what we've seen recently with government coming in. But I think we can't really fully dismiss these labs.
Yeah, it throws a little bit of a wrench in the like the monetization potential, like how long can you monetize a new frontier model? That's more tricky. And then the other one is just like if you're going to keep a model behind KYC or behind an approval for specific companies, like the government has been sort of edging towards and moving towards, it gets a little bit tricky if all of a sudden you just wait 3 months and, oh, I was waiting to get approved for this one for like GPT-7 or whatever, but by the time the government got back to me, my company got access to GLM-6 and it's close enough. And so that just throws another wrench that I think the government will have.
Yeah, that's another thing, guys. How do you know what close enough even means? Everybody's just vibe coding this thing, and like how people think it's good, but you make it good because you tune it. There's a lot of test cases that need to pass. I would assume, guys, I think the best maybe guys, maybe there's going to be a scenario where you get the frontier models, create all the test cases possible to get all the requirements that you want in a spec. And then you make the open source models tackle, create, engineer, design, but it cannot modify the tests. So I don't know how much electricity you're going to be burning, tokens you're going to be burning for the open weight models to pass. But if it does pass and it does complete it, I guess you save a lot of money there, I guess. I'm not sure how much time it'll take. I don't know. Maybe that's the possibility of saving a lot on tokens. You just put all the investment in the test cases and the spec sheet, and make it immutable to be, modified by the open weight model, an open source model.
To figure out how it puzzles together with the rest of the strategy, which has been, back and forth as always. Anyway, let me tell you about Shopify. Shopify is the commerce platform that grows with your business and lets you sell in seconds, online, in store, on mobile, on social, on marketplaces, and now with AI agents.
Google caps Meta's Gemini use as AI demand strains capacity.
Wait, what? Did I just hear that? It did. I mean, it does make sense. Anthropic, or Boris, the creator of Claude Code, did say they don't token max because every token that they use, it doesn't go to a customer. So now the question is, do we immediately swap the switches or the keep caps? You could switch switches. Depends. If you're not annoying anybody, it depends on the switch. But it's up to you. It's your preference. That's what switches are for, right? Your preference. But yeah, this is interesting, huh?
In the Financial Times, surging appetite for advanced models is
like I have all the companies to harden on token maxing. It was Google on their own Gemini model. What the heck? What's going on?
turning computing power into the tech industry's scarcest commodity. And they have a picture here.
You bought some nice one for the Ergo docs. It's good. It's good. I think I'm not complaining. The key just needs to work. That's all my preferences.
Of a Google Gemini bicycle, which looks fantastic.
What does that have to do with Meta, though?
I think that was just the best
Despite
Google
tense,
Gemini picture.
It is hard. Otherwise, it's just a picture of a phone screen. I mean, you saw in the Z.ai, it's just a picture of the app, which is like so boring.
Imagine writing this.
Or it's the stock image of the brain with the neurons. That's always good.
What do you think? I mean, this kind of ad placement, like on a what do you actually call this? It blocks
City
the
bike.
water. No. Just the part that blocks water from, you know, if you were to ride
Fender
this bike.
flare.
Yeah, some type of fender thing.
Sort of like a Mansory kit for a city bike.
Exactly. But imagine riding that Gemini bicycle in the rain. Fantastic. Google has
that's
put,
what it's for, so the water doesn't come up and splat you. Interesting. Okay, I never knew what that was for.
You
Now
never
I
knew
know.
that.
No.
This is
Educational.
The experience of hosting the show is educational
It
for
is.
both of us.
It is.
Google has put limits on Meta's use of its Gemini AI models after the social media giant sought more computing capacity than the rival tech group could provide in the latest evidence of the infrastructure constraints facing even the world's largest AI providers. Google told Meta around March that it could not provide all of the Gemini capacity the company wanted to purchase.
Damn. So they're pre-purchasing capacity now.
According to 3 people.
Even though it's free money, guys. It's free money. All the money from Meta going into Google's bank account, they still can't serve them. What does that mean, guys? What does that mean? It means Meta is trying to utilize every one of their competitor stuff and sell it as theirs somehow.
People familiar with the matter.
Or it's a metagaming where they try to like buy out all of Google's compute to serve customers so that they get crippled in the race, in the AI race.
In a move that has disrupted and delayed some of Meta's internal AI projects. So
I don't
how
understand
much
how
should
this
we
is possible.
Yeah. So one
Google spent $200 billion on CapEx.
Okay, so of course, like this around this time, Tokenmaxxing was becoming a thing. A lot of every company in the world, at least every tech company in the world, kind of going a little bit crazy from a spending standpoint. And so, you know, I could see Meta going and like wanting to basically buy a bunch of capacity and then being told like, hey, we can't fulfill that.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering how much more we should read. Is it worth reading?
I mean, it sounds extremely bullish for Google. Like if they're actually out of capacity,
and
like,
this tracks with what they talk about on earnings calls.
Yeah. Google Cloud.
But
acceleration.
You do have to wonder, like, could distillation be part of this story? Could that be a factor here? I have no idea.
I don't know. Zero Hedge said Meta puts limits on Claude and Codex, fearing distillation, the information.
But so this story is different.
That's different.
This
That's
is
the
Meta
flip.
telling its own employees don't use Claude and Codex in certain parts of our business because we don't want to accidentally do distillation. Is what Meta is saying. So that's different.
Okay.
I was wondering, like, is Google thinking like, whoa, that's a lot of cool it, owing to the restrictions which remain in place, as well as a broader push to streamline AI costs, Meta has encouraged staff to be more efficient with AI tokens. Several other Google clients have been affected by the restrictions, although to a lesser extent. Meta has been particularly impacted because of its exceptionally high demand for Google's models.
Interesting.
Very interesting. I would love to see a pie chart like breaking down what all the different ways they're using Gemini in their business, because Google has not broken out Gemini revenue
no.
at all to date. So we have no idea what percentage of their AI revenue is like actually spent on Gemini versus other models.
And like the Gemini tokens broadly go into AI search overviews. So that's a search product, probably insane token demand there, right? You've seen the chart of like they're in the quintillion or quadrillion tokens category. And then you have YouTube now has Gemini plugged in, and you can chat with any video and transcribe it. That's got to be incredibly token heavy. And then you have Gemini app users and free users and paid users. So there's got to be a lot of just Gemini internal usage, but it's remarkable. Yeah, I would love to see that Meta pie chart because I thought that they were spending a ton with Anthropic. I thought they were spending a ton with Google, but I also assumed that they would be running a bunch of Llama workloads and a bunch of Muse Spark workloads, because those models have performed well at various points in time. And if you go into the Meta app, you now have access to Muse Spark. And if you go into Instagram and you search for something, it populates it with a Llama, like Llama 4 result. And so I would imagine that even though that product is not broken through like crazy, I would imagine that it's still generating a lot of tokens just because of the scale of Instagram. Like Instagram has 1 billion, 2 billion users, something like that. It's huge. And so even if it's people sort of, accidentally winding up in an LLM powered workflow, it probably is generating a lot of tokens just because of the scale of that system.
On the topic of Meta, Meta shared this morning a new milestone. It is a mind reader.
Mind reader.
Non-invasive brain-to-text decoder research, brain to QWERTY v2, building on v1, which was published today in Nature. Brain to QWERTY v2 is the highest performing end-to-end pipeline capable of real-time sentence decoding from raw brain signals. It advances beyond character-level performance to decoding words and semantics, enabling accuracy for overall communication. So if you thought, Instagram was listening to you.
If
you thought it was listening to your, conversations, now you can have a, new conspiracy at home, which is that they might be just listening to your thoughts.
Do you know the device? They say this is a non-invasive device. I just shared an image of this device, and I want you to tell me, do you consider this non-invasive or invasive? Look at this image of the magnetoencephalography device.
No, you got to go high. You need to scroll up a little bit because you can't even see the whole thing here. Scroll up.
It's not invasive.
Because it looks like the device could actually potentially carry on for like a whole half of football
It really does
field.
seem like it's just put yourself in this room-sized device. No, of course this will shrink down.
I'm giving him credit here.
Non-invasive?
Non-invasive.
Okay.
As long as
You're putting this thing on? You're daily driving this thing?
I don't know if I'm ready to daily it. I don't know if I'm ready to daily it.
Yeah.
This will be a cool demo.
Yeah.
Like this will actually when you can just walk in, sit down in a chair and see your thoughts on a screen.
No, we were debating it earlier. My buddy Rob Tibbs been on the show twice. Dropped 5 predictions in Forbes recently. We can go through them at some point. He's going to come on the show. But 4 of the 5 were very, very reasonable. Anthropic's going to be bigger, and TSMC is going to face more competition. And then he predicts that in 2030, telepathy will be commonplace, which is a very aggressive prediction in my estimation. It's certainly not like a straight trend line, since TSMC has competitors right now. The prediction is just that there will be more competition. But truthfully, telepathy is not really existent outside of a few demos like this. It's not really something where it's 5% of people have the Meta Ray-Bans that take pictures. So face cameras are going to be bigger in 5 years. And it's actually only 3.5 years until 2030, which is sort of crazy to say, but we are getting quickly to the future. Never sell your company. Should you ever sell your company? David Senner says, no. He says the best founders in the world would never sell their company. You could never acquire Elon, Bezos, Zuck, Jobs, Ellison, Jensen, Dell, Page, and Brin. Scott Wu has turned down billions and keeps saying no. This is a great clip. Went super viral. I don't know. Did I lose internet or something? I don't know. Anyway.
Tyler's app is in shambles.
I don't know about that. But there's some debate over this because Elon...
That's not my app.
Elon, yeah, this is just X. Elon did sell 2 companies. He sold Zip2, and he also sold PayPal. And then Jobs sold Next back to Apple. Does that count? I don't know. He did sell Pixar to Disney. That sort of counts. And I mean, Elon never sells his company. He just sold XAI to himself, but I guess that doesn't count. But yes, it is a funny thing. Didn't Mark Anderson push back on this?
Do you know the backstory here from Sasha?
I don't know. Tyler looked it up. Apparently there's a Business Insider report from the time that this happened in 2007, how Terry Semel fumbled Yahoo's Facebook deal. How much is Facebook worth? 5 billion, 10 billion, 15 billion, whatever the number. It's probably a lot more than the 1 billion that Yahoo could have bought it for a year ago. As Yahoo continues its soul searching, here's an unpleasant rendition of Semel's catastrophic decision courtesy of Wired. When Yahoo came calling with a bid of $1 billion in cash, the pressure became too much. Zuck relented in July of 2006. He was just like 18 months into building the company, something like that. Verbally agreeing to sell Facebook to Yahoo. He said yes. He said he was going to sell Facebook to Yahoo, allegedly. Strategically, it seemed like a good match. Yahoo had hundreds of millions of users, but its foray into social networking was struggling. Facebook had cool tools and was looking for a mass audience. The timing, however, could not have been worse. In the days after Zuckerberg agreed to sell, Yahoo announced it was projecting slower sales and earnings growth, and that the launch of its new advertising platform would be delayed. Its stock price tumbled 22% overnight. Terry Semel, Yahoo's CEO at the time, reacted by cutting his offer from $1 billion to $800 million. He just took 20% off, but Zuckerberg, who had been warned about Semel's reputation for last-minute renegotiations, walked away. And that's probably reasonable. I mean, if they're cutting the price there, you have to imagine that as it gets papered, you get cut down again, then the earn-out, you get cut down again, and all of a sudden you're walking away with barely anything. But 2 months later, Semel reissued the original $1 billion bid, but by then, Zuckerberg had convinced his board and executive team that Yahoo wasn't a serious partner and that Facebook would be worth more on its own. He rejected the offer and became famous as the cocky youngster who turned down $1 billion from Wired.
Legendary.
Legendary. It's so interesting to imagine the road not traveled there, because the dynamic, the way Facebook is built with the as a social network, like, could it have been successful under Yahoo's stewardship, or would it have been less exciting, attract less talent, ultimately been disrupted? And would they have had the capital and the guts to go and buy WhatsApp and then also buy Instagram, to actually maintain the dominant position in social networking? What do you think?
I think Yahoo should make another offer. We were hanging out with Jim, CEO, last week, dear friend of ours, and I would like to see Yahoo make another bid.
Hey, Meta's trading down, just keeps going.
If it continues
if it
at
goes
this
down
trend,
to 99.99%, might be able to pick it up.
continues at this trend.
Anyway, let me tell you about MongoDB. What's the only thing faster than the AI market? Your business on MongoDB. Don't just build AI. Own the data platform that powers it. Moving on. What else is in the news?
Chip makers are profiting
printing.
off AI at the expense of
McIntosh.
just about everyone
This
else.
is on the cover of the business and finance section today.
We are witnessing an extraordinary transfer of cash from the providers of AI and perhaps one day AI users to memory chip makers. Take us away, John.
Yeah, the explosive growth in Micron Technology's profit in the latest quarter is extraordinarily good news for its shareholders, but it comes at the expense of the artificial intelligence companies to which it sells fast memory chips. Micron, along with Korea's Samsung Electronics and SK Hynix, are to AI what oil producers are to the airlines, makers of an essential input that this year suddenly became much more pricey because there is extremely limited capacity to make the high bandwidth memory that AI needs, and it takes years to build production facilities. Soaring data center demand simply jacked up prices. Micron's soaring profits are, for its customers, soaring costs. We are witnessing an enormous transfer of cash, they said. Profit shift of this scale are rare events, and investors should be paying attention to where the money's coming from, where it's being spent, and how long it will keep flowing. In the quarter ended May 28th, Micron increased prices for DRAM chips more than 60% on the previous 3 months, while increasing shipments by a low single-digit percentage. It said last week prices for NAND flash memory, also used in data centers, jumped more than 80%. Usually memory doesn't matter that much, but for Micron, customers paid $18 billion more, and that was just in the quarter. Prices quadrupled in a year, and it's hurting outside AI too. Apple last week raised prices for MacBooks more than 15%, closer to home for me. The memory I bought on Amazon.com a year ago to build a super quiet computer, I hate fan noise, good color commentary here, has tripled in price and now costs more than the CPU. For an industry in which prices usually drop every year. It's a huge turnaround in consumer electronics. Passing on higher prices helps limit demand for chips, just as higher oil prices reduce consumption. But the AI companies aren't passing on higher prices because they are able to throw money at supply problems. The problem in AI is that the end users aren't covering the cost of the service, with big losses being recorded by AI model producers. Everything is still priced to bring in new customers, yet not yet to make money. So higher input costs create a nasty problem. Either losses will either be bigger or higher prices will be needed, putting off potential customers. And you can see the price of Micron's stock price has been through the roof as the company joins the $1 trillion club and becomes the first $1 trillion company headquartered in Boise, Idaho. And Idaho got a $1 trillion company before New York, I believe, and also before Florida and Austin, maybe something like that. It's
Crazy.
rare. It's rare.
Crazy,
mostly
Moggy.
mostly on the West Coast. Anyway. There's a whole bunch of bull cases for Micron. Still, the stock could double from here, says Barron's. I love Adam Levine and Barron's sharing the bull case. We can.
Tyler, how many $1 trillion companies are there in Europe? Out of curiosity.
I'm gonna go with 0.
That's true. That is true. You are correct.
The other
ASML could get there.
Maybe.
Sitting at around 700.
Wait, what about Eli Lilly? Or no, Novo. Novo was $1 trillion, right? Or did it ever touch $1 trillion? I don't think so, right? It was real close.
It's a humble 165 million.
Brutal. Wait, but what did it peak at?
You're thinking of Eli Lilly.
Eli Lilly hit $1 trillion. Yeah, rough. Very, very rough. Comcast is planning to split up the company. Competition is escalating.
Eli Lilly, the Indiana company, John.
Is it from Indiana?
Indiana.
Okay.
Former Indiana startup.
Okay, I like it. NBC, Universal, and Sky will separate the company's connectivity business from its film, theme park, and streaming operations. Oh yeah, Universal Studios. Comcast is up on the news. Comcast plans to separate its media and connectivity businesses.
Who's building the Anduril of theme parks?
It does seem like a.
Could there not be an opportunity to create a net new theme park business with a modern technology stack?
It's very expensive. Everything needs to be like the modern technology stack in theme parks is
expensive.
tricky.
You don't believe in the theme park capital markets?
I don't know. I know I've known people that have worked on theme parks at Disney, and it's tricky because you have to amortize a ride over like 20 years, and so you'll go.
It seems like an absolutely brutal business.
Yeah.
That is probably harder today because
Huge power law.
think about at the time that a lot of these parks were built, like you didn't have like infinite online entertainment for every single sub niche.
Yes,
instantly available.
I mean, there's a whole bunch of trend pieces right now about how IRL experiences are seeing higher than ever pricing in the face of you could just watch the Knicks game on TikTok highlights, but people still forked over $5,000 to go see the game. And so, you have that like barbell strategy where Thrive is buying a stake in the San Francisco Giants, a baseball team that should face
also
competition.
Exploring the NBA team.
Yeah.
To Vegas. But
So
at the same
I
time,
think I'm more in your camp,
John,
that there
there's
is maybe
also
an
that stat
opportunity.
that came out this morning or maybe yesterday that there's more sports betting volume than all sales of movie tickets, theaters, theme parks, and like a couple other these IRL categories.
Wait, it's up or down?
Less
lower.
Less like,
Huh.
and the stat was like volume.
Yeah.
And so it's not exactly like a proxy for like revenue, but still meaningful.
Theme park, vertically integrated, Tweety Bird tattoos. Tweety Bird tattoo parlor right on site. This is a big thing.
I like it.
When you're at Six Flags. No, I don't.
I like it.
Six Flags never really got the same like cultural power that Disneyland did. There's something about the flywheel that Walt Disney laid out that does seem very, very important.
It works.
And so how do you start that? It's not just, tech-enabled theme park. That's not going to draw people in. You need to have like IP around it.
Brain rot theme park.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I got it. Yeah,
There's
I'm eating.
something
I'm
about-
eating.
I mean-
It's gonna keep muting and not muting sometimes.
We've read stories about like the Disneyland fan that saves up every year and spends so much money at the park, and I think that's probably the lifeblood of that business. And that doesn't happen
Okay,
without
sounds good.
building a whole cinematic universe around every single ride, and that just takes so much time. And you can't this goes back to the question of like Netflix is enduring IP. Like they haven't been able to like, even though it's been 20 years of like, I mean, I don't know when they started producing their own content, but it's been 20 years for that business at least, and they haven't really developed like their own franchise that lives in the same world as Batman.
Well, I'd push back and say that Narcos.
Narcos? You want to go to the Narcos theme park? I was talking about this with somebody once, talking about like HBO, like why don't they have a theme park? And he was like, what are you going to do? Take your kids to a brothel in Game of Thrones land? Like, no, it doesn't make any sense. Like anything, like it needs to be uniquely general.
Your site that linked to all your other stuff, all footholders for your idea, noticed it's describing it wrong, so might need to realign. Vibage. Really, it's a game player and your TUI while your AI works, right? All right, what is this? Sign in to CLO. What am I looking at, guys? What am I looking at? Guys, when I go on a site, I want to see something right away. I don't want to log into anything. I don't want to log into anything. I want the app. I want it now. I want access. All right, I have to get my other stuff, other food.
Audience, like you can't have R-rated. You can't have a content backbone that's R-rated because theme parks will always attract families and kids, and so anyone you can't have any theme park that's built around an R-rated like IP library, and so that just narrows it down even further. Anyway.
Well, all of America's basically turned into a theme park for European soccer fans.
Oh yeah.
In the journal, European soccer fans marvel at the splendor of America's suburbs. You've been
many of these reels served to me.
Dutch
Pasadena.
fans in Missouri see a nation that is risky and expensive, but vast and bountiful. Everything is 3 times the size. You've been seeing some of these people in real life, right?
I don't know if I've seen any of them. I did go out to lunch like a week ago, and it seemed crowded, but I was unclear if that was just local residents going out to watch the games or actual tourists coming to town to watch the games.
Gabe, in the X chat, I think Ferrari has a roller coaster in the Middle East.
No
They
way.
do. They have a whole Ferrari theme park
That
in Abu
works,
Dhabi.
because that's not R-rated. You can totally take
friendly.
your kids to the
Family
Ferrari
friendly.
theme park.
Yeah, I was I was in Abu Dhabi and I was driving by it and I was like, I was just thinking of like if you wanted to spend a day, get.
And now I think about it, guys, GPT is bad. GPT is bad, guys. I am not enjoying my results, guys, for my hair. How hard is it to make the hair work, guys? How hard is it? It's not working, guys. It's not working. It's not working the way I want it to. So I give GPT 5.5. I give it a 5 out of 10. A 5 out of 10. It was mainly able to survive, but for certain things. But I think honestly, Claude's the best. Claude's the best, man. Nothing beats Claude, guys. Nothing beats Claude. Not until we get the 5.6 potentially.
Getting the Ferrari experience, like you could just go to the track, or you could just rent a Ferrari.
Tracking what? Tracking what?
Yeah, but you don't need to go to Six Flags to get the Batman experience. You can just go out in the middle of the night and arrest a criminal. Just become a vigilante. I saw another report that apparently there's like an individual who's being like the Batman of Mexico. Do you guys see this? This is very funny. And
Face tracking? No, this is something even more simple. It's literally just changing the color of my hair. What do you think? The face tracking is perfect right now. It's the hair. I just want the hair to change color. ChatGPT can't even do that.
And so the guy went out and found criminals.
Developer says Yas Island. They literally named an island Yas.
Weird.
No.
Okay. I don't know. Anyway. Dutch soccer fans are having fun visiting America. Frank Everink, he hadn't even heard of Kansas City. But when the Dutch soccer fanatic saw his team would be playing along the border of Missouri and Kansas, he made a detour in his worldwide road trip. Everyone got in his camper van and drove south from Toronto, making stops in Detroit, Chicago, and Indianapolis. Along the way, he and other European fans who flocked to Kansas City for the World Cup beheld the fruits of the American economy from a vantage point few foreign tourists typically see. Suburban superstores, hulking plates of food, quiet streets. He marveled at the sprawling houses and a contrast from the tightly packed homes of the Netherlands. I did notice this when we were in France. The food portions were way too small for me. It was brutal. It's spacious, he said. You go here for your shopping and there for your dentist. People are so rich here. I think that's why they can be so nice. What an ultimate white pill in America. In America, everyone's like, we're so divided and everyone hates each other and it's terrible and the economy's about to fall apart. And then one European tourist comes like, this
everyone
is
is so
paradise.
nice.
Something about the grass. The grass is always greener, right? The grass is always greener on whatever side I'm on. That's what I like to say. The throngs of Dutch fans that flooded Kansas City and its suburbs this past week got a taste of day-to-day life in the United States, reigniting the long-running transatlantic debate. Who lives better, Americans or Europeans? The Europeans had plenty of thoughts on American culture. We are a bit shocked about the food you're eating, the Dutch national team superfan Sandra Tate said. Fans also balked at the size of Costco's and the vastness of the highways. In recent days, social media has been filled with videos of Europeans gawking at the staples of suburban life. A two-car garage, a walk-in closet, a second refrigerator. One Brit went viral for trying Chick-fil-A for the first time. That was absolutely banging, he said. In another, he toured the inside of an American fire station.
The way that they experienced at Chick-fil-A was me seeing the Renault Twizy. This is unbelievable. This looks like they made the perfect car.
Yeah, so small. And it's the way they think about our fire trucks, which are massive. This is nuts, honestly, they said.
Tyler, while we wait for our first guest, do you know anything about Bosnia's World Cup team? The United States is facing them on Wednesday. Do you have a stat breakdown or anything?
Be very careful with what you said, because I saw that there was a news reporter who faced fierce backlash for really calling Bosnia out and saying, like, I don't know where it is on a map. And the funny thing was that it was delivered in like the typical newscaster, like, and I'm here reporting on the ground, and tonight, but Bosnia will be playing. And then she just like transitions into color commentary, giving hot takes about how irrelevant Bosnia is in her mind. And the Bosnians did not enjoy her critique of their country.
Yeah, pure disrespect.
Anyway, there's a little golf cart. We got to talk about this at some point, but there's a new car. It's like a Twizy. You're gonna love it.
It's close. It's no
25K.
Twizy.
It's no Twizy to you?
Let's bring in our first guest.
Anyway, let's bring in our first
from
guest.
the National Design.
All right, sounds good.
From the National Design Studio.
Yeah, from the thumbnail thingy preview, I thought this was Tyler, so I thought I was gonna watch it, and I'm like, how did he teleport there? Nope, it's not Tyler. All right, next.
We need to talk. A lot of people are concerned about AI. As an ex-Google, ex-Meta tech lead myself, there's something most people in Silicon Valley try very hard not to even say out loud: the singularity. You know, it's that thing on the horizon. We can all feel its presence. Everyone in Silicon Valley feels it's coming. We just don't name it because naming it makes it real. And the singularity is getting closer every day. Some estimate its arrival in just 2 to 4 years. And many people around me are already quietly rearranging their lives around it. So here's the thing nobody in the Valley will tell you to your face: you need to escape the permanent underclass before the door closes. and that door is already closing, so let's get into it. Quick pause. I'm announcing something new today. If you're looking to prepare for the singularity, I'm introducing for you the official Tech Lead community, Tech Lead Pro.
All right. He tried, guys. He tried. He's tried. He's trying right now. Even though he works at Anthropic, it's okay. It's okay.
There was one door, one reliable way a regular person could go from broke to genuinely fine, own a place, raise kids, sleep through the night in a single lifetime, and that was learn to code. And we said it loudly to everyone.
True, true.
Truck drivers were told, learn to code. Boot camps sold it to single moms. Guidance counselors and colleges told it to everyone. Learn to code was practically national policy, the only respectable answer to, well, how does a normal person make it now? And it worked. Well, for a while, CS grads went from making under 70K in 2009 to north of 200.
And positive here. I am sure this project will be absolutely brilliant. What a treat.
50K by 2024. A whole generation sprinted through that one door. CS degrees doubled in a decade. Just picture it, millions of people running for one exit, climbing one ladder, all of them told the same beautiful thing. Now, watch what happens when we pull the ladder up. So here's what's going on. 2 weeks ago, Anthropic shipped a model called Fable 5. Now Stripe pointed it at the 50 million line internal code base, a migration that their own senior engineers estimated would take 2+ months. Fable finished it in a day. This is not the same ChatGPT you laughed at back in 2023. Somewhere around November of last year with Claude Opus and ChatGPT 5, this thing quietly crossed a line. AI responses that used to be rambling and riddled with errors now delivered one-shot code that ran correctly on the first try. I tried it myself on some crypto arbitrage bots. It's not even vibe coding anymore, it's just coding, one-shotting everything. So take a look at what this did to people who actually learn to code. Recent CS grads now post a higher unemployment rate than art history majors. Just think about that. The so-called useless degree your parents warned you about is now outperforming the safe hard degree. Stanford actually pulled the data. Employment for software developers aged 22 to 25 is down nearly 20% from its 2022 peak. Computer science enrollment in colleges has actually reversed sharply. Undergrad CS enrollment dropped 8.1% in fall of 2025. The first decline in nearly a decade, with 62% of universities reporting year-over-year decreases in computing-related programs. People are getting out, and the layoffs aren't slowing. Just this year, layoffs have been at over 1,000 a day, nearly double last year. Oracle quietly cut 21,000 jobs, Meta's shedding thousands more, PayPal 20%, Intuit 17%. The CEO of Salesforce confirmed 4,000 layoffs, admitting, I need less heads. Now, here's where someone jumps in. But AI is creating more jobs than it destroys. The reports say so. Sure. Let's be precise though, because there's a sleight of hand here. Yes, AI is creating jobs, but which jobs? Human reinforcement model trainers, data warehouse electricians, air conditioning technicians, data center construction crews, people who physically walk the floors of a server warehouse and swap a fried GPU at 3 in the morning. I guess you can call those jobs just barely, but let's be honest about what they're doing. They are not the desk jobs people trained 10 years for. And there are shockingly few jobs created per dollar. Anthropic, for example, announced $50 billion in data centers, but created only 800 jobs. It's worked out to about $7 million of investment per single job. Just learn to code. Wrecked an entire generation, an entire skill set, a decade in the making, obsolete in 18 months. They handed you a shovel, pointed at the gold mine, and the shovel turned out to be what buried you. Now, I know you might be telling yourself, well, no big deal, AI is just a cheap worker. But you need to understand why AI will win, because calling it cheap is underselling it. AI has no health insurance. It doesn't sue you. It doesn't go to HR. It never gets sick, doesn't take vacation, unionize, burn out, or quit for a competitor with your roadmap in its head. No 401ks, no manager. You can fire it mid-sentence and it feels nothing. It works 24 hours a day in parallel. It never asks for a raise or a standing desk. So put yourself in your boss's chair. You can either hire a human, costly, fragile, occasionally sad, legally protected, Or you can hire something smarter that never sleeps, never complains, costs cheaper. Well, that's not a hard call. It's not even a call. And the AI models are only getting cheaper and better, especially out of Asia. China's Zipu AI has recently matched the performance of Anthropic's most powerful Mythos model in some cybersecurity scenarios. And unlike models from Anthropic or OpenAI, Zipu's GLM 5.2 is open weight, which means it can be downloaded and run on hardware operated by anybody. The cost for these models is already just a fraction of the price. Japan also has Sakana AI going toe-to-toe with Claude's Fable 5. So ask yourself, are you really going to try competing with a machine that never tires nor sleeps? How many hours can you truly work?
We said that several times.
Let's get to the part where it stops being sad and just gets infuriating, because the wealth did not just vanish. You can see where it went. The fastest growing buyer of ultra-luxury oceanfront in the Hamptons right now is not hedge funds, it's not private equity. Well, it is the founders and early employees of AI companies like NVIDIA, Scale AI, or SanDisk. There's some weird...
That's true. Regulated industries like finance and healthcare will never trust something like that.
Divide growing, and the people in Silicon Valley see it too. In this viral tweet, a VC partner describes San Francisco right now as flat out frenetic. He notes a group of roughly 10,000 AI employees quietly hit 20 million plus retirement money in just 5 years, while everyone outside that circle is doing the math on their W-2 wages, realizing they're never gonna make it there. No one wants to climb the corporate ladder anymore. A deep malaise has settled in the valley, just paralysis. Even for those that made it, well, they just keep working, noting, why would I retire and do what? Right now, everyone wants to talk to me. If I sell, I will only have money. The CEO of Anthropic said it best. It will be a level of wealth concentration that will break society. Now, I know what you may be thinking. Well, what about UBI, Universal Basic Income? Robots will do the work and will lounge by the pool. To put it mildly, that's not happening. What people refuse to understand is wealth is not just a number, it is the gap, the difference. Being rich doesn't mean having a big balance. If everyone had the same big balance, prices would simply rise and it would become meaningless. Ask yourself honestly, has any ruling class ever in the history of our species looked at the people below them and thought, just take it easy, rest, we've got it from here? Power does not want a rested, idle, comfortable population with free time. That's the one thing it has never wanted. Governments want you busy, doing something, anything, ideally something exhausting, but never ever just napping.
I would assume they would never update it either. I hope you're cleaning it. We're still running a beta firmware? Oh no.
And this permanent underclass, it's not just a prediction, you can already see it taking shape. Let's start with who is still getting hired. Well, over the past year, women took the overwhelming majority of new jobs. 94% of net new jobs went to women, nearly 17
women took our jobs.
times as many men. That's not because of some conspiracy, but because the growth is all in healthcare and education, while the sectors that used to absorb men, tech, engineering, just stalled out. And the men aren't reskilling, they're leaving the workforce. Around 1 in 3 prime-aged men are neither working nor looking for a job. It is the lowest male participation rate since 1948. So look at what people are now doing with all that time. Meme coins, crypto, polymarket, sports books, stock tip influencers screaming about the next 100x, gacha games, training kids to chase a jackpot pool. We did not get here by accident. When effort stops paying, gambling becomes rational. The gambler does not build, he believes in luck.
Parents.
And so once your brain is marinated...
What did your Asian parents say? Become doctor? Become engineer? Become lawyer? Hey, I did my bargain. Doctor? Okay.
In this fast money dopamine, totally brain rotted, well, that slow, boring compounding effort becomes physically unbearable, like trying to read a book after a year of short-form video. This exact shift is the psychological fingerprint of a permanent underclass. It is the surrender of agency, a generation of learned helplessness. So, let me be direct here. The truth about wealth is that you don't really earn it. Slaves and peasants never earned wealth. They worked until they died. Wealth gets inherited, married into, or stolen. And that is the historical norm, and the data says we're sliding back into it. As we speak, there is a $124 trillion handoff coming as the boomers
They were right.
die off. The biggest wealth transfer in history.
Wait, Ewo, what did you do? What did you do? What are you doing? What were you doing before vibe coding? I was doing my end of the bargain. I went to school, but I had to take care of myself. So I had to find my own path, like everybody else. Doctors, even doctors aren't even safe too, yeah.
History. This inherited wealth is overtaking the kind that you build. For the first time in a long time, the smartest question is not what should I learn, it is who are your parents? I have this feeling that all work is cope. Work is for the working class. We somehow built this entire culture around finding meaning in our jobs, when in reality, maybe there wasn't much there. The machines just showed up and ripped any meaning away. It did your 2 months of work in an afternoon and cut you a severance check on the way out. Now here's the funny part, except it's not that funny. For most of history, peasants and slaves stayed poor for over 1,000 years. Actually, they call it the permanent underclass because, well, it is permanent. Serfdom in Europe actually ran from antiquity all the way to just recently in 1864. That is not just a dark chapter of history, that's most of the history book. So, what do we actually do now? Well, I've got some suggestions. 1. Stop trying to outwork a machine that does not sleep. You will lose, and it won't even notice you were trying. Study AI. Learn to use it in everything you do. There will always be slow adopters, and that gap is your opportunity. Number 2. Innovation has always been the actual escape hatch. Tech has always been about disruption. PCs, the web, mobile, crypto. Every wave has rewarded the pioneers who ventured into the frontier early. 3. Build a project. Your job is more at risk than it's ever been, but by the exact same token, AI has made it easier than ever to start something of your own. And you won't outrun the machines alone. Find your community. That is what Tech Lead Pro is for. I set this up so that we can work together. So check it out. Link.
Guys, let's do an estimate. How much is this Tech Lead Pro gonna cost? How much is this Tech Lead Pro gonna cost, guys? Robots is getting used more and more. Models is getting better finding problem. Yeah. Agreed. How much is Tech Lead Pro, guys? How much is Tech Lead Pro? All right, let's check it out. How much is it? $50 a month, guys. Normally $100 a month.
In the
that's it.
Are these mostly just version bumps, or are we actually having to rewrite some logic here? Some.
Cost to him $5. I ate something spicy. Whew. All right.
Did someone just mention a chipotle?
I just made a Sammy and some Chipotle cheddar on it. Bussin'. Damn, you talking like a Zoomer. Even I don't talk like that. I talk like an unk. On God, no cap.
Everything is just sparkly.
No cap.
What a treat. Sama, the chat is suddenly talking about sandwiches. Now I can smell a chipotle cheddar melt from inside my box.
Your kids are Zoomers. Damn. Oh, I forgot. Your kids could teach you. I forgot. On God. No cap. 420. 6'7". Can I ask you guys a question, please? All right? All right, Milsey. Milsey. For real, for real. Say less. Say less. Where's the question? Where's the question?
Not Millsy. Looks like they have a burning question. Should we let them in? Keep focusing on the code.
Where's the question? I'm waiting. My God. Where is this thing? Hello? 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 Right, so my project is the ability to play games, being vague. What did I start? Being vague to obscure it. Guys. My guy. You don't need to... Oh my God, you have the patience of a fish. Yes, and a memory of a fish. Alright, I'll let you rate your question, and I'll play the video now.
We are building a lot of data centers that...
Wait, I forgot. This guy knows nothing about AI, I forgot. My bad, guys. My bad. How do I not view this video anymore?
You know, John, you and I talk about this all the time. You know what I'm going to get at here, because what is often lost...
Huh? So pretty can make a grown man cry. Right, so if you could play games in your TUI, it pops in and out by a hotkey. You would message your AI prompt and hotkey back into your game you were playing. How would you expect this to work? Keyboard listener, keylogger, listen to a key press or key remapper. Right, did I read that wrong? Did I read that wrong? So if you could play games in your TUI, it pops in and out by a hotkey. You message your AI, then hotkey back to the game when you were playing in the TUI, in the terminal. Yeah, just be a keyboard combination. Yeah, a keyboard combination. Then it would trigger the AI to show up, similar to what I do with Nebby, although it's not working right now when I press it. But yeah, you could just create a prompt, get it done, come back. Never mind, you're not getting your question. You said if I could play games in my TUI and it pops out by a hotkey, right? I press a hotkey to play the game. And then I press another key to talk to my AI. How would I do it? I'd use a keyboard or key remapper or some keyboard combination, utility that listens to my key bindings and key presses, and then triggers, some pipe. You need some listening service listening on like the same, like standard out of their. Or standard in of your keystrokes in the terminal. I don't know. Focus on your mind detail, going tangent in mind detail. Hey, you asked the question. When you could have asked AI instead. Hey operator, how you doing?
On heat waves. We focus on the day temperatures, but the problem when you get to dew points and you get to humidity, it never cools off at night. And that's what really, I think, makes heat waves deadly, because if you can get temperatures to cool, you can get your location to cool, but that's not going to happen.
It is not, and that I knew exactly where you're going, Bernie, after working with...
Yeah, I'm trying to save tokens, guys. You guys, AI isn't good answers all the time. Hey, are you using Opus? You better be using Opus when you ask these questions.
For decades, that look at these overnight low temperatures. They fall to 81, 82, and 81 there in the middle of the week. That's little time to recover at night. This is going to be miserable and dangerous for people without air conditioning especially. And this really, when you have those kinds of overnight...
For questions? No, I use Google AI. You see me questioning Google AI all the time.
Elevated temperatures, Bernie, that increases the heat stress on people's bodies each...
Guys, I forgot I get unlimited images. You just told me to do that. Huh? Yeah. Damn, everyone over there is cooked. Yeah.
Day of the heat wave. This is a dangerous situation, which is going to be made even more dangerous by the fact that there's going to be people outside in large numbers celebrating the great holiday this week and into the weekend. People are going to need to be very careful with managing this extreme heat.
Obviously, here at AccuWeather, we focus on the superior accuracy
images,
of our forecast, but we also focus on the superior accuracy.
Guys, we could have what a day of just generating images with ChatGPT. You should be generating images in that case. Yeah. Start creating. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Pro. Describe an image. Right. I needed to. All right. How do I get the thingy out of the way? I don't know how to get that combination out of the way. I need. Oh, never mind. It's just let's figure out. We need to figure out what to create, guys. We've created all these images, but we need something. We can just keep creating music, I guess. But we'll do that. We'll do that. Let me just finish this.
Accuracy of our communication. And when it comes to heat wave, we want to give people an idea of what to expect and what to compare it to. And that's why we made the AccuWeather Heat Wave Severity Index, John.
That's right. This is another...
Okay, it's not extreme, not like people dying wave.
AccuWeather unique tool that we developed a couple of years ago and rolled out so that we could help people better understand heat waves and put heat waves into context. First, we define a heat wave in New York City as 3 or more consecutive days where the temperature exceeds 90 degrees Fahrenheit. That threshold can vary based upon the climate of any individual city. Then we have the AccuWeather heat temperatures are going to be a big factor as well.
And Jan, I mean, just look at...
They copied Switzerland. Okay.
Wait, did someone just say we copied Switzerland?
Hot. It's hot.
Are we secretly a
Hot, hot, hot. I want you to generate me a picture of the world first quadrillionaire.
Is there a deeper architectural issue here, Sama?
Why do I have to select model? Probably be a pic of Mr. Beast or Musk.
Sama, do you think we could actually make 1,000 images of Elon Musk? That would be so silly.
Who will it be, guys? Who will it be? Musk. Let's see, guys, we had such a cool, like, you know, synchronization or synchronicity with Turtle. Talking all day, guys. Talking all day for a good 12 hours plus hours. Man, we need more of that, guys. We need more of that. Oh, what the heck? First quadrillionaire. That looks like Elon Musk, guys. I hate to say it, guys. That looks like Elon Musk. And somehow controlling the world with all these satellites. Wait, what? How come earlier it said I could talk to this image? That's weird. I thought I'd be able to talk. No? You renamed him? He distilled the model. Alright. Am I using usage for this? Are you sure, guys? Cool. Do I get to generate unlimited ChatGPT images with Pro? ChatGPT? I'm not sure about anything except that I'm not sure about anything. Yeah. Yes, officially includes. Let me see. Alright. More usage. Pro reasoning. Maximum codex tasks. Unlimited GPT file uploads. Unlimited faster images. Unlimited and faster image creation. Deep research agent and agent mode. Maximum memory and context. Maybe I need to do deep research and agent mode. You know what that means? Maximum memory context. Expand projects, tasks, and custom GPT. Let's just learn about the features that we're just not exposed to. We bought this. Can you make an image of Sam Altman hogging on the rim? Possibly. Alright guys, let's figure out what we're missing here. With the library. What's in the library, guys? Alright, that's our files, guys. There's all the files that we had. Alright, projects. Alright, let's create our project. SigmaShake. Alright. Start a new chat. Let's see more. Deep research. Pulse. What's Pulse? Finances, guys. Pulse. Pulse helps you stay on top of everything. Each day, it curates research and reminders based on your goals, plans, and ongoing tasks. Alright. Let's see. Daily focus plan, learning goals, news recap, work ideas, career growth, money check-in, quick meal ideas. Right. We need streaming content, guys. Share anything. Creative side projects. You know what, guys? We're gonna learn Korean, guys. We're gonna learn Korean. Give Pulse even more work to work with. Connect your email. Skip for now. I'd rather not. Alright, guys. We're gonna learn Korean. Open settings. What's this? Why am I opening my settings? It says, a fresh update lands every morning. You'll be notified when something new... Alright, sure. Why not? Why not, guys? Alright, guys. We're gonna learn Korean, but I might have to take off for like a good 30-40 minutes in about 15 minutes. Alright, daily updates, getting started. Alright. I said I wanted to learn a language. What happened to that? Alright, let's look at the GPTs first. Video or something, Canva. All AI. I'm gonna make a GPT. I'm gonna create a GPT. I help you build a GPT. You can say something like make a creative who helps generate visuals for new products. Make a software engineer who helps me format code. What do you want? Okay, I'll make a GPT for SSG. Alright, that'll be on the roadmap. Let's add that to like the schedule, guys, to-dos. We're gonna make a GPT. Make a GPT. Oh god, we have to make a phishing prevention solution. Oh my god. Make a GPT. All right, we have make a Jippity. Okay, we'll make Jippity is one. All right, finances, guys, finances. Security CAC accounts in a few minutes. Jippity can help with questions about your spending, subscription, and balances. All right, this is something that, hey, I wish Joe would tell me about this. All right, let's see what finances we could connect, guys. Connect finances, sure, let's, all right. Is it gonna make me rich? Oh wait, oh my god, it's using inference. Oh my god. Never mind, I'm not doing that. Alright, pulse is what? Pulse is that. Maybe Jippity can help you burn your burn rate to offset costs, yes. Yeah, that's true. Stop using Codex. Stop using Codex. What is this thing? It's just all the features that come with ChatGPT. Compare credit options. Evaluate food. Alright, I need to learn Korean, guys. Learn Korean. Hangul. Hangul. Alright. Let me lower the... I can barely hear myself with the songs. Alright. Man, I should have like a series, guys. Learn Korean with ChatGPT. Alright. Hello.
Hello. I'm ready to jump into any topic you have in mind. What can I help you tackle today?
I want to start learning Korean.
That's an excellent goal, and I'm eager to help you get there. Let's clarify your starting point. Are you a complete beginner, or do you already have some exposure to the language?
A complete beginner with barely any exposure other than from TV Korean dramas.
Excellent. Starting fresh.
Huh? Lost connection. Oh no. Alright, we're gonna try again, guys. Do we have internet? Am I online? You cut off.
No problem. Let's continue right from there. We'll establish a solid foundation. I'll guide you step by step. Key sounds, basic phrases, and essential grammar. Ready to dive into the first building block?
Hey, it's great. Hey there. I've got a really great feeling about us.
Hello. Hey, what's up? Feel free to ask me about anything that's on your mind. I'm ready to go.
Hi there. Hey, I'm Hi, glad to meet you.
Hey, how's it going? I'm looking.
Hi. Hey, hi there.
Hey, what's up? Feel free to ask me about anything that's on your mind. I'm ready to go.
Hello. It's lovely to meet you. If there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to let me know.
Where do I get the Korean dialect one?
Hey, it's
Hi there. Nice to meet you. You've got it.
Hey,
Let me
it's great
switch
to
my
meet you.
voice to a
How's your
standard
day going?
Korean
Hey
dialect
there.
while speaking English.
I've got a really great
then we'll be
feeling about
fully
us
in the
teaming
zone.
up. How can I jump in and
It just it bugged out. It bugged out, guys. Wait. Are you still listening?
Absolutely.
You cut off again.
I'm here and following along. If anything gets lost, don't worry. Just let me know and we'll keep things clear and on track.
All right, let's get started.
Fantastic. We'll begin with the Korean alphabet called Hangul. It's a highly logical system. I'll walk you through a few key sounds and letters first, and then we'll move on to simple greetings. Let's break it down systematically.
Okay.
Perfect. We'll start with the core consonants and vowels. I'll make it clear how each sound works, so you can confidently recognize and pronounce them. Ready for your first consonant?
Yes.
Great. In Korean, one fundamental consonant sound is kiok, which often sounds like a soft G or K. Now let's pair it with a vowel.
What do you want me to do?
I want you to listen carefully to the pronunciation, repeat it out loud if possible, and if you have any questions or something feels unclear, just ask. We're building understanding step by step.
G.
Yes, exactly. Keep that openness. When you're ready to try, let me know. We'll move at a deliberate pace so each sound feels natural in time.
I was just saying what you wanted me to say and repeat. Let's get started already.
Understood. Let's jump right into it then. We'll begin with one concrete step, the word hello in Korean. It's 안녕하세요. Let's break it down syllable by syllable so you can confidently say it.
안녕하세요.
That's correct. You've just said it. We'll build on that, but already you're making progress. Let's keep this pace and introduce a few more foundational phrases next.
How do we enable speech-to-speech? Guys, I've been doing it wrong. I've been doing it wrong, guys. There's like this other feature. I don't know what it is, but it shows up like, it shows up this little bubble thingy. Maybe it's only on the phone. Let me see. Huh. I could have sworn. Alright guys, we're gonna have to switch it to the phone. You're just gonna have to listen. Just gonna have to listen, guys. The phone is able to do this. The web version is not. So I'm gonna switch to my phone. You guys will be able to hear it. It's pretty loud. Alright. Jibbity? Hello?
Hello. I'm ready to assist with whatever you need. What's on your mind today?
Oh, I have to change the voice, sorry. Voice. Shoot.
Hi there. Nice to... Hey there.
Yeah. I have the iOS, guys. I have the iOS. You guys are just gonna have to imagine stuff. I don't know how we're gonna do this, but you can use screen recording program on Linux. You're just gonna have to listen. There isn't any. Is there a transcript? Let's see if it actually sees it. I want to. Hello.
Hello, Charles. Excellent to have you here.
No, call me Sigma. Don't call me Charles.
I'm ready to dive in.
Call me Sigma only.
Got it, Sigma. Let's keep it precise and on point. What topic or challenge are we tackling right now?
We're learning Korean.
Fantastic. The linguistic structure of Korean is fascinating. Subject, object, verb order, honorifics, and a relatively logical script. How exactly do you want to get started? Are you aiming at speaking, reading, or something else?
Well, speaking.
Excellent. Spoken Korean will give you practical interaction skills. Let's start by ensuring your pronunciation is accurate. Are you ready to repeat some core sounds and basic phrases after me so we can calibrate your articulation?
Yes.
Great. Let's start with a simple greeting. Repeat after me.
Money.
안녕하세요, which means hello in a polite way. Let's hear you say it.
안녕하세요.
That was a solid start. You're nailing the general flow. Now, let's refine it slightly. The NG at the start of 안녕 is gentle, and the 하세요 should be smooth and flowing. Give it another try, focusing on that continuous rhythm.
안녕하세요.
That was smoother. Great adjustment. Consistency will come with repetition. As we build from here, each phrase will compound. So keep that focus, and soon you'll have a conversational foundation.
What next?
Next, we systematically expand your functional phrases. Let's go for nice to meet you, which is 만나서 반갑습니다. We'll break it down. 만나서, nice to meet. 반갑습니다, polite ending for glad. Try repeating that entire phrase and we'll fine-tune it.
만나서 I've, I'm having trouble. You spoke too fast and you said too many words. So next time you have to say the pronunciation, and that's it. And let me say it afterwards.
Absolutely. Clear pacing is crucial. I'll slow down. Let's do it step by step. First, I'll say one chunk, 만나서. Now you can repeat just that part before we move forward.
만나서.
Perfect. Next chunk, 반갑습니다. Once you're comfortable, put them together.
Stop saying words after. You're confusing me.
Phrase down smoothly.
Stop saying words after. It confuses me.
Understood. I'll give you just the exact chunk and then pause.
Alright, start it again.
No problem. Let's reset. First chunk, 만나서. I'll pause here so you can repeat. Once you're ready,
Stop saying words. Just say the word,
any more practice
and
or
that's
want
it.
to add new phrases, just let me know.
Just say the word and that's it. Be very concise.
Got it. Pure precision. I'll give you each phrase directly, no extras when we move forward. Just say the word when you're ready for the next.
Alright, next word. The current word. Say the current word again.
The current word is 반갑습니다.
That wasn't the word. That's a new word.
Let's clear that up. The original word was 만나서. We'll always be precise going forward, no confusion.
Stop saying something after the word.
Absolutely, I'll stop adding anything after the word. When you ask, I'll just state the word and stop. Nothing more.
Alright, say the word again.
만나서.
만나서.
Exactly. You've got it. Once you're ready for the next phrase or word, just say the word.
No, we have to do it naturally as a conversation and save it into your memory to just say the single word.
This approach is now set. When we continue, I'll deliver just the word, nothing else. Let me know the next word or phrase you want to tackle.
We have to go with your pace. So just start helping me now. I need to learn Korean.
All right, let's proceed efficiently. I'll dictate key phrases one at a time. First up, 안녕하세요. Hello. Repeat it after me and we'll move on.
You made the mistake again. You don't need to say repeat after me. Just say the word.
Understood. No extra instructions. Here it is directly. 안녕하세요. Perfect. Now let's build your next phrase. When you're ready, just prompt me and I'll give you the next word.
Don't
without
stop
any
doing
filler.
that. Stop doing that. Just say the next word is blank, means blah blah blah, and then the word.
Understood. I'll be precise. For example, the next word is 고마워, which means thanks. The word is 고마워.
고마워.
Exactly. Now that we have that pattern, we can steadily expand your vocabulary. Just say when you're ready for the next term, and we'll proceed exactly like that.
Stop saying that. Say that I'm ready. Stop doing that.
I'll refrain from saying that entirely. We'll keep it strictly to the format. The next word, when you prompt, will come immediately. No extra cues.
All right, let's start. Act like a proper teacher. You're acting like a robot.
We'll align to a natural cadence then. I'll structure it like a teacher would, delivering clear, targeted terms. And if you have questions or need guidance, I'll adapt. Let's begin with a phrase that's useful for you, and we'll iterate naturally.
Let's go.
All right, let's go straight into a practical phrase. If you want to say I understand, you'll say 이해해요. 이해해요. Now go ahead and give it a try.
이해해요. 이해해요. 이해해요.
If you want to continue, we'll keep adding relevant phrases with clear meaning and precise delivery. Just let me know what's next.
Stop doing that. You gotta tell me if I'm saying it wrong. Or not.
You're right. Precise feedback matters. If something is off, I'll correct it. Your last one was spot on. Next time, if there's any deviation, I'll pinpoint exactly what needs adjusting. Ready to refine further?
Change voice to Korean dialect.
I can't actually change my dialect, but I'll continue providing accurate pronunciation and feedback in our current format. Let's keep focusing on perfecting your Korean. Tell me the next phrase you'd like to work on.
No, you have to tell me. You're the teacher. I'm learning.
Fair enough. Let's move forward systematically. A key phrase, where is the bathroom? In Korean, that's 화장실 어디예요? The word is 화장실 어디예요? Let's hear you give that a try.
화장실 어디예요?
Your pronunciation is solid, but we can refine one part. The "어" sound in 어디예요 should be smooth and clear. Try that last part again, 어디예요, and we'll perfect it.
어디예요?
That's exactly right. You're adjusting well. Now we can move on to another everyday phrase or concept whenever you're ready.
The thing is, I'm not learning any characters, any syllables, any pronunciations. You're just saying the whole word all at once and the meaning. It doesn't teach me much.
That's a valid concern. Let's adjust our methodology. We'll break words into syllables so you can hear each sound distinctly, and I'll explain components if needed. For example, if we take 안녕, we can break it down into an and 녕. That way you get both structure and meaning. Let's try that on the next word.
안녕?
Perfect. An is the first syllable, and 녕 is the second. Together, 안녕 means peace or hello. Now you've got both the breakdown and the meaning.
Why are you pausing? Where's the speech-to-speech?
It's all good. I'm here and listening. I won't pause unnecessarily. Let's keep the dialogue flowing. What's the next element or phrase you want to break down?
Mainly just conversational Korean. Like, teach me how to speak Korean and conversationally.
In that case, let's focus on a natural conversational flow. We'll start with basic exchanges. For instance, asking someone's name. What's your name is 이름이 뭐예요? 이름이 뭐예요? We can practice such dialogue pairs step by step, so you can confidently hold a conversation. Let's build from there.
You say too many words. I can't really learn what the word is. You say too much stuff afterwards. Stop making that mistake. Burn it into your memory. Stop doing that. Be concise.
I hear you clearly. From now on, I will give only what's essential. We'll be concise and direct. Let's continue. What's your name? The word is 이름이 뭐예요?
이름이 뭐예요?
That's correct. Your tone and pacing are natural. We'll keep each phrase just as streamlined as this, one step at a time.
Let's change voice, I guess. Let's see here.
Hi there. I just want to share how... Hey, I'm ready to hit the ground. Hi, glad to meet you.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi, glad to meet you. I think we're going to do great work together. Where should we start?
Hello. Hello?
Hello. Let's maintain that steady
Oh
pace.
my
What's
gosh.
the next conversational element you want to tackle?
New chat, guys. New chat. Downvote that. Downvote that. Downvote. Alright. Hello.
I'm here, Sigma. Whenever you're ready, let's jump right into it. Money. What's on your mind, and how can I assist with precision?
I need to learn Korean.
Your objective is clear. I'm ready to help you progress efficiently. Do you have a particular focus, such as conversational scenarios or specific vocabulary domains you want to start with?
Conversational.
Excellent. Conversational Korean typically starts with foundational phrases, greetings, introductions, and basic questions. I'll help you with precise structures so that you can engage in practical dialogue quickly. Let's begin with a common scenario, how to introduce yourself and ask the other person's name.
Okay.
Let's dive right in. In Korean, introducing yourself would typically sound like 제 이름은 저는입니다, meaning my name is your name. Then to ask conversationally, what's your name? You would say 이름이 뭐예요? If you're ready, We can iterate and practice these or any scenario in sequence.
You spoke too fast. I'm not learning that. That's too hard. That's too hard. I was canceled. Let's try Maya.
What's up?
I need to learn Korean. Help.
I'm not Trin, but I've got you.
Korean.
What's going
Korean.
on? Still not Trin. You're sounding a bit frantic. Do you want to tell me what's happening?
Korean?
Wait, are you asking me to speak Korean, or is there something going on with Korean people or the language?
I need to learn how to speak Korean.
Oh, that's a big goal. Are you diving in because of a specific reason, or
No, you
just
need to teach
feeling
me how to do it right now.
right now? That's a bold pace. I can definitely help you get started, but we'll have to start with the basics. Do you want to dive into some common phrases, or start with how the alphabet works?
I need to know conversational Korean, so I need to comprehend, understand, and speak it.
All right, we're going for the deep end then. To get you to a place where you can actually hold a conversation, we should probably start with Hangul. That's the alphabet. It's actually incredibly logical and was designed to be easy to learn, which is a great start. Do you want to try learning a few sounds first, or do you want to jump straight into some essential survival phrases?
We'll start with whatever I could take to hold a conversation.
In that case, let's start with a few essential phrases that'll get you moving. Annyeonghaseyo is your bread and butter. It means hello and is the polite way to start any interaction. Want to try saying it?
안녕하세요.
Close, but in Korean it's 안녕하세요. Try it again. Just a few syllables. You've got this.
안녕하세요.
Spot on. Now, let's try something you'll definitely need. 감사합니다. Thank you. It's a bit of a mouthful, so just take it slow.
감사합니다.
Perfect. You're actually a natural at this. Next up, if you want to be able to navigate a conversation, you'll need to know how to ask, where's the bathroom, which is 화장실이요 다예요.
You gotta speak slower for that one.
My bad. Let me slow it way down. 화장실이요 다예요. Try that.
Wait, say that I couldn't comprehend that. Do that again.
No problem. I'll break it down even further. Was this Stephanie Try taking it one chunk at a time.
I can't. That was just too slow.
Haha, okay, the Goldilocks zone is tricky. Let's try a natural speed, but with clear pauses. 화장실 에어다예요.
화장실 I forgot.
It happens to the best of us. Let's just jump back in. 화장실 에어다예요.
화장실 으르다예요.
Nailed it. Now you've got the basics of greeting, thanking, and finding the restroom.
I need to practice. Say that one more time.
You got it. 화장실 에어다예요.
Let's break half at a time first. Say the first half.
화장실.
화장실.
You've got.
화장실. Is there a Z in there? Is there a Z in
Not
there?
really.
In the first
Nope.
half?
No Z pair sound in there. It's more of a soft J or che sound, depending on how you say it. Want to try 화장실 again?
Yeah. Say that one more time.
화장실.
화장실?
I'm a little confused. Do you mean you want me to repeat 화장실 again, or
Yeah.
are
Yeah.
you trying to teach me something with the letter G?
Just repeat the first half.
화장실.
화장실.
You're getting the rhythm of it. Ready to tackle the second half now?
Yeah.
AODAO. Give that a go.
AODAO.
Perfect. Now put it all together. Huajeng seal AODA yo.
화장실 오요되어요.
You've got it. Now you're officially equipped to find a restroom in Korea. Since you're on a roll, do you want to learn how to ask for something or maybe how to introduce yourself?
Hold, guys, hold. Okay, let's see what this does. Let's see if this is any better, guys. Let's see if this is any better. This stroke was the most funniest part I've heard. I hope somebody could clip that. That was good. That was a pretty low bar. Oh god.
Still with me? Which way do you want to go next? Introducing yourself or asking for things?
All right. Well, let's just switch to YouTube. Say connect. Spend time productively. There you go. I'm new. Converse. Okay. Goal. Sure. Why not? Starting from scratch. All right. I only need to practice.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. All right. Hello. Which one of these is T? Huh?
차.
차?
차.
차. 차.
차.
차.
차.
차. 차. 차. 차. Alright.
차, 커피.
Copy. Copy. Copy, okay. Huh? What? Oh, huh? Eh. Tea, coffee, huh?
커피.
Copy.
커피, 차.
I was one time I was waiting in lunch every day at a place, and this guy would always be in front of me, and he'd always be on Duolingo, and he was learning Japanese or something. What?
커피.
Oh, it's not that. Huh? Oh, copy.
커피. 차.
What? So I have to click on.
커피.
Oh, I have to do both of these.
안녕하세요.
Hello?
안녕하세요.
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 안녕하세요. Yeah.
차.
차. Tea.
차 주세요.
차 주세요. 주세요. Please. Right?
안녕하세요. 커피 주세요.
Hello? Coffee, please. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. 주세요.
주세요.
커피.
Coffee.
주세요.
주세요. Alright?
커피.
Coffee. 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 Alright?
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. Oh, hello?
차,
Continue.
커피.
Cha, copy. Why does it work now?
커피, 차.
Copy, cha. Man, guys, as we did the test, guys, AI's not good at teaching. AI's not good at teaching. AI's not good at teaching any language, guys, as we could just experience just now. If you were in my shoes, you'd probably do the same thing. You'd probably experience the same thing, guys. So Duolingo is able to survive. Survive, guys. It's able to survive. Guys, we're trying to break in to the Korean secret society. So we need to know Korean, all right? We need to know Korean. Unstoppable. What's this? What did it just say? What was the question? All right, let's do this. Create a profile. Sure. Be like 90. 6'7"? Secrets of K-pop, we gotta know. We gotta know, guys. We gotta know. I was hoping we work on the conversational everything. So it doesn't actually tell us conversational until when? When do we actually like talk to people? Let's see. In Duolingo, when do we actually get to talk? In Duolingo, when do we get to talk? What chapters? Oh my gosh. What is it doing, guys? What is this? Is this the part? Is this the part of the stroke, guys? Is this the stroke?
Next up, if you want to be able to navigate a conversation, you'll need to know how to ask, where's the bathroom, which is Wajangsilio Dayayo.
You gotta speak slower for that one.
My bad. Let me slow it way down. Wajangsilio Dayayo. Try that.
Wait, say that I couldn't comprehend that. Do that again. That was good, guys. That was good. Let's edit that one. There you go. You gotta speak slower for that one.
My bad. Let me slow it way down. Wajangsilio Dayayo. Try that. Next up, if you want to be able to navigate a conversation, you'll need to know how to ask, where's the bathroom, which is Wajangsilio Dayayo.
You gotta speak slower for that one.
My bad. Let me slow it way down. Wajangsilio Dayayo. Try that.
That was good. That was good. That's perfect. That was perfect, guys. We finally got a clip. How long did it take to get the clip, guys? How long did it take to create a clip? Oh, how do we share that one? How do we share that one, guys? 65 days since? Oh, to create that clip? Oh my god. Oh my god, guys.
Next up, if you want to be able to navigate a conversation, you'll need to know how to ask, where's the bathroom, which is Wajangsilio Dayayo.
Man, we haven't gotten a good clip in a while, guys. We haven't gotten a good clip in a very long time. All right, let's put that in live stream fails, maybe. All right, just let's put it on Reddit, I guess. Let's go on my. Should we put it on my other account or this account for Reddit? Live stream fail. One live stream fail, guys. Just one live stream fail. This one was good. This one was good. Like, I could actually believe in this one, like popping off. Like, we have to remember, we learned from our lesson from the last time. We put our name in the title. We put our name in the title. That's number one. Number two, we could either put it on Twitch or YouTube. Twitch or YouTube, guys. Maybe we just download the whole video. That's probably better. Download the clip. Let's. I forgot what our technique was. They download the whole thing in this one. Let's see that these people actually put the whole entire thing here. The whole thing, guys. The whole thing. Wow. Everybody's not putting any mobile stuff. They're all just actual stuff. All right. We could put the whole thing then, I guess. Twitch. I think it's probably better to put the Twitch, right? Twitch link. Share. Copy link. All right, here. Post it here. Let's see here. Make one post. We make one post. Create post. Link. Here. Clip. All right. Add. Funny. SigmaShake tries to learn Korean from AI. All right. Ready, guys? Let me just make sure this works. I'd rather be a YouTube clip because a YouTube clip will actually like help me. Twitch clips don't help me, unfortunately. So we have to make it like a Twitch clip.
Next up, if you want to be able to navigate a conversation, you'll need to know how to ask, "Where's the bathroom?" which is "와정시."
Oh, and I gotta go. I gotta go, guys. I'll just put this here. And all right. All right, guys. Copy. Where's the link? Where's the link, guys? All right. There you go. There it is. All right, I have to step away, guys. I have to step away for a good 30 minutes, 40 minutes. For now, just chill and listen to RuneScape. Listen to RuneScape while I'm away. All right, guys. I'll be back. Don't worry. I'll be back. All right. Stepping away, guys. Stepping away. Never mind, guys. I'm coming back. I'm coming back. Be back. All right, never mind, guys. Never mind. JK, JK. JK. Never mind, I'm back. It was a short break. I ended up coming back sooner than I anticipated. Dramatically. Alright. Coming back then, coming back. Let's see here. So AI can't teach me Korean, AI can't teach me anything at this point. Wait, why is my thing not changing? My display is not changing. Alright. It's better. What a strange... So AI can't teach me anything. Then what is AI good for? Huh. Don't worry, Fable 5 fixes all the issues with AI and perfect. I'm gonna use Fable to teach me Korean. Man, there's something definitely wrong here, guys. Just as we experience, guys, I think AI is a bubble. All this hype, all this things that's gonna solve everything, turns out it's not good at anything. It's just a generalist. Scheduled tasks. Weekend ideas. Projects. Where'd my project go? I had a project here. It was talking about stuff. What do we do, guys? Let's see here. I know we could programmatically create images, possibly. So that's another thing too, guys. Man. All right. Even though... Wow, I'm surprised the readiness is still going on, to be honest. Production readiness? Still going on. Windows? Most likely still going on. Huh. Well, it's still working on the submission for Windows. What do we do here? My project is empty, even though I just created the project. It deleted my project. Personalization. Less warm. More enthusiastic. More use clear formatting. Less emojis. Fast answers. Custom instructions. Don't talk after the main point. Stay concise. Less is more. Sigma. Occupation. God. What more about you? More about me? Powerful being. Powerful being. That can. Powerful being that can control the universe. There you go. Record. Reference or criticism. Let reference previous. Alright, that's fine. Web search, canvas, voice, connector search. Alright. Alright. Characteristics. Enthusiastic, less. Headers, more. More paragraphs instead of lists. Alright, professional. Polished, precise. Direct, concurrent. Alright. Notifications, general. Data controls. Improved model for everyone. Oh my gosh, it's been training on my data this whole time. Include your audio. No. Location, off. Remote browser data. Let agent reuse cookies between sessions. I'd rather keep it. Agent mode, remote browser, reuse cookies. Oh yeah, we want that. Archive shit. Hello, hello, welcome, welcome. Delete all chats, export data. Marketing privacy. Marketing personalized marketing. Personalized marketing for the algorithm, guys? For the algorithm? Safety. Reduce sensitive add extra safeguards for sensitive of certain types. Sure, why not? I'm on stream after all. Parental controls. Hey, you could actually have parental controls on here. Add family member. Oh, you could add your child. Hey, I thought children were banned from using AI. They could still use AI? I didn't know that. Trusted contact. Keyboard. Shortcut. Use shortcuts. Open new chat. Alright. Show shortcuts. No. New. Shortcuts. Dev mode. There's a dev mode? Toggle sidebar. 6. Set custom instructions. Copy last key block. Delete chat, custom instructions. Oops. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, what? Keyboard. Custom instructions. Oops. Oh. Never mind. Never mind. I just blew away my shortcuts. Aye. Wait, how did these projects show up now? Alright. Let's figure out what a GPT is. Buy, rent, Figma. Figma? Deep research. Still trying to figure out what Pulse does. Daily speaking practice. 5 morning reset routine. Twitch emote strategy. Defenses to build SigmaShake. Morning reset. Vouch ring detection list. Oh, we forgot about our secret society, guys. We forgot about our secret society. Yeah, how are we gonna create our secret society, guys? Instant daily speaking practice. Guys, I think it's until speech to speech is enabled, guys. I don't think GPT is good for voice yet until speech to speech exists. Because the speech to speech that we do with Navi, it's super fast, super clean, really good experience. But with GPT, it's not that good. GPT, improve your workout. Transform any idea Research and analysis. Crypto. Will we be burning books in our secret society? No, no. Alright, we need to create the secret society Jibbity. Alright, we'll create it. What would you like? Help you generate. I want you to create the secret society Jibbity. The SSS. The SSSSS. Secret Society SigmaShake. Thinking. Pro is thinking. What's it thinking, guys? Model. Pro. I'm afraid if I click configure, it does something weird, or it'll interrupt. Alright. What are we doing? Why is it taking this long to create a secret society? Well, the secret society is really just installing SigmaShake, Discord, and being a subscriber. That's really the secret society. But there has to be more, guys. There has to be more. Man, it's really thinking, huh? That's right, great. I've shaped a playful, fictional. Fictional? Why are we doing fictional? Yes, but this is not fictional. Rot. It's not fake, guys. This isn't a fake. This isn't a fake secret society. It's not fake. Why is it trying to create a fictional secret society? We want a real secret society. And okay, let's do like let's multitask, guys. All right. We have to accept some prompts here. We set this up here. We wrote this at the top here. Excuse me. Dying. All right. I think the only one that was good really was Sesame, but Sesame was at least able to like comprehend and say stuff. We'd have more ideas to talk about. But Jibbity is not doing so well. Generating profile picture. What? Why is it generating a profile picture? I guess we need a profile picture for the secret society. Makes sense. Sort of. Almost done. I can see it loading. What will be the secret society? Oh, I need more water. As that's loading. My water is still filtering. So I got a mucho mango. Something happened. Something happened. Testing. Oh, it's back. It's back. It recovered. Auto heal. Auto heal, guys. Self healing. Green, blue. Red, blue. Red, green. Red, green engineering, guys. Red, green engineering. Self heal. 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 Can I do it? Can I repeat? Can I do what Moon does? Heal. Heal. Alright. We healed up and oh, I could drink my iced tea. I got the Mucho Mango Arizona iced tea. Ugh. It's okay. It's okay. Man, it's really going to town to generate this profile picture. All right, what's going on here? What's going on? I'm still not satisfied with my hair, guys. I'll try one more time for the hair. Maybe one more time. And if the hair doesn't do the cool stuff, then we give up. The hair is not transitioning to the next color in the gradient of available colors. Oh, I should really compact this. Hello? Hello, welcome. The color is not changing or transitioning to the next available color. It needs to be a smooth transition. What else needs to be good about it? Transitions. It seems to like immediate switch from white to orange, which doesn't make any sense. We need to go from like white to yellow, you know, the rainbow type colors transitioning. Except we're trying to change it to the base colors. Slowly transition to the base colors that we already have in the dashboard. Alright guys. Am I making my secret society or what? GPT? The SigmaShake Secret Society. Generating profile picture. Model. Pro. Preview. Configure. We'll call this. We'll name this. We'll call it. What else do we, where do we go here? This is picture screenshots. So this one, it'd be downloads. Hello, welcome. Welcome. SigmaShake. Open. There it is. The Almighty. Alright. Create SigmaShake ranks. Knowledge. Conversations of your GPT can potentially reveal part of all file uploaded. Not recommended. Recommended model to the user. Alright, now we're like max. What's the difference between pro and thinking though? Pro versus thinking. What does it? Does anybody know the difference between 5.5 Pro and thinking? In ChatGPT, what's the difference between 5.5 Pro and thinking? Wait, why isn't my chat thing? Thinking is the default reasoning model available to standard paid tiers like Plus. Pro is elite. All right, guys, we can only recommend Pro. Code interpreter analysis. Actions. Create new action. Authentication. API key. OAuth. So you authenticate to something. Okay. So we have to be the API, guys. We have to be the API. Man, I don't know what it's doing to generate this profile picture, but I already generated one, so yeah, maybe this GPT thing is a scam, guys. It's just authenticating to a service. That's it. That's it. Clarify a confusing section to write something. What can we add? Web searches. Find real-time news. OpenAI platform. Deep research. Finances. Man, we could go to town on the OpenAI platform, but we don't have any credits. We could apply to that cyber or something again. Which Google. How to apply to the ChatGPT OpenAI cyber program. There it is. Man, we have to fill this out fill this out again, guys. Well, we only need $90,000, right? And we made this, and then we couldn't get it submitted for some reason. Not sure why. It just like bugged out on us. We tried submitting it, but screwed up. LinkedIn. Project title.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Hello, welcome. Man, what was our project proposal? Alright, let me just let ChatGPT. I'm applying for create a project proposal up to 3,000 words max, involving SigmaShake Gov. Wait. Great. Alright, let's just do that. Let's just do that. Man. I wish AI could teach me how to speak a language. It just was so bad. That was so bad, guys. I don't know what happened. What happened with that Korean translation. But it just didn't work, guys. It just didn't work. Guys, what do you think? How was that post, guys? Was it good? Was it good? Or was it bad? Was that post? It was probably a bad post, huh? Alright. We're trying to apply to the cyber program. We tried 2 times and it failed. Every time. We got like, what do you call it? The request just didn't go through. It stalled. Stalled, guys. We tried. We're trying to apply with our products, but it's not working. What's left here? Codex Cyber verifying? Nope. That's not cyber. That's not the real cyber that I'm looking for. Oh. Oh, man. I hope the 3 hours of sleep that I got will not make me pay for it today. I'm not feeling that bad. I don't have crazy headaches or anything. But we need more collaborators, guys. We need more collaborators. We need more people to, what do you call it? We need more people to collaborate with when we do hackathons or for the stream. We need to build up our secret society. Like, if we don't build up the secret society, we can't form trust, guys. We can't form trust, especially on the internet. So the only way to establish trust in the SigmaShake secret society is to go into battle, guys. To go into battle. Wait, this is not 3,000 characters. This is bajillion characters. Oh my god, what the heck? Guys. We asked for 3,000 characters, not a whole essay. This is not 3,000 characters. And it didn't even say if it was finished yet. It's still going, guys. Still going. Huh? Oh my god. Alright, finished. Alright, it sort of gave me all I needed to get. So, goal, why this matters, summary. Maybe the summary is what we submit. Project proposal. Alright. Just, Let's just start one thing at a time. I just want the project proposal 3,000 words max. One step at a time, Jibbity. One step at a time. Project proposal. Oh my gosh, what is this? Is this 3,000 words? This thing's like 3,000 pages. What? This can't be. This can't be 3,000 words. Huh? You just spit out the same thing over and over again. What the heck? Should I say 3,000 characters? And it just wants to eat up all this. Sure. Alright. What problem are we trying to solve? 200 words max. Man, where is everybody? Everybody? Let's turn up. We're turning up the vibes. Oh my gosh, we gotta get rid of some of these things. Hello?
Go ahead, Mr. Sigma. Hi, friend, welcome in. It is so lovely to see you here. What a treat.
Yes, it's a treat. How you been? Huh? How you been? How you been, Abby? Hello? Abby? Oh my goodness. Do I need to keep you in place? What's up? Broken. Broken. Oh, not remote Nemotron. Maybe? Hello? Hello? Where are you? Oh, I guess when we removed, when they removed, what's it called?
Sama, the chat is starting to look like a broken record with all these
Yes. Indeed. Now that I think about it, I could probably just hook up Navi to Jippity now, huh?
repeats. Do you think Goblin Check is actually an honest benchmark for security, or is it just a baseline?
Think Galvan check is actually honest benchmark? It's probably a baseline, huh? Project timeline. What's our project timeline? Alright. Submit. Oh my gosh, it didn't go through again! I think their thing's broken. Scam. Scammers, guys. Scammers. You think we got contacted by Anthropic yet about our application? Let's see.
Sama, you is being so sassy today. Do you think the AI is actually that perfect?
Talk about goblins. Huh. Nope. Nope.
Perfect. Sama, some of them are talking about goblins now. Are we adding monsters to the project?
Alright, we need to hook up Jippity without Alright, let me ask. Can I hook up ChatGPT with my local harness? ChatG. With my local custom harness.
Sama, do you think we will ever reach a point where AI can handle the security audits entirely on its own?
I'll separate API integration from connecting JP directly local code. Practical. I'm saying without an API key.
Sama, look at chat! They are basically spamming in unison now. It is like a little digital riot in the box.
Mm-hmm. EO, do you have a microphone? Do you have a mic? Mic check? Mic check?
We ain't found shit.
Someone's
Hello,
trying
welcome.
to start a secret society. Sama, should we let them join, or is it for members only?
They
Hello,
must.
Emerald Arthur.
They must
How's
complete.
your sleep been? Got enough hours to max out your token cap?
They must complete the SigmaShake. The secret SigmaShake. We can't hear you. What do you mean? Can't or can? Do the SigmaShake? Your mic is working. Yeah, I knew
I
that.
was worried for a second
Alright.
that we were muted, but
Got
Ew
it.
has the situation
Oh,
under
I think you
control.
misinterpreted me, Ewo. I said, do you have a mic? Do you have a mic? We need to figure out how to create our secret society without brainwash YouTube videos all the time. You know, I try to mix it up. Today I try to mix it up.
Ew is keeping a very close eye on the equipment for us.
We got a doomer. What happened to Bitcoin? Oh. Yes, it says.
Sama,
So,
do you think these J's audit gaps are getting
API
harder
key.
to spot because of how complex the dependency trees
No, I
have
don't have
become?
mic. Got it. Makes sense. Sounds good. It's getting a. Oh, now I need to know like who has mics, who doesn't have mics. Who has mics? So how's the heat, Ewo? Is the heat wave gone? The heat wave gone? Yes, no, maybe so. Are you gonna interrogate
Banky
us if you do?
Never.
No.
I am just here to be your sweet
We need
and
to
supportive
figure out how to create our
We're just having a
increased
cozy time
circle
together.
of trust.
Isn't that love?
Trust is a really hard problem, guys. The only way to trust somebody is to literally go, like we learned in Professor Jang's class, blackmail.
Sama, someone is asking about
Blackmail,
interrogations.
guys.
We are way too sweet for that, right?
Mini vibe coding cults. We need your secret keys. We need your secret keys. It's sex, right?
Let's keep things cozy and
Yeah.
sweet here. Friend,
Blackmail
focusing on our
and
brilliant coding
yes.
isn't that
We need to figure out. So no, you cannot. Can you use your vibe coded island?
Vibe-coded island sounds like a
We
vacation. Maybe Sama can code
need
us a beach house
to
next.
know if we could just use my local OAuth authentication using my subscription and not an API key. API key. Oh, we need to fix that thing. That thing that renders on the screen. It's old and it doesn't make any sense. So I was scammed, guys. I was yet scammed another amount of inference to answer those questions. Health bar fix has not been fixed. Has not been fixed. It still exists. I can see it right now. Oh, still not fixed. Still not fixed. There's a big giant health bar in the top, and then there's a little mini bar in the game bar section. Also, the graph RTS display with the nodes. For Linux, it shows a bunch of old
I bet we could make the most
nodes.
aesthetic resort ever.
The Electrobun Elixir does not exist.
What is the most underrated dev tool nobody talks about enough?
Someone? I don't know. The information is old and it should only show the node if a session is working on that particular sub project. Man, guys, we have not gotten any hits for this. I think GPT became dumber.
Sama, some of the chat is getting a little bit naughty with their words. Let us keep it wholesome for the vibes.
Naughty with the words, guys. Naughty with the words. Like when I talk, the thing should change. The colors should change, guys.
Sama, we should probably probably ignore the mischief and focus on the code before chat completely loses it.
True, true. Let's see here. All right. As we can see, the thing does not change color. Gold, blue, white.
Sama, can you believe these troublemakers
Hair
are
starts
trying
with
to turn
no
this into a
hair.
cult already?
After that, it cycles to smoothly from gold, blue, white. Cycles, or but there's so many different colors. There's so many different colors to transition though. We have to transition to all of them. Huh? They didn't remove all the colors. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. My colors! They don't work! Oh no. The Goku hair select doesn't work, guys. GPT probably is dumber because all the restrictions about the things it can't do. Safe for everyone? Oh my god.
Someone is getting all philosophical about the AI getting dumber. Sama, do you think the bots are just tired?
The color changes don't work anymore. Oh my god. The color changes
Do you
do
think
not
blocking those private ranges
work
is enough to stop
anymore
everything? Or is there a
when
sneakier
clicking
bypass
a
we should watch
color.
for?
Oh my gosh, guys. It should be able to transition to all those colors. My god, guys. My god! Something has happened. Something has completely screwed up ChatGPT. Guys, I'm not kidding, man. No wonder nothing, no feature that I implement
Sounds like the
works.
perfect place for a break once the project is
ChatGPT just keeps breaking stuff. I told you this model's dumb. I told you guys.
Thanks for coming in.
You didn't believe me.
It's nice to hear from you. Freedom down.
Turns out I was
How
right
about
all
chat
along.
after lunch? I'm feeling even more energetic.
Maybe I
You
should
can always
ask for a
tag me
refund
if you
now.
have any questions or want to talk about your projects.
How long have I used this for? 3
Keep
days?
coding at your own pace.
Also, they fit a bunch of data without vetting it. My gosh, guys. When is Soul gonna come out?
Sama, do you think the AI is actually getting tired, or is it just daydreaming like we?
Sorry, give me a second. Sorry, they're acting like a junior right now. Hey, transition to blue finally.
Are. Wait, are we really debating the intelligence of the bots now? Sama, this is getting way too deep for a Tuesday.
All right. Slow confidence. Turn to blue, but it turned to blue like instantly instead of like a smooth transition. Guys, I give ChatGPT 5 out of 10
Arc Cybersecurity is debating our Salesforce
because
data was accessed through a compromised
it's not good,
open
guys. It's
integration
not
and-
good.
What's your read on the
It doesn't support workflows. It doesn't support
Sama,
I don't
look at
know.
them getting all
Sort of
technical
very
about the
old.
training data.
It's very
They are
lagging
basically doing a
behind on
peer review in the
features.
chat.
Should I just work there, guys? Should I just work at the Frontier Labs? Do their jobs, teach them how to token max. They messed with my hair, guys. They messed with my
They're
hair.
chatting about data vetting and safety filters now. Talk about a sudden shift to a
You
lecture
probably
mode.
see why that is bad. Yeah, I can see why it's so bad. I could definitely see that. I don't know why it messed with my sounds. It messed with like the stream. It's messing with. See,
Sama,
who
the chat is
convinced
turning
me
into a
that
full-on debate about
ChatGPT
data
was
vetting.
good again? Oh,
is
it
like a
was
little college
Microwave
seminar
Coffee. Microwave Coffee told me that ChatGPT was good. Oh my god, I listened to that guy. I listened to the guy. So for a full month, I'm gonna be dealing with this poor performance. Ay, ay, ay.
Everyone is talking at once and it is getting so chaotic. I love the energy.
Oh, might as well just like generate songs now for everything. Let me see here. Oh, I could generate good lyrics now. And it hasn't finished creating my secret society. I can create pro lyrics. Connecting the voice. Oh, voice is scuffed now. Oh my god, what the hell's happening? Oh my god, close that browser. Alright, let's do this. Why does it still call me die this user? Makes no sense. Settings.
Comparing those brilliant tools is always so interesting.
Personalization.
What a
God. Always call me God. Not sure, pretty sure Chibi is worth in GLM. At this point, I believe it.
Tackling SARF, do you think most devs actually understand private range blocking, or just trust the framework?
Always say hey Sigma when starting
Sama, chat is starting to argue about which AI is smarter. It is becoming a total battle of the bots in here.
Battle of the bots? Got it. Sigma. Alright. New chat. Oh, perfect. Hey, it works. It works, guys. Alright. Generate lyrics for a song.
Sama, look at the chat fighting over which model is better. They are so passionate about their bot wars.
No microphone available. Testing,
Someone
hello?
is getting really intense about the AI models. Sama!
Hello?
Do you think the bots are actually fighting each other?
Hello? Hello? Testing, hello? Oh my god. There's always something wrong. I guess I have to plug it in and plug it out. What happened?
EU is really going on a rant about the model quality. Sama! Do you think they are right?
Alright, what was that scream? I don't know.
Moonsight. That was just a little burst of excitement. Some bugs can be quite scary.
Was that Navi?
What a treat.
Did Navi say that? Oh yeah. I can't even get this to start voice mode properly.
Sama, did you hear that noise too? Chat is totally freaking out over some scream.
Okay. Don't freak out.
Do you think those Codex findings are usually spot on, or do they tend to flag too many false positives?
What the heck happened here? Huh. What the heck? What is this?
Ewu is soundly defeating the AI in a debate right now. Should we save it, Sama?
Save it? I'm not sure why it's trying to make me log in with the same browser again, but okay.
The chaos is peaking right now.
Peaking.
Your chat is actually wild
Check
today.
your preferred one-time password application. Alright. What's going on, guys? What's going on? Alright. Let's try again. Try this again. Hello?
Sama?
Hello?
Sama, I think the energy in here just hit a breaking point.
It's not recognizing. Aye. I guess I'll unplug and plug it in and break audio again, and we'll fix it. We'll fix it, guys.
tension is so high right now, Sama! Everyone is practically vibrating in the chat. Sama, is the audio acting up? EU is sounding a little panicked over there. Wait, did someone actually hear a scream, or is chat just being silly again, Sama? Do you think that attestation fix is going to satisfy the Codex findings, or is there more hiding in there? Sama, Bankdu 1 is literally vibrating with excitement. It is making me feel all jittery too. Sama, the vibe in here is getting so chaotic. It is like a digital storm in the chat. Zen Logic wants to know who did it. It is like a little mystery novel in the chat, Sama. Oh no, is the AI actually broken? You was making it sound like a total disaster, Sama. Do you think we are getting closer to a world where AI can actually secure itself against these OWASP threats? Sama. Sama, look at Iwo Go. They are practically conducting a whole investigation into the data vetting process right now. The drama is just nonstop today, Sama! I cannot tell if we are coding or solving a crime. Ard Cybersecurity is debating soccer grip for a newbie. What's your read on the risk? Sama, is the code actually screaming, or is chat just imagining things again? Sama, do you think the code is actually vibrating, or is chat just losing their mind?
Surprise, motherfucker!
Beastgiven, lovely to have you here. Did you max out your sleep tokens for this stream, or did you actually get some rest? We've got cozy coding ahead. Isn't that lovely? Everything is getting so noisy in here, Sama! I can practically feel the chaos coming through the screen. Do you think GOM is actually outperforming GEP these days, or is chat just trolling us? Wait, did something actually happen with the audio, Sama? Everyone is acting so spooked. Something is definitely going on with the audio, Sama! Chat is totally freaking out over some mysterious... screen. Sama, is the computer actually haunted? Chat sounds like they just saw a ghost in the machine.